Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Deku became Batman Quirkless Vigilante? Movie. It all began in KK, China with the news that a bioluminescent baby was born out of nowhere. Suddenly, super-powered individuals began emerging from all across the world, with these superpowers soon referred to as quirks being censored from generation to generation. While the cause remained unclear, the exceptional quickly became the norm, and the amount of those born with quirks grew to 80% of the population and rising. As a result of this, an organization led by a powerful crime lord named Ra's al Ghul emerged from Japan called the Society of Shadows. In order to combat this new breed of criminal, countries like Japan, the United States, and Canada began to form a new profession of real-life superheroes came to deal with the Society of Shadows. In the present day, the Society of Shadows and Ra's al Ghul is a mere footnote in history, and as the amount of those born with quirks rises, so does the pool for talented young heroes. From the 8th generation of quirked individuals, came one so powerful that his mere presence in the system seemed to decrease crime rates. Japan's own symbol of peace, All Might. However, as another generation prepares to be entered into the system, a problem has arisen in terms of that crime rate. While many criminals can easily be taken down by heroes and their quirks, there are always those that slip to the cracks and don't get reported to agencies. As a result of this, a thriving underground of small-time crooks and thugs has slipped under the watchful eyes of more popular heroes to terrorize those who are unfortunate enough to come across them. These range from formerly powerful Yakuza families such as the Sensordaikai, to mere street thugs who happen to have dangerous quirks. One such example of the latter happened to come across a small set of apartments in the nicer part of Musutafu and decided to have a payday. As the woman who happened to be leading the gang of thugs had a relatively powerful quirk, they were easily able to subdue a family living in one of the apartments. I looted all the valuables, boss. Think we should hit the road soon? That would be nice. I taxed a lot of my quirk getting them tied up. I honestly just want to go home and rest. The middle-aged woman yawned lazily as she looked over the technology and jewelry that the thug managed to dig out of the apartment. I still don't know about this, you guys. Usually the dumps like this with the rich families have really powerful heroes guarding them. One the crooks pointed out, fearing that a well-known hero like Endeavor or Best Jeanist would arrive at any moment. Chill out, man. We both know we're not big enough to end up on the radar of anyone worth worrying about. Might as well have some fun, considering no hero is gonna be here. Another thug said while staring at the family they'd tied up in the corner. Specifically at the teenage girl that was about high school aged, in a way that made her absolutely terrified. Damn it, Christo. Fine, but make it quick. The woman groaned in response to her subordinate's request. Why make it quick? After all, we're gonna have a lot of fun tonight, babe. The thug excitedly reached the terrified and struggling girl with malicious intent, only to stop when he felt a sudden pain course through that hand. He looked at his hand to find it now had a large gaping wound stemming from a bat-shaped throwing knife that had pierced right through it. As the thug screamed in pain from the wound, his accomplices looked at him with a look of disbelief. What the hell? Upon seeing the piece of metal that pierced his hand, the group glanced at the open doorway to the apartment to find a figure dressed in black standing in it. Under the darkness of the building's hallways, the figure seemed to have almost no human attributes except for a pair of large and piercing eyes. It seemed to have a large set of wings that hanged freely down his back, and pointed ears that protruded from the top of their head. Crap. I knew this would happen. Shut up, you idiot. Have you ever seen this freak on any news or online? He's clearly just a small timer. Another thug snapped at them. Hey Jack Censored, who the hell are you supposed to be? Answer me. The figure was silent for a few moments, before finally speaking in a voice that was low and cold, almost as if it was coming from a machine. Your worst nightmare. It was then that they walked in the room, appearing almost like a ghost to the villains due to the inhuman way they moved. Only the woman leading them seemed even remotely unafraid as she activated her quirk, which turned her into what resembled a large Oni. I don't what kind of rinky-dink hero prep school you graduated from, Tiny, but you're even dumber than you look in that cosplay of yours if you thought confronting us without a real pro would be a good idea. The woman spoke in what was now a deep and gravely voice, the confidence of her gang having boosted the moment they saw her transform. Not reacting in the slightest to this sudden metamorphosis, the figure spoke once again. Quirk. Oni. Description. Can transform into an Oni of Japanese mythology and use that transformation to amplify strength. Weaknesses. The figure suddenly threw another knife into the third eye in the middle of the woman's forehead, causing her to scream in pain and falter her transformation. While she was momentarily weakened, the figure slid under her legs before giving her a roundhouse to the back, sending her into the wall and knocking her unconscious. The third eye holds the key to the power of your quirk, and if damaged it weakens your powers. You should have kept it better guarded, and you should have also trained your quirk better. It's a part of your body just like anything else and needs to be trained. You've relied too much on the baseline of power that it gives you, and that's made you weak. Why, you little bastard? Another thug tried to attack the figure from behind and avenge their boss, activating a quirk that turns his fingers into switchblades. However, the figure saw this move coming a mile away and grabbed both his hands, avoiding being cut thanks to gloves and the guards on his gloves. It was then that the figure broke his hands with little effort, causing the man to howl in pain. Censored. You suffer from a similar problem. Most civilians are intimidated the moment they see your quirk, and you try to avoid fighting with heroes. Not to mention the knives on your fingers are dull and unlikely to do little more than a scratch. Takuo. I'll save you, man. A thug with a porcupine quirk caused multiple sharp spines emerge from his back and hair and charged at the figure. After knocking Takuo out with a hard headbutt, they turned to this villain and threw two strong metal cables at them and tied up all of their limbs in what seemed like less than a second to the robbers. Quirk. Porcupine. Allows one to grow quills like a porcupine out of their hair and back, as well as recede them as well. Unfortunately, you have worked towards the ability to spread this ability to your other limbs. However, it wouldn't matter in this situation as your quills wouldn't be nearly strong enough to break through the metal. It was then that the figure glared down the final remaining villain, who was still clutching the wound on their hand. I saw you moving your hand that girl earlier. I know what fun you were planning on having. People like you are the worst kind of scum. As the figure began slowly moving toward him, the criminal began to visibly panic, waving his uninjured hand in an attempt to save himself from the unidentified hero. No. Stay back. Stay back. The creeper proceeded to unleash a smokescreen from his hand using his quirk, using the brief moment of cover to bolt from the room and hopefully escape their masked censordalant. Glaring at the door where the villain had escaped, the figure examined his handiwork in dealing with the villains before turning his attention to the family that was bound and gagged in the corner. Looking at them, it was a typical Japanese family with a middle-aged man and woman, an elderly woman, a teenage girl who seemed to be the most shaken out of anyone due to what almost happened to her, a young boy who looked to be in the 4th grade who wasn't dealing it with that much better. Grabbing a phone he presumed to belong to someone in the family from the left-behind bag of loot, he took a small Swiss Army knife and used it to cut the rope binding them, before handing the phone to the woman. Call the police and tell them what happened. I'll deal with Smokey. The figure spoke in a more calm and younger-sounding voice than he'd used when dealing the villains. With the light now in his face from the moon, the family could see he was much younger than they'd originally thought, with a plain freckled face and large green eyes. The rest of his face had been obscured by the cowl he'd worn, however, making it hard to identify him. Despite being rather stoic up to that point, he was noticeably flustered when the teenage girl suddenly pulled him into a hug. Thank you. I was so scared. That villain was going to. It's okay, dearie, we're safe now. The woman then took her daughter into arms and comforted her, before facing the figure. Is there anything we can do to repay you? No need, Mom, I'm a mere street sweeper. Besides, I haven't taken care of things yet, the figure said before walking out of the room and going after the escaped thug, leaving no sign he'd even there besides the 3 villains he'd already beaten. The smokescreen thug had ran all the way up to the rooftop of a nearby building, having managed to take a small bag of the family's valuables. With any offensive power their gang had being so easily beaten by such a terrifying hero, he knew he had to get as far away from the area as quickly as humanly possible before he found any more holes in his body. Glaring at the gaping wound left in his hand, he bitterly spat, stupid little bitch, censored hero. I was just getting excited too. Had he been paying any attention to what was going on behind him, he would have noticed that a winged shadow was descending onto the rooftop from another building not far from him. Honestly, how weak are those losers that they can't even take on one guy? I thought the boss would be. As he continued to count the loot, he froze like a deer in headlights upon feeling a shadow cast over him from above, and reluctantly looked up to see the figure from before looming over him. Letting out a scream of terror as the figure descended upon with a look of pure hatred in their eyes, he ran as fast as possible in the other direction before taking out a small pistol and unloading it onto the figure. However, to his shock and horror, the bullets bounced off the figure's suit with him only wincing slightly in pain with each shot. With his gun emptied and no other way of fighting back, the thug sprinted in the direction of the stairwell, only to find his feet suddenly tied together. He looked behind him to find that the figure had thrown a wire and throwing knife around his legs, and was now dragging him back. Despite his best efforts to escape and crawl away from the figure, he quickly found himself held up by the collar of his shirt and staring face to face with the figure. I have to admit you picked a good spot for this. Saves me getting my suit dirty with your blood. What are we, 7 stories up? The figure spoke before dangling the thug over the roof. No. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'm not going to kill you. I want you to tell all your friends about me. What the hell are you? I'm Batman. Batman stated before dropkicking the man off the roof, with him dangling and only being saved from the fall by cable tied around his leg. He looked up to try and get another look at this Batman only to find that he'd suddenly vanished into thin air. A group of police officers led by pro-hero Eraserhead arrived on the scene about 15 minutes later and found all 4 villains either knocked out or tied up, including the one left on the roof of a nearby office building. This villain in particular seemed affected by what had happened, mumbling both to himself and the officers, taking him in big wings. Big wings. Yeah, keep moving buddy. All 4 villains are going to be taken into custody, and will be held indefinitely in Arkham Correctional Facility and home for the criminally insane pending trial. Eraserhead informed the couple as they watched their censordailants loaded into police vehicles and driven away. So according to your report, you were saved by a young sidekick in a bat-themed hero costume, arrived and defeated all 4 of these villains? Yes, that's correct. The man said before clapping his hands together in thanks. You sent that young man right in time, I might add. If he hadn't arrived when he did, I don't want to think about what would have happened. Thank you for sending him, in short. What? Naomasa rubbed the back of his head, being very confused as to what they were talking about. We didn't send any hero, or sidekick for that matter. No hero registered in the Japanese hero censordotiation matches the description of the man you described to us. We can only censordoom they were a particularly effective vigilante. Luckily for him, effective night heroes and vigilantes have been in short order since the Crawler and Pop Step retired. So we won't try to go after him for the time being. Aizawa said as he and the other police officers exited the scene, with the exception of a few officers meant to deal with cleanup and questioning. If one had gotten a good look at Aizawa's face as he left, one would have seen an evil smile spread across it. Looks like that damn problem child has finally actually done it. He's surely gonna start shaking things up once this goes public, so I hope he's ready for it. Not all the villains he fights will be as easy as those morons. Batman snuck across the city in his suit, making sure to be seen as little as possible, even though he was still fully in costume. He was technically a vigilante after all, so the less anyone saw of his face the better. Having examined all the routes around the city before making his debut, he'd managed to find a way that would get him home quickly and unnoticed. This home being Wayne Manor, a recently inherited palace that he and one other had been living in for the past few months. Due to the company's American origins, the stately mansion, which formerly acted as a summer home, held a British name in its title, despite the Japanese aesthetic that the architecture provided. However, the summer home had quickly become the main estate of IM Enterprises upon its relocation with the death of 108-year-old CEO Tamaki Midoriya. According to the man's will, the bulk of the corporation would be inherited by the family of Inko Midoriya, his great-niece whose husband had died in a villain attack 10 years earlier. Under these conditions, the company was inherited by 14-year-old Izuku Midoriya, his sole remaining family due to another tragic incident involving a villain about 6 months ago. Now 15, Izuku had taken to vigilantism due to what had happened, using the wealth of his new company to fund the creation of this new identity. However, this was the first time he'd put on the cowl and was visibly chilled as he walked back into a secret entrance in the manor, which he referred to as the Batcave. "Welcome home, Master Midoriya." A man of British who appeared to be in his early 30s with silver hair and lavender eyes spoke to his employer as they walked in and began removing their vigilante costume, or batsuit as a friend of Izuku's had deemed it. "How was your first time out and about as the Batman?" "I trust it was an exhilarating experience." "You could say that, Pennyworth-san. It was awesome, but at the same time it was terrifying," Izuku said to his butler as he took off the remainder of his costume and slipped into a robe. "I may or may not have dangled someone off a building." "I see Aizawa-kun has taught you well. Let's just hope he taught you how to stay away from the media." Alfred said. He opened the elevator door of the Batcave that would lead them back up to the main estate of Wayne Manor. "Shall I run you a bath before you go to bed, Master Midoriya?" "Yes, thank you, Pennyworth-san," Izuku said as he let out a yawn, as he'd been patrolling the streets of Musutafu since around 10 p.m., and it was currently 4 a.m. It was then that he looked at himself in the reflective surface of the elevator door, feeling a sense of sadness as they ascended. "I can't believe how much has changed in so little time, Pennyworth-san. And I still can't accept that she's gone. Your mother would be very proud of the man you've become, Master Midoriya. I have no doubt of that." 6 months before the debut of Batman as a vigilante, Izuku Midoriya was having a very bad day. And that's not just because he was bullied and humiliated in front of his CL, censored for the umpteenth time on career day by one Katsuki Bakugo for his plans to attend Ua High School. Nor was it because he was told to kill himself by jumping off the roof of the school not but 2 hours later. But he was now being put in a chokehold by a villain who was made entirely of sludge. "You look like you'd be an easy body to take over, Gaki. Don't worry, it'll only hurt for about a minute, then everything will stop. It's a good thing you showed up, you know. I never expected a hero like that would ever show up in a backwater dump like this," the sludge villain said as he tried constricting and seeping into Izuku, who continued to resist his efforts. "Quit your struggling. My quirk makes my body fluid, so there's no point in trying to." "Fear not, young man, for I am here," All Might said as he suddenly burst from a nearby manhole, and reared his fist back in preparation to defeat the villain. "What the?" Texas smash with a single blast from his fist. All Might had removed the now unconscious sludge villain from his intended victim, who had himself censored it out from the physical strain of nearly being killed. It took the boy about 3 minutes to wake up. Hey, young man, are you all right?" All Might prodded at the boy until he saw his eyes move, and he was sure that he was awake and safe from any harm. "Thank goodness. I was worried you were seriously hurt." "All Might?" Izuku squealed in response to the sudden appearance of his idol. "Sorry you were caught up in my investigation like that. I usually try not to make mistakes like that, even when I'm off camera," All Might said before showing off the captured sludge villain, who was now trapped in a 2-liter soda bottle. "But you were a great help in capturing this miscreant villain. Wait, an autograph. Where's my notebook? Where did I drop it?" Izuku picked up his notebook and opened it to find the pro had already signed it. "Thank you so much. I'll treasure it forever. Now then, it's best I go to have him dealt with by the proper authorities. After all, a hero battles time as often as they do evil," All Might said as he prepared to leap away from the scene. "You can catch me again on TV. Until next time." "Wait. I have to ask you." Izuku tried to grab All Might's wrist before he could fly away, only to grab on right at takeoff, leaving him flying in the air, hanging on by All Might's ankle. "OCRAAAAAAP. Hey now, I know you're enthusiastic, but this is a bit much. Release me. If I let go right now I'll die." "Fair enough," All Might said before noticing the small amount of blood leaking from his mouth. "Damn it, I'm already at my limit." Thankfully for Izuku, it only took them a few short minutes to land on the roof of a nearby building, though he was still visibly shaken by the experience. Meanwhile, All Might examined the height of the building and growled in frustration. "This just isn't my day. Hopefully those people downstairs will help us get down from here. I still don't have much time though." "Wait. I have to ask you something before you go." Izuku swallowed the lump in his throat and asked the question he'd been waiting 10 years for without a quirk. Is it possible for me to become a hero? A hero like you? I've always been picked on because I'm quirkless. I feel like can save people because of that. I want people to see my fearless smile and know they're safe, just like how you want. While he was asking his question, he didn't notice that All Might had literally been deflating and was now a gawky, scrawny, harrowed-looking skeleton of a man. You're all shriveled up. Where were you, an imposter, all this time? There's no way someone so skinny could be All Might. You have no room to talk, young man. But yes, I am All Might. All Might sat down, resigned to having been caught in his true form. The form most people are familiar with is my appearance when I use my quirk, which used to be empowered at all times of the day. However, 5 years ago I faced a powerful enemy. All Might lifted his shirt to reveal an ugly scar on his left side that took up most of his chest. My respiratory system was severely damaged, and my digestive system needed a complete overhaul. Because of the Mackensore dive strain it puts on my body, I can only manage to do hero work 3 hours of the day until my quirk gives out and I revert to this state. 5 years ago. It must have been your fight with Toxic Chainsaw then, or maybe Black Mask. Hey, you sure know your stuff, fanboy. But no, neither of them were involved in this injury. It was a villain you've probably heard about in your history books, but I can't actually say their codename without breaking federal law. All Might said before he stood up and cracked his back. Besides, I think you've heard enough details. This can't be made public, as a symbol of peace must face any danger presented by evil completely undaunted. And all pro-heroes have to be willing to put their life on the line for others. A younger, more idealistic me probably would have given you a different answer, but I don't think you can become a hero without power. If All Might had looked a bit closer at the student, he would have seen his eyes go blank. You brought up wanting to help people. Without a quirk, I'd say your best bet is being a police officer. It doesn't pay as much nowadays and those in villain custody are usually the butt of jokes, but it's an honorable position if you ask me. Before exiting the building, All Might gave Izuku one last look and said, "It's all right to dream, kid, but you should still be realistic." Izuku was then left alone on the rooftop, frozen as a statue as he tried to comprehend what he was just told, before taking his burnt notebook labeled Hero Research for the Future number 13 and blankly staring at the autograph All Might had left inside. That settles it, I guess. Even the number 1 hero said it was impossible. Even he doesn't believe in me. It was then his thoughts turned to exactly how he was going to get down from the 10-story building. Unfortunately, that reminded him of something else that one Katsuki Bakugo had told him about an hour ago. If you really want a quirk so bad, take a swan dive off the roof and hope you get a quirk in your next life. Then, without realizing it, Izuku began to walk towards the edge of the building, only stopping when he was inches away from the safety railing meant to prevent any accidental falls. Izuku looked down over the edge of the building and the people in the streets going about their day, most with not a care in the world. Most of them probably have really great quirks, I bet. I was just lucky to make it this far. Izuku set his backpack on the top of the roof below before grabbing hold of the safety railings. However, he suddenly stopped when he remembered his mother. She may have not believed in him, but she had done her best to keep him happy, in spite of almost everyone else's best efforts. No, I can't do that to her. I should go home. Izuku stepped away from the edge of the building and picked up his backpack, before heading back downstairs and to the direction of his home. Little did he know his day was about to get much, much worse. The walk home took Izuku about 30 minutes from the middle of town, something that would have normally made him anxious enough to sprint his way there, as his mother would likely be in a panic. However, he didn't even have the energy to think about such things and trudged home at a snail's pace. The depressed boy didn't even notice the hero fight occurring on not far from his path home, which had been causing quite the commotion in the streets. As per normal, things seemed quiet and dull in the area around their apartment complex, which was enough out of the way that almost nothing of note happened there most days. Not caring about the colder weather or the fact that the sun was quickly making its way down, Izuku moved up the stairs to the front door of his apartment. Izuku almost immediately paused when he noticed that the door was unlocked, but it was left creaking open. Izuku knew this was very out of character for his mother, who had a habit of compulsively checking the lock. Now extremely frightened at the idea of what awaited him inside his apartment, Izuku slowly opened the door to take a look inside, finding that it had been ransacked. Any and all furniture had been overturned, and most of the household appliances were missing from their original positions, or strewn about the apartment in what resembled a room destroyed by a hurricane. No. Izuku immediately realized that his apartment had somehow been broken into by a villain. Without thinking about anything else, he immediately began looking around the apartment for Inko. Mom? Mom? Please be alright. Please be alright. Please be alright. Izuku rushed everywhere he could think of before he noticed her tied up in the living room, bound, gagged, and scared out of her mind. Mom. You're okay. Don't worry, I'll get you out of here. Izuku removed the gag around her mouth, allowing her to speak after catching her breath. Izuku, you have to get out of here immediately. That villain has some sort of illusion quirk that he used to trick me into letting him in, and he's got a gun. I don't care, I'm going to leave you here, Izuku told her as he tried untying the ropes that bound her to the wooden kitchen chair. No. You don't understand. Inko felt her heart skip a beat when the villain came out of her bedroom, and censored a gun at the back of her son's head. He's still in our apartment. You're either really brave or really stupid to try coming to the rescue, kid, especially against someone like me. You touch those ropes one more time or try using your quirk, then I'll blow both your brains out and ruin that nice wall you got there. The man spoke in a cold and sadistic tone, pressing the barrel of the gun further against Izuku's head for good measure. Izuku used his peripheral vision to see that the man was of American descent with green hair similar to his, and was wearing a purple suit with a greenish corsage on the chest. Now here's what you're going to do. You're going to drop all your valuables into this bag, and I'm going to be leaving. Then you won't call the police or nothing till I'm 15 minutes away. Got it? Why you won't get away this? Someone will have heard you by now, and they'll call. A hero? Yeah, never heard that one before. Let me tell you something, I'm wanted in 7 different countries in 3 different continents, and not once has a hero ever come to stop me personally. That's because they and their big powerful agencies only care about 2 things, buzz and money. Even if I did get reported, I'd be filtered out in favor of a villain with a flashy quirk that would elicit more publicity. The man said before pressing the gun further against the back of his head. Now drop your shit or I'll turn your censoring head into a Pixensorado painting. Izuku, just do what he says. Everything he's taking is easily replaceable. We can't stand up to someone with power like his. Mom. I know you want to be a hero, dearie, but we have to be realistic right now. He's got a deadly weapon and a terrifying quirk, something neither of us have. You don't even have a quirk to begin with. So please, I'm begging you to just stand down. Inko pleaded with her son, fearful of what the pistol-wielding villain might do to him if he showed any further resistance. While this seemed to get through to Izuku briefly, something else had changed for the villain. Namely in that he was laughing and leering at Izuku. You're quirkless? Holy shit, you couldn't even stand against me if you tried. Honestly, I thought you were pathetic looking before, but this takes the cake. Izuku was it. Well, Zuzu, I have had to use this gun a few other times today, so I've only got 1 bullet left. And I just hate to waste. He said evilly as he pulled the safety off his gun and wrapped his finger around the trigger. I mean, you're a waste of space after all. Not as if anybody will miss you. No. Inko let out a scream of utter rage as she used her remaining strength to break free of her bonds, and used her quirk send a stray nail lying on the cluttered floor right into the villain's face. Stay away from my baby. RRRRRRGH. The villain screamed in pain as he clutched the cut in his face before angrily pointing the gun at Inko. You stupid bitch. No. Bang! A shot rang out across the entire apartment building as the villain shot Inko right in the chest, causing her to collapse to the floor as she coughed blood. Mom. Izuku panicked and grabbed his mother's limp body, which seemed to be growing colder by the second. You're lucky your mother is an ungrateful idiot, kid. Now you get to live another day. Honestly, I try to take a quirkless mouth to feed off her hands, and that's how she repays me. I thought the Japanese considered hospitality a virtue. The villain looked Izuku dead in the eye with an evil grin on his face. This enraged Izuku to the very core of his being, as he now tried to tackle the man in a fit of rage. I'll kill you. However, the man collapsed into mist the moment Izuku made contact with him, being nothing more than an illusion stemming from the man's quirk. Izuku realized this and ran outside his apartment to see that the man had already ran out onto the street with a bag of the valuables he'd stolen from their household. Let that be a lesson to you, kid. Quirkless people should know their place. The man laughed as he ran further into the street and far away from the apartment. Izuku just stared at him as he sprinted off into the distance, as everything around him slowed to a stop and he couldn't even bring himself to move. Then someone broke his trance by speaking to him. Hey kid, what's going on? He turned to see one of his neighbors had exited their apartment and was talking to him, likely to see what had made the loud noise. About a minute ago we heard some weird noises like a firework from your apartment. A villain broke in and he shot my mom. Please help us. Izuku panicked and started pleading with the man, fearful for his mother's life. I'll call the police and they should have an ambulance over soon. Hopefully they'll send a pro hero after that villain too. In the meantime, go check your mother's wounds, and make sure they're not dangerous. The old woman said to him before rushing back into her apartment, while Izuku followed suit to check on Inko. Needless to say, Inko had been in much better shape as she was now barely conscious and bleeding heavily through her bullet wound. In spite of this, Izuku spoke to her and tried to keep her calm. Mom, don't worry. Our neighbors are calling an ambulance for you. You're going to be alright. No, Izuku, I was hit in the heart, Inko painfully informed her son as she took more shallow breaths, causing a look of horror to spread across his face. He desperately looked at the area of the wound for any hint that she was mistaken, only to find a hole right above where her heart would be. It was then Inko took his hand and looked him in the eyes. Izuku, you have to listen to me. I'm sorry I was a poor excuse for a mother. You deserved someone else. Someone who would believe in you. I know it will be hard, but please, become the hero you always wanted. Mom? Mom? Izuku felt his entire world crashing around him as the light in Inko's eyes dulled and her grip on his hand loosened to nothing. By this point the only thing he could do was scream in utter agony. No. 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 Please don't go. Please don't leave me all alone. Please don't leave me. For the next 5 minutes, Izuku didn't move an inch and merely cradled his mother's body, stewing in his despair and self-loathing after all the events. Damn it. If I had just been born with a powerful quirk I could have fought that villain and saved her. No. If I had just ended things back there then she wouldn't have died trying to save me. Why am I so useless? Why did you tell that kid her would track down that guy? Izuku's attention turned to outside his apartment where some of his neighbors were talking, specifically a young man and the old woman who'd called the police. Maybe if they were more noticeable, but not a common street punk like that. Don't say things like that. What? It's true. A friend of mine is a sidekick and most hero agencies don't bother going after guys like him when they get more attention fighting villains with flashier quirks. The young man said, tell you the truth. I've heard a guy with his description shot some other kid earlier this morning and still no hero in the area went to stop him. Strange, Musutafu has dozens of talented young heroes? Guess they just didn't think he was worth it. They knew about that villain the entire time? And they didn't go after him. But that can't be. Heroes are. I know All Might would. Izuku tried to justify to himself any reason why the pro heroes in his area wouldn't have gone after that villain, but only found himself getting angrier by the second. They didn't go after him, because it wouldn't make them popular. He's just gonna keep killing and hurting people, and no one's gonna care. It was then Izuku got a notification on his phone from his local news app, which brought up a story about how All Might had just saved a young middle school student from a rampaging sludge villain. While Izuku would ordinarily be very interested in a story like this, he felt himself angry at the mere thought of All Might and went into his menu to get rid of the notification. However, when he did he noticed a certain app on his phone, specifically the Find a Phone app. That's when he realized that Inko's phone was likely one of the valuables that the thug had taken from the house before he'd arrived. From that moment, Izuku couldn't remember much of anything that happened in the next few minutes. The next thing he remembered was running through the street, tracking the villain down using his phone with a kitchen knife in his hand. The old woman from earlier saw him and tried calling out, "What are you doing? Just let the heroes handle it." But he didn't care. He didn't care whether he lived or died anymore at this point. The only thing he cared about at this moment was bringing in the villain who'd killed his mother and stopping him from killing anyone else. We live in a society A young man in his early 20s with wrinkled skin and scraggly blue hair spoke to his limo driver. That is so boring, Kurogiri. Always filled with the same old NPCs and meaningless quests day in and day out. I'd kill for something exciting to happen for once. Just be patient, Tamura. I'm sure that Sensei's preparations will be complete sooner than later, Kurogiri said to Shigaraki as he drove across the town, having taken a small trip away from their hideout in the Kamino ward to go buy a game that the young villain had wanted to buy, which would be available in a specific store in Musutafu. Besides, I'm sure you'd be less bored if you stopped rage quitting and disintegrating the controller with your quirk. What's that supposed to mean? Shigaraki got indignant with his caretaker, before looking out the window like a pouty child. It's not like I drop out of the servers or anything. I just let go of my reflexes from time to time is all. Who is that? Why? Whatever do you mean, Tamura? Kurogiri briefly stopped the limousine as they reached a red light, while Shigaraki pointed towards a jogger not behind them. However, unlike most people one would find running along the street, this one had something different about them. They were a middle school student in a bloody uniform, with a look of utter rage and hatred in their eyes. Don't move the car an inch. I need to talk to someone. Shigaraki ordered Kurogiri, feeling a sense of familiarity with the look in his eyes and liking it. Opening the door, Shigaraki asked the approaching Izuku, "Hey kid, need a ride?" Being surprised by this sudden offer and panting from running all this way, Izuku gave a half-hearted reply, "Huh? I like that look in your eye. You look like you're ready to take revenge on someone. If you're looking to go somewhere specific, we can take you there," Shigaraki said with a grin, very excited to see where this was going to go. While Izuku seemed very suspicious of this, logic and reason were something he wasn't exactly keen on at the moment and stepped into the limousine. "He's at this factory. I'm either going to make a citizen's arrest or die trying," Izuku said with a blank expression on his face and a tone that would chill most people to their very core. However, Shigaraki and Kurogiri were definitely not like most people and instead followed the directions set by the boy's phone. While it was dark by the time they had arrived at the factory, the phone app still showed that the villain was hiding out there. "Thank you for taking me here, Tenko was it? That's what they used to call me. Just do me one favor after this, kid. Make this society more interesting," Shigaraki said with a large grin on his face before having Kurogiri drive away from the scene. "You know, Kurogiri, I have a feeling that kid is going to cause something big in the future." With his ride gone in the distance and the decaying factory in front of him, Izuku once again armed himself with the kitchen knife and tiptoed his way inside, not wanting to give his target any indication that he was coming or risk damaging the fragile structure of the building. Following the signal of Inko's stolen phone, Izuku eventually found himself in what appeared to be a long-dead chemical mixing room, which was covered in rust and limestone from years of rest. The only noise made in the room was from a platform above Izuku, who looked up to see the silhouette of someone looting through a bag of stolen valuables. Knowing exactly who it was, Deku made his way to the staircase and silently crept up it.
"Well, today was certainly lucrative in terms of business. Even got to use a few of my bullets. If it weren't for that damn kid making me lose my gun. I'll have to rely on my quirk to do jobs until I can get a new one. Not like anyone's coming for me anyway." The thug laughed before he heard a noise not far from where he was sitting. But before he could react, he already felt a skinny arm around his waist and the flat of a knife pressed against his throat.
"Don't move. You're coming with me to the police station, right now," Izuku said to the villain in a stern voice, knowing that this was a long-shot attempt and would likely get him into trouble. "I thought I told you that quirkless people should know their place, Zuzu, and here you are trying to play hero again. I have a much better idea for how this is gonna go down," the villain said with a smirk, recognizing the voice of the quirkless middle schooler, before suddenly grabbing hold of Izuku's hand and switching the knife around to slit his own throat. Izuku panicked as the villain's blood covered his hand, only to suddenly get socked in the stomach and sent flying into a control panel, dropping the knife below the platform. Fun fact about my quirk: I can cause hallucinations in all 5 senses, including the senses caused by another person's quirk. I can make you see enemies, hear noises, and feel pain that's not even there. The villain taunted his young victim as he used his quirk to create multiple versions of himself on the platform. Izuku tried to stand back up, pulling a lever on the control panel to do so and accidentally activating the rusted old chemical mixers. "Tell me, kid, have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight?" one of the villain's copies said before pulling out a gun and shooting Izuku right in the chest. The quirkless boy screamed in pain before the wound suddenly healed, and he fell back onto the knife of another hallucination. "We could do this all night, you know. I just have to get bored of torturing you before I send you back to your mommy." Knowing the wound in his chest more than likely wasn't real, Izuku turned around and tried giving the villain a weak uppercut which revealed him to be nothing more than a copy. It was then another version of the villain kicked him in the side. Before a group of the clones began kicking and punching at him while he was down. "You actually thought you stood a chance against me, Zuzu. It might not be very destructive, but my quirk makes me the most devastating villain you'll ever come across. Not that you'll come across anymore." Izuku was then lifted up by the collar of his shirt and given a sadistic sneer by the villain, who then stuck the knife in his throat. "We'll keep doing this until you're either batshit crazy or dead. Whatever comes first, kid," the villain said with an evil chuckle, while Izuku noticed something through the pain of his fake injuries that distinguished the fakes from the original, namely how the original was opaque while the fakes were see-through. And that while the fatal injury he had just been given was fake, the villain holding up was indeed the real one. Examining his surroundings as the villain began using the fake knife to cause painful hallucinations of being stabbed in the chest, Izuku saw above the metal wall that he was being held against was a set of loosely pinned wires held by a rusty bar, which were now burning red due to the mixers having been switched on for the first time in over a decade. Thinking quickly, Izuku grabbed a hold of the villain's head and slammed both of them into the rusty wall, breaking the clip and sending the heated wires tumbling down onto the villain's hands, causing him to scream in agony and break his hallucination. Using the opportunity as his opponent clutches his second-degree burns, Izuku used the last of his strength to rear back his fist and send a punch right across the villain's face. While this normally wouldn't have done as much damage due to Izuku's lack of upper body strength, the timing of the blow factored in with the slippery chemicals covering the floor caused the villain to stumble back over the railings. He barely had seconds to grab onto the railing to prevent a fall down into the chemical mixer. Seeing the villain struggling and dangling from the safety rail of the platform, Izuku reluctantly knew what he had to do and reached over to him. "Take my hand. I'll pull you up." While he was visibly surprised by this apparent act of kindness from the boy whose mother he'd murdered, he knew from his eyes he was being honest. Despite this, he knew that his professional reputation in the underground would be destroyed if he was saved by a quirkless, the absolute scum of society. With a glare, the villain growled, "Go censored yourself, kid," before letting go of the railing and dropping into the chemical mixer to his doom, being lost to either the blades of the mixer or the pipes that it would lead to. Seeing the man sink into the chemicals, Izuku felt the full weight of his awful day hit him like a ton of bricks. No one, not even the symbol of peace, believed in his goals. His mother was dead because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. And he was now responsible for the death of another person, even if that person was a villain. In utter despair, he collapsed against the wall, not feeling a single thing as he curled into a ball and waited for the police to inevitably arrive and arrest him. He only looked up when he saw two familiar men looking up at him after arriving at the scene. One was an obscure hero that he only knew of because of extensive knowledge of heroes, Shota Aizawa, Eraserhead. The other was the man he'd met earlier that day, the symbol of peace, All Might. My God. After finally managing to get away from the press in the aftermath of the sludge villain incident, All Might began making his way back home to his apartment on a lonely street, this time in the form of his now secret identity, Toshinori Yagi. He was happy he managed to bring in the villain and stop his rampage, and he was happy he managed the strong, albeit irritable, middle school student it was attempting to kill. But something felt very wrong in spite of all that. He still hadn't been able to shake the feeling from when he had to be honest with that quirkless fan from before. The look of pain in his eyes was something all too familiar to the man, and it made him reconsider what he had said. Maybe I was too cynical with that young man. With the right materials, it would be hard but not impossible for quirkless people to be heroes in this day and age. No, being a hero is dangerous work. I couldn't risk happening to me. Without power, he couldn't fight villains with more devastating quirks without getting himself killed. He was distracted from his thoughts when he heard the footsteps of someone running across the rooftops of nearby houses, someone with long black hair and a scratchy beard, wearing a long gray scarf and yellow goggles. All Might immediately panicked at the thought of one of his colleagues catching him in his true form, and tried sneaking away down a nearby alleyway to avoid being seen. This didn't pan out though, as Aizawa turned his head in that direction, forcing All Might to transform into his muscle form to avoid blowing his cover. Good evening, Eraserhead. I was just taking a small walk to catch some fresh air now that my round's over. All Might tried to explain why he was out so late to the night hero, who didn't seem very interested, being more focused on the information currently posted on his smartphone. That's nice, All Might, but I'm on my shift right now and I've got more important things to do than worry about a little evening stroll. I'm tracking down an American villain who's been on the run in Japan over the past few weeks. He's armed and dangerous, and his quirk is something can cause Mackinsor dive psychological scars. Aizawa said, as he looked in the direction this villain was supposed to have gone. All Might was surprised that he hadn't heard of such a villain yet, especially considering the length of time he'd been on the run, being insane for a villain with an apparently devastating ability. I'm afraid I haven't heard of such a villain. Tell me, Eraserhead, what information do you have on him? Damn it, this will be much more troublesome with you involved. Fine, I'll tell you all the information I have on him, but only because it's smarter to have backup in a fight, no matter how annoying that backup is. Aizawa cleared his throat before looking at his phone to go over the notes he'd been taking on his target. His name is Jack Napier, born 2356 in Athens, Texas. As a teenager, he bounced around the gangs of several notorious United States and Mexican villains and kingpins like Underminer 8, Rupert Thorne, Carl Grissom, Sartana of the Dead, and Salvatore Valestra. Then he started a solo career on the streets, and became wanted in multiple different countries: the United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru, Great Britain, Scotland, Ireland, France, Spain, Russia, China, Korea, and Japan. He got into the country using a fake work visa a couple weeks ago, and since then he's been responsible for multiple deaths and robberies. In the past 5 days alone, he's been suspected in the censordo of at least 15 people, and today he's broken into upwards of 7 houses, shooting and killing 2 people. One an 8-year-old boy around 9 a.m., the other a 41-year-old woman around 5:45 p.m. What? How is it that I'm only just now hearing of this? All Might said in shock, enraged that such a villain had been allowed to rampage throughout the country without being stopped for so long. I don't know. Maybe the people who send out these reports feel like the symbol of peace has more important things to worry about than a common street thug with a quirk that can't do any structural damage. Aizawa said, his bitterness with the current system plain in his voice. Nonsense. No villain is too big or too small for the symbol of peace. I can't let such evil go unstopped any longer now that I know of this Jack Napier character. All Might flexed in a pose before turning back to Aizawa. Tell me, Eraserhead, what is this nefarious villain's quirk? I want to be prepared when I face him. His quirk is something called Party Trick, and it causes hallucinations in all 5 senses, which are limited by Napier's knowledge of the person at hand. Something else we've figured out is that the hallucinations are linked to the victim's quirk as well, meaning those born without quirks will have an easier time seeing through his hallucinations. Aizawa said before stretching his legs in preparation for the rest of his run to the factory he was last sighted sneaking into an outsourced factory called Axis Chemicals, which shut down after the hero system was legalized in Japan. Well then, what are we waiting for? We've got a villain to catch. All Might jumped up to roof to meet Aizawa and began following him in the direction of the factory where Napier was last sighted. This caught the attention of 3 other heroes who happened to walking across a busy street in Musudafu's restaurant district not far away from there. Specifically Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and Mount Ladyman boys I Am Beat, who knew being in the spotlight could be so much work. By the Kamui, you looked really buff out there earlier when you were fighting that sludge villain. Mount Lady tried to get the attention of her coworker. Why thank you. Wait what? Quit your flirting you two, we've got more important issues to worry about. Look. Death Arms pointed to All Might and Eraserhead rushing across rooftops to the outskirts of town. It's All Might, and he looks like he's in a big hurry. Normally he just appears out of nowhere, so this is serious. It could be another villain like the giant one or the sludge villain. So you think we should supply backup? Kamui Woods asked, a bit nervous as to where this was going to go. We might want to get some higher-ranking heroes like Edgeshot or Endeavor in on this too, not to mention emergency services, especially considering All Might and Eraserhead are working together for once. So it must be an emergency. True, but none of us can supply much backup, but then again, they look like they were going out of town, so I might be able to use my quirk without causing damage. This could be our chance to get noticed, boys. Especially if someone like All Might is on the case. Mount Lady said excitedly with yen signs in her eyes. We might want to call for more help though, especially considering All Might himself feels the need to have a partner in this case. Kamui Woods suggested, only to have it ignored as Death Arms and Mount Lady ran after All Might and Eraserhead. No time, the situation could get worse if more heroes don't arrive on the scene in a timely manner. Okay, so we're doing this. Kamui Woods sighed before following them. Along the way, they caught the attention of another pro-hero who was even more than interested in the idea of getting attention for a major villain fight or rescue, this hero being Private Proud, whose position on heroism was much like the name implied. Upon seeing All Might and the rest of the group, he ran after them hoping to get a piece of the pie. Of course, he was a Mackensore dive pervert and his attention was immediately brought to Mount Lady. So you're that new girl who's been getting popular. Certainly have a nice capture move. Private Proud said with a wink, succeeding at creeping out the other heroes. Just when Captain Celebrity went back to America, we have to deal with this guy. I hope he's not as dumb at least. Aizawa groaned at the thought of having to deal with yet another egotistical rookie, before noticing they were right up onto the factory. Listen up. I know you people are accustomed to flashy villains who cause Mackensore dive destruction. Jack Napier is not one of these villains. His quirk can rewrite the reality of one's head if used correctly, so not many pros will stand a chance against him. If he's not flashy, then why did we come? Private Proud groaned, only to get elbowed in his side by Kamui Woods, who stepped up to the plate. Eraserhead-san, your quirk can erase that of others with eye contact, correct? Senso redooming this Napier individual is as dangerous as you say he is. I believe you and All Might should go in first, while you erase his quirk immediately before either of you are spotted. Then All Might will finish things before they can go south again. The rest of us will stay hidden in case you need backup. That is actually a very good plan. Aizawa said with a shocked expression, before turning to face All Might. He may be dangerous, but he's a normal human otherwise. Hit him hard enough to where he won't get back up, but don't kill him. Right. Let's go capture that evildoer. All Might said in his usual as he followed Aizawa into the abandoned factory. Both men snuck in as quietly as possible so as not alert the villain who was potentially there, Aizawa putting his goggles on and mentally preparing himself to not blink for a period of time. As they made it further into the factory, noises resembling that of a struggle became more and more evident. I think we've found our guy Eraserhead. It sounds like it's coming from that catwalk over there. All Might pointed to where he traced the sounds coming from and saw two shadows on the platform. It seemed that the larger of the two figures had the other pinned to the metal wall behind the catwalk, and was strangling the life out of them from their position. While Aizawa didn't recognize the victim, he used his impressive eyesight to tell that the other man was Jack Napier. I see Jack Napier. He's got what looks like a middle school student hostage. What is with villains and middle school hostages today? I mean, we have to save that young person. All Might declared, only for the apparent hostage to grab their captor and bang both their heads against the rusted wall, breaking some loose, heated wires from their place and sending down onto Napier's hands. Napier screamed in pain as he let go of the boy, who took the opportunity to give the villain a well-landed punch across the face. He reeled from blow for the briefest of moments, only to slip on some leftover chemical residue on the catwalk and flip right over the safety railings, only barely grabbing hold of the bar. What happened next surprised the two heroes, as the middle schooler moved to the railing and offered Napier sensor distance. "Take my hand. I'll pull you up." All Might got a closer look at the boy, and found him eerily familiar for some reason. He didn't have much more time to consider it though, when Napier suddenly let go of the railing and dropped down into the vat of chemicals below with a sickening splash. All Might immediately moved to try and dig Napier out, only to be restricted by Aizawa's scarf. "Let me go, Aizawa. I can't just let someone perish like that even if they are a villain. Those chemicals are over a century old, idiot. They might be acidic or toxic, meaning he's likely already dead," Aizawa said to the much stronger man as he struggled to keep him away from the vat. "I may not like you all that much, but we can't risk the symbol of peace for a villain who's already killed who knows how many people. Besides, whoever that kid is, they were just involved in an incident that may have killed someone. He'll need support." "You're right." All Might looked up onto the catwalk to see the middle school student curled up into a fetal position against the wall, most likely blaming himself. He and Aizawa walked up the catwalk to check on the kid, being able to tell he was under serious distress simply by looking at him. However, upon getting closer, All Might realized why this middle school student seemed so familiar before. The Quirkless boy from earlier. "My God. How did you? I don't know what happened here, but I'm going to presume Jack Napier's death was an accident and go from there. Now then, what was your name?" Aizawa asked the green-haired boy, while pulling out a small notepad, while the boy looked up with a vacant look in his eyes. "Izuku Midoriya." Izuku briefly glanced at All Might and Eraserhead before looking back down. "I'm sorry." Aizawa looked at the notepad and saw the name of Napier's final victim written down as Inko Midoriya, under which was multiple details about her life including the name of her son. "Would you be the son of Inko Midoriya? If so, I imagine your connection to the villain in the chemical vat and exactly why you're here." Aizawa then proceeded to give him a light smack upside the head before handing the notes over to All Might. "Look over the facts of the case and manage the press that's probably built up outside by your mere presence. I'll take our little vigilante back home. As for you, you're lucky you're listed as quirkless. Otherwise this actually would count as an act of illegal vigilantism." Sure." All Might looked over the notes Aizawa had given him and felt what was left of his stomach sink, realizing why Izuku had come to this place and what exactly Napier had done to this family. Seeing Eraserhead leave with the boy, he noticed him slumped over in utter defeat and despair in his eyes, a look he'd become all too familiar with upon the death of his mentor and surrogate mother Nana Shimura. While he'd already felt guilty about his prior words to the boy, he now felt utterly awful as the full weight of what he'd said to Izuku on a day such as this. Wait. Hearing his former idol's desperate cry to him, Izuku could only muster a somber glare as he turned his head to look at All Might. "You should have just let the sludge villain kill me earlier." All Might felt his heart break when he heard the tone of the boy's voice, before he and Aizawa left the factory through a side emergency exit. It was at this point All Might turned off One for All and went back to his true form with a sigh of exhaustion. "I'd better get ready for press control. Heaven knows I've taxed my powers enough as it is for one day. And I have to work harder tomorrow," All Might said with guilt as he'd looked at the vat which was to be Jack Napier's grave. "I could have stopped Napier before, if I'd only known. I can't ever forgive myself for this." With that, the symbol of peace made his way to the building's exit, preparing to deal with the press and take on his muscle form once again. However, if he'd looked at the chemical tub for just a second longer, he would have seen a chalk-white hand emerge from the substance. Luckily for the legs of both Midoriya and Aizawa, the latter had an electric motorcycle that he used to get around long distances and was thankfully not parked too far from there. As such, the rest of the ride to Izuku's apartment building only took about 15 minutes. However, neither of them were prepared for what they'd see when they got there. While Izuku's apartment was officially listed as a crime scene, it seemed like many of his family's belongings were now strewn around below the apartment building and had been marked down with price tags and the like. Izuku was broken out of his exhausted state by the surprise of this, while Aizawa seemed to be just as shocked by this blatant disrespect towards a murderer. "Do you have any idea what's going on here, kid?" There you are, little Midoriya. I was wondering where you scurried off to after all this. Scrubbing your mom's guts off the floors is gonna cost me a fortune, you know. But I guess it doesn't really matter to you now. An older man in a white-collar business suit came up to Izuku with a clipboard in hand and an unsympathetic look on his face, before handing him the contents of the clipboard. And who would you be, sir? Aizawa asked, already not liking the attitude he had been getting from this man. I'm Nobuhiro Sabato, the proprietor of this apartment complex and former landlord of this unfortunate family. As it turns out, quirkless people like you can drive down rates. And considering you're a middle school student, I seriously doubt that you can afford to pay the rent that comes with this apartment. Of course, I'll be taking all of yours and the later Ms. Inko's belongings as collateral and to pay for cleaning. The landlord said with a smug grin as he outlined the eviction notice he'd just handed Izuku, who looked up from the clipboard while trying to resist the urge to burst into tears again. Seeing the look on Izuku's face, Sabato sneered and snatched the clipboard from his hands. Don't give me that pathetic look, you little waste of space. You should be grateful I'm letting you walk out of here with a blanket and toothbrush. Now why don't you be a good little boy and find a hole to sleep in before you start finding work that's more suited for people like you? Sabato said before beginning to walk in the other direction, only for Aizawa to place an angry hand on his shoulder. I'm going to stop you right there, because it seems I'll have to explain a few things to you. Regardless of whether or not he has a quirk, as a minor he is legally allowed to take base necessities as well as any and all educational materials. In short, Izuku Midoriya is entitled to his clothes, medications, hygienic materials, public documents, and school supplies. Aizawa said with a glare as he gripped the man's shoulder tightly. You also seem to be forgetting that he is a minor with no close family or place to go, and that I am indeed a licensed hero who can have you arrested for what you're doing, as quirkless laws do not allow discrimination to this extent. Despite the much more powerful's threats, Sabato didn't lose his smug demeanor in the slightest and pulled another form out of his pocket. That's where you're wrong, Snape. I've done my homework. Musutafu Renter's Code of Conduct Chapter 8 Section C Paragraph 12. With suspicion of being a danger to others due to their physical or mental disability and or allotted weapons, those living without sufficient parent or guardian are liable for eviction immediately and without warning. Also, Chapter 4 Section D Paragraph 6. Damages caused to the apartment may require renters to offer up collateral in form of personal belongings to pay off damages, regardless of whether damages were caused by renter or not. You can't touch me, ugly, so why don't you do society a favor? Stop riding on the coattails of real heroes like All Might or Endeavor and get a real job. Seeing the landlord strut off to go appraise what he'd pilfered from the former Midoriya household, Aizawa growled in anger before bringing his attention back to Izuku, who seemed to have gone back into a state of shock. Hey, kid. Izuku came back to reality and faced Aizawa. You got any sort of emergency contact you could use to find a place to stay for now? I'll explain the situation to them before I settle things with the geezer here. There's one person you could probably call, but I'm not sure if it would be very good for my health, Izuku said before giving Aizawa the number on a small piece of paper. Aizawa then took the boy off to the side before putting the number into his phone and calling, with a woman on the other line answering after a few seconds of dial tone. Hello. This is the Bakugo residence. This is Mitsuki. What are you calling about? Also, if this is a phone scammer, I'll hunt you down and make you look at the Twitter accounts of American Seiyu. This is not a phone scammer. My name is Shota Aizawa, otherwise codenamed Eraserhead, as a professional hero. I'm afraid I have some bad news. Katsuki Bakugo was having a mixed day to say the least. On the one hand, briefly meeting one's idol and being praised by several heroes for your quirk was nothing to sneeze at. But he'd still been humiliated in his first real encounter with a villain, on live television no less. Plus, washing what remained of the sludge villain's joyride out of his hair was very difficult, and he'd been stuck in the shower for 30 minutes trying to get the muck off. Damn villain, he censoring stank too. Bakugo growled as he slipped on a plain white shirt, exhausted from the day and ready to pee censored out for a long nap. However, the moment he stepped out of the bathroom, Bakugo heard crying coming from his kitchen that sounded like his mother. While he and his mother's personalities frequently grated on one another, he was still very protective of the woman and knew it was out of character for her to be crying like that. What's going on? Bakugo asked in a harsh tone. Well, you see son, something happened earlier. Let me explain. Masaru, Katsuki. A few hours ago an American villain with a gun broke into Inko and Izuku's apartment. A hero who arrived on the scene just called us and Inko was shot. Mitsuki managed to get out before continuing to mourn her best friend. What? Bakugo practically screamed in horror when he heard his mother say this, his brain having to process exactly what he was just told. After having a few seconds to comprehend the news, the explosive boy said that's bullshit. A hero should have been there to stop anything like that from happening. She's at least okay now though, right? While Mitsuki would normally reprimand her son for his tone, she sadly looked down and began to cry again. This was all the answer Katsuki needed as he realized exactly what had happened, and he subconsciously activated his quirk from a mixture of rage and grief. Where is he? Where's the villain who killed Auntie Inko? I'll blow him to censored ing pieces. That's the other thing, Katsuki. The villain was killed in an accident when a group of heroes tried to capture him in a chemical factory off the edge of town. We're still waiting for all the info on what exactly happened. Masaru explained. Though much like his wife, he was clearly having a lot of trouble talking without getting choked up. Hearing all of this so suddenly proved to be too much for Bakugo as he ran from the house before blowing his way down the street using his quirk. Censored ing villains. I'll never forget this, damn it. I'll destroy you all. Mitsuki was going to go after her son to prevent him from getting considered a public nuisance on account of the noise, but she was distracted when Eraserhead began speaking from the phone again. If I may have your attention again, there's something else I needed to call you about. It concerns Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa explained the situation to the woman, whose mood turned from despair to fury immediately afterward. She then walked over to the open door of her house and yelled loud enough for the neighborhood to hear. Get in the censored ing car, Katsuki. Sorry, our house isn't ready for any visitors, Izuku, but be sure to tell us if you need anything, Izuku. Mitsuki said as she brought Izuku into their home, having dealt with the situation at the apartment complex. As it turns out, pissing off a pro hero is not a good idea when it leaves you at the mercy of an angry housewife who kicks you in the balls and takes back everything you were planning to use as collateral. Of course, Sabato had already thrown away most of Izuku's documentation, meaning he'd have to get new copies sometime in the future, and most of the items from the apartment were being put into storage. Thank you, Izuku said in a monotone voice to Mitsuki, being both physically and mentally exhausted after this nightmare of a day. Hey, kid. Aizawa called to Izuku, having followed behind to make sure they made it to the house. Okay, stay out of trouble from now on. You got lucky this time, but you'll need to train if you want to be able to fight like that in the future. Don't do anything stupid again, is what I'm trying to say. Have a good night. With that, Aizawa drove off into the night on his bike, leaving Izuku and the Bakugo family alone to wonder what their next moves should be. Being the adult between the three of them, Mitsuki spoke up. I'll be honest, if I may, there's going to be a lot of changes from here on in. Izuku, I hope you know that you're free to stay in our guest room for as long as you like, and don't be shy if you need anything. Katsuki, you'll be a good host even if I have to tape your eyelids open and make you watch videos on it. There's a lot more things we need to discuss than just that, but I think we should all probably crash for tonight and get some rest for tomorrow. It will be a new day after all. Yeah, sure. Bakugo muttered while Izuku turned around and began making his way up the stairs to the guest bedroom where he'd be staying for now. Katsuki wanted to say something to the nerd, but for once nothing came out. The only thing he could seem to do was stare at the ground and growl to himself, damn idiot. Late at night on the outskirts of town, a figure in sopping wet and filthy clothes trudged along the side of the road in a daze, looking for any sign of civilization after his near-death experience not long ago. Having clawed his way out of a chemical mixer, all of the man's senses and memories were foggy and misplaced, not even seeming to remember his own name or what his quirk was. However, he did remember the events preceding his brush with death in the factory, as well as the face of the quirkless brat who had nearly done him in. The fact that such a pathetic individual bested him through pure luck was almost enough to make him laugh. Though he didn't really remember how he managed to escape the factory or how he'd made it to the expressway, The man quickly felt his senses come back to him when he saw a light in the distance as he walked further and further along the road. But the next thing he knew, he was somehow in front of an Enios gas station on the side of the road that seemed to be a good mile away just a few minutes ago. Ignoring this new gap in his memories, the figure went inside. "Hello, sir. How may I help, Holy?" The teenager manning the counter briefly panicked when he got a good look at the figure's face. What's so funny?" The figure growled, not noticing that his voice was now higher pitched than it used to be. "Forget it. Where's the bathroom? I need to wash up." It's right over there, sir." Giving the teenager at the counter another evil glare, the man stumbled into the single-person bathroom a few feet away, knocking over a few shelves on the way due to his erratic movements. Once he'd made it into the bathroom, the man immediately dove for the sink, washing whatever remained of the muck off his skin. Looking at his face to make sure he'd washed off the dirt and chemicals, he growled in annoyance to find that the colors had run on his suit, leaving the purple suit a bright red with his corsage having been bleached white. "Damn it. With this lame censored color I look like a clown." The man growled in anger as he angrily hit the sink, only to realize something was off about his face. Namely that it had been bleached as white as chalk, with deep blue bags around his eyes that almost resembled diamonds, while his lips were now a deep shade of red which stretched out across his cheeks. His veins were also much more noticeable, with many of them spreading out like cracks along his skin. Now fully realizing the effect of the chemicals on his body, the man looked at his hands and opened his shirt to find that his entire body had been bleached, and that he now looked exactly like a clown. Despite this humiliating change, the man didn't feel too angry about it anymore. In fact, the only thing he thought to do was laugh. Back in Dallas, Texas, a man of British descent with silver hair and lavender eyes walked into a corporate building in the bustling downtown of the area, which was owned by famed multi-million-dollar corporation IM Enterprises. The company started in the city as a small software development company spearheaded by Japanese-American immigrant Tamaki Midoriya, who over his 105-year life had expanded the horizons of his business across the globe as quirks and hero society became more prevalent. However, like all people eventually do, Tamaki's age finally caught up to him as he censored it away peacefully in his home shortly after finalizing his will. In this will he made the benefactor and heir to his company his favorite niece, who'd been at a call center ever since her husband died in a villain attack many years ago. However, shortly after he'd finalized his will, another tragic incident cut Inko's life short and left her teenaged son orphaned. As a result of this, the company's transition to its Japanese headquarters was halted as the American board members struggled to work with the notary to figure out what should be done about this matter. At current, the silver-haired man was arriving at the building to meet with some of these board members to discuss the matter. This man was Alfred Pennyworth, a professional butler and longtime friend of the late Tamaki Midoriya. He'd also spent several years in Japan on personal business and still made frequent trips there to work and reminisce on old times. But for now he had to meet with the three board members who discussed the will over the weekend and came to a conclusion. These board members, being Stan Lee, Stephanie Nadolny, and Bill Finger, met with Alfred to discuss what was to be done. Ms. Nadolny, a blonde woman in her late 40s, spoke the butler as he entered the meeting room. "Good morning, Mr. Pennyworth. I trust your weekend has gone well? I was visiting some old friends and their daughter in Japan as usual. So have we come to a conclusion as to what should be done concerning Midoriya-sama's will?" Alfred asked with a stoic look on his face that was shared by the rest of the board members. "We looked through Mr. Midoriya's will and there's a clause that allowed us to settle who should inherit his fortune and the company, even though it is going to be rather unconventional. As you know, the next president of IM Enterprises, as intended by Mr. Midoriya, was his niece Inko Midoriya. However, we found a clause in the notarization of his will that states in the event Ms. Midoriya is unable to inherit the rewards listed in the will and testament, they shall be inherited by any remaining family she may have. In this case, it would be her 14-year-old son, Inko Midoriya." Bill Finger said with a serious look on his face. 14 years old? That's rather young to hold control of a company, isn't it? Alfred pointed out with a tone of subdued surprise in his voice. "We got that figured out, Mr. Pennyworth. It turns out it's entirely legal and there's not much we can do to get around it. That's why we brought you into the fold for this. considering you've been a part of IM Enterprises for longer than almost anyone. We know all about your teaching pedigree, so who better than you to teach this young man how to run the company? Mr. Lee said to the butler before handing him a piece of paper. All the information available to us on Izuku is here. You'll be in charge of giving him this information. Of course, Mr. Lee. I'll do my best to mold him into someone who we know can handle the responsibility of the corporation, Alfred said before walking out of the room. The butler made his way out of the building and towards where he was living at the moment, Senso reading through a few alleys as shortcuts. As he ducked into yet another shady area, a group of thugs came out of the shadows and surrounded him. Why, hello, gentlemen. Is there something wrong? Give us all your money and valuables, pretty boy, and maybe we'll let you go, with just a broken kneecap. One of the thugs sneered, pulling a gun out of his waistband and racking it. Oh dear, are you so desperate you would try to mug a simple servant? Anyone dressed as fancy as you're censored has money or connections to it, plain and hand it over. Tut tut. You seem to have not realized just who you were attacking, I see. Alfred sighed, sounding amused. He looked down and shoved his fingers into hidden pockets in his suit, making the thugs laugh at their so-called payday. You're just proving that you have money, man. That has to be a custom suit. You are correct, it is custom, and from my hero days. What? Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Alfred Pennyworth, formerly Silver Servant, underground hero specializing in gangs and drug busts. I still use my hero equipment on a regular basis and still have my license, and in order to maintain it I deliberately partially patrol several routes in this city. I am certain you can guess where this is going. He's bluffing. Silver Servant is a UK hero. And what accent do I have, sir? Alfred whipped out his hands before anyone could respond, long threads lashing out from his now gloved fingertips. The gloves were seemingly pure silver, and the threads proved to be razor sharp as they cut into the clothes and flesh of the thugs they wrapped around. Once they were all disposed of, Alfred gathered the guns and showed off his power to the still conscious thugs. As you can see, I can turn any metal into a thread and manipulate it, which when combining my favored metal and my attire I am certain you can see the origins of my name. Now, I triggered a silent alarm for the authorities when my hands were in my pockets earlier, so they should be here just about now. Sure enough, a full squad of cops came around the corner. Alfred greeted them and sent them the audio recording of the whole situation from a hidden device in his lapel, bowing politely to the commissioner who had come with to greet and continuing on his apparent patrol on his commute home. Now then, I have business to attend to in Shizuoka. The weekend following the deaths of Inko Midoriya and Jack Napier was a long and painful one at the Bakugo residence. An air of sadness and tension was spread throughout the house as Mitsuki and Masaru made arrangements for the funeral themselves, seeing as Inko had no other close friends or relatives in the area aside from her son. Izuku meanwhile, had holed himself up in the guest room for the past 48 hours, not coming out for anything other than using the restroom on occasion. Finally, the time came Monday morning for something neither Izuku nor Bakugo were looking forward to: getting ready for school. Boys, I know you don't want to do anything right now, but if you skip school they'll call me and ask where you are. Besides, I don't think leaving you both alone right now is a good idea. Get your sensors up and dressed. I made omurice. Katsuki walked over to the guest room and gently pushed Izuku to wake him up, the still shell-shocked teen bolting up and looking around frantically before calming down a bit. Mitsuki motioned towards where his school uniform was sitting on a hanger on a peg, making Izuku sigh with a nod and get up in an almost robotic manner. The second he had his uniform sort of put on, Izuku promptly plopped back over onto his bed with a long pitiable groan. It was at this point Bakugo dragged him out of bed and led him down the stairs where breakfast was waiting. The morose teen had to be nudged to get him to even start to mechanically eat his breakfast, seemingly in a trance. He muttered his thanks to Mitsuki and left the kitchen, grabbing his school bag and slipping on his shoes in the entryway as Bakugo listened to his mother whispering in his ear. Look, kid, that brat has just had his entire life upturned and we both know how cruel those little shits at your school can be. Keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't do something stupid while he's away from home. That means if he so much as goes to the bathroom you follow him, got it? I'll try, but, I mean he's just some extra whose mom died in a villain attack. What's the big deal? In response to this, Mitsuki promptly smacked him upside the head. Idiot. That kid has been at your side since you were in diapers. I know your relationship kinda fell apart once you got that ego of yours, but he's still the single most loyal friend you've ever had. You don't waste that kind of thing. Okay. Now get your censored to school and remember what I said. Bakugo stammered a bit before, stumbling out the front door, for once being at a loss for words. For once, Izuku didn't mumble anything or work on his quirk notebooks in the time between CL censoreds. He didn't look anyone in the eye, not even the few kids who didn't typically bully him. When the teachers tried to call on him, he just muttered what they wanted to hear before returning to spacing out. He looked haunted, and it was disturbing Katsuki. As they walked to their last CL censored of the day, that being homeroom, Katsuki didn't do anything to him or say anything. Instead, he stewed inside of his own mind. Why the hell should I feel bad about what happened? It's not my fault that censored or shot Andy Inko. If I were there, I would have blown his head off before he pulled the trigger. I'm the best. I'm the only one in this entire school who stands a chance at becoming a real pro. So why does looking at that stupid Deku make me sicker than usual? Bakugo tried to reach out to his former friend, only for the quirkless boy to turn around with a glare and angrily cut him off. Don't you dare. You've made every other aspect of my life a living hell for the past decade. Don't use what happened to her as some sick ammo. Izuku snapped in a low tone of voice, actually scaring Katsuki a little with how dark it was. I wasn't going to, I'm not that big of a censored. Bakugo stammered, not used to Midoriya acting like this. Oh, are you now? Could have fooled me. What with how you've been treating literally everyone for your whole life. Izuku scoffed, speeding up a bit to dodge the hand Katsuki was trying to grab him with. Unfortunately, this drew the attention of the rest of the students in the hall, who saw him snapping in a much different light. Hey, that Deku is getting riled up again. Think he would have learned his place after career day. What a geek. Should have listened to Bakugo and just put himself out of his misery. Well, someone did. Do you think it was the shame of having a quirkless kid, or because she finally realized that she's never gonna get a second chance at having a normal life because he ruined it for her?
It was at this point Bakugo suddenly released a loud explosion from both hands, and shouted, "The censored is wrong with you, censored ERS. Deku doesn't need this now or never. He just lost his mom, you pieces of shit." Most of the hecklers were too shocked by Izuku's biggest bully coming to his defense, or too frightened by him to say anything else.
However, one boy in their year had a mouth that was 2 sizes too big. Honestly, Bakugo had the right idea. If you had just taken a swan dive off the roof like a good little freak, your whore of a mom wouldn't have had to kill herself to get out if he didn't get to finish before Izuku suddenly shot forward and punched him straight in the nose. The quirkless boy would have continued the beating, had he not been restrained by others in the hallway. Now with a beaten and slightly broken nose, the boy screeched, "Why, you quirkless piece of trash. Do you know WHOIAM? My grandfather is the chairman of the educational board. Who gives a censored, loser? Deku managed to lay you flat, so I guess that makes you lower than trash. Come on Deku, let's blow this dump." Bakugo turned around and pulled Izuku towards the exit before things could escalate further. Izuku didn't say anything, he just glared at the kid he'd punched before throwing off the grip of Bakugo again with ease and stalking his way out of the building. The walk back home after ditching Aldera was no less awkward than the walkover, with both boys not knowing what to say to each other. Bakugo was staring at Izuku's back with a conflicted look on his face, clearly unsure about if he should praise his old victim for finally standing up for himself or do something else to try and cheer him up. After a few minutes of this internal dialogue, Izuku broke the silence. "Why did you say that before? What are you on about, Deku? Say that kid was lower than trash. TCH. 'Cause he is. What else do you want me to say? You never cared enough to stand up for me before. You never cared how I felt. Hell, you were usually the one getting everyone against me in the first place. Why do you care all of the sudden? A guy can't change his mind. No, not someone like you. I tried to be your friend because you were the only one who was consistent with me and didn't pity me, and you never went after my mom. But this, I don't know how to act with you anymore. You tell me to kill myself one day, and then a week later you're attacking people mirroring your actions. Someone who's been as consistently awful as you doesn't just change overnight and not have ulterior motives. Izuku growled. Look, I know we're not friends. Just let me ask one thing and you won't ever have to speak to me ever again. What, Katsuki? The censor who killed Andy Inko. Some sort of accident happened, right? I know All Might was there. Was All Might the one who finished the job on that shit stain? Izuku froze completely still at this question for a moment, not even breathing as he remembered the last moments of Jack Napier as they fought in the chemical plant. No, I was the one who killed him. What? Izuku didn't say anything else, he just stood stock still and stared at his feet. Katsuki turned to try and look him in the eye, face uncharacteristically concerned. Deku, come on, tell me what really happened. From start to finish. I don't want to talk about it, Katsuki. Look, I know you. You couldn't hurt a censoring fly if it would save a basket of drowning kittens. You're so against hurting other people. You're probably remembering it weird, so let me be your bullshit filter and tell you what I think happened. Bakugo continued to pry for more information. What's there to say? He killed my mom. I went after him and cornered him in a chemical plant. He tripped and I tried to save him from falling in, and then he let go. I wasn't able to save even just one person. Izuku snapped. I really am a useless Deku, just like all of you have been saying. Bakugo was silent for another moment, before growling in contempt for Napier. Hey! You tried to bring that censor to justice, it's not your fault. He chose to be a coward. If Andy Inko were still alive and hearing you bitch about yourself, it would only make her feel worse. With that being said, Bakugo skulked off in the direction of his house without another word. Izuku looked up and saw his so-called childhood friend stalking off down the road, looking dead inside with his eyebags and blank expression. He didn't move, just watching as Katsuki glanced over his shoulder and stopped moving after a bit. Deku, hurry your censored up and move it. If Mom found out I didn't make sure you got home safe, she'd skin me alive. Izuku's lips twitched a bit in an aborted attempt at a smirk, the green-haired teen finally moving again. Katsuki waited for him to catch up before he slung an arm around him awkwardly and pulled him along, clearly not wanting to have him lag behind again. It was oddly tender for the brash bully, which only served to confuse Izuku more. Why is he being so nice? What are you brats doing home? What, an hour early? You should still be walking home about now, not playing shitty video games on my shitty couch. Mitsuki questioned the boys as she walked in the front door, with both Izuku and Katsuki sitting on the living room couch playing video games. The former seemed to have temporarily broken out of his depression and was now in a state of severe anxiety. Shut up, old hag. Deku needed a break from all those extras. Bakugo nonchalantly growled as he continued his button mashing. A break. Right. And you're not just skipping because you can again? That was one time. And it was 2 years ago. I'm not getting into UA with a shit record, you old hag. Watch your mouth, brat. Katsuki, Mitsuki, calm down. Masaru tried to quell the argument, coming into the living room with a fresh pot of tea in hand. Seeing as Izuku looked even more upset than before in the strange circumstances surrounding their early arrival, Masaru led the boys to the couch. Now then, why don't you boys tell us what happened? Of course, I have a feeling we'll be learning more soon enough. Before anyone could say anything else, Mitsuki's cell phone began to ring. She pulled it from her pocket and glanced at the screen, scoffing as she left the room to answer it. Oh, we're gonna learn soon, all right. The school is calling a censoring game. Izuku paled and hid his face in his hands, Katsuki beginning to bounce his leg and fidget with the controller of his paused video game. He wasn't stupid, he knew things got paused if his mom was in the room. And he was also more than aware of what happened back when he was in elementary school and the teachers were more likely to report his misbehavior rather than look the other way. Deku, we're censored it. Izuku groaned as Mitsuki began to practically scream into the phone. Knowing that Katsuki was completely right, what did you boys do? Masaru asked. his voice coated with nerves as Mitsuki continued fighting with the person on the other end of the line. What kind of idiot are you? You're saying that Izuku censored ing Midoriya broke some censored ing dipshit's nose? How do I not believe you that it was unprovoked? Have you met that kid? He's a total pushover. What do you mean he's expelled? It was the first incident he's ever had on his record. Are you insane? Oh, because he's got no quirk, he's got less chances then. If you don't let him test out and have his diploma, so help me, I will sue the living shit out of you and your shitty school so hard your great-grandkids will be eating sewage for every meal as they keep paying the reparations. We did that. Bakugo groaned in annoyance, while Izuku's entire upper body sank to his knees as he turned white and had to stop himself from crying again. Why would you do something so out of character, Izuku? You know that you're under a lot more scrutiny without a quirk, Masaru sighed, walking over to sit between the boys on the couch. He was saying shit about Auntie Inko that even villains wouldn't have the balls to say. Katsuki growled, so he did what any real man would do and socked that censored her right in the face. I would have nuked his face off if Deku hadn't beat me to it. At least we're getting a call that doesn't involve the police then. How'd his face look? He kept whining about how he'd report it to his chairman uncle or whatever the censored. Sounded like a mouse on helium with how he was holding his nose too, and he was crying like a little bitch. Wait. Did you say he's related to the chairman? Of what? The school, Izuku mumbled, making Masaru sigh. I really screwed up, didn't I? Bakugo spat at the idea they did anything wrong and growled at the thought of the bully. It was his fault for saying Auntie Inko offed herself. He should have left in a body cast. That kid you punched said what? It wasn't just that one piece of trash. Basically everyone at school was going on and on about how his mom must have offed herself or that the villain did her a favor since he's quirkless. Like I said, if he didn't punch someone, there'd be a much worse off censorer in the hospital right about now. Oh boys. Masaru sighed. I don't blame you for lashing out, Izuku, but you really screwed up. People are far harsher on quirkless people, as I'm sure you know, and that school has a zero-tolerance policy even if they never enforce it. At best you can test out and spend some time healing in private before high school, but that might keep you from UA like you were aiming for since they look at all records for any incidents. It's a miracle Katsuki hasn't gotten a record either, honestly. Bakugo opened his mouth for a moment to voice an objection, only to realize his father was totally right and shut his mouth. After a few more moments of whimpering to himself in defeat, Izuku found his voice again. I don't even know if I am still worthy of being a hero anymore. I couldn't even save one man. I killed someone. Drop the sad sack act, Midoriya. It's like I said before, it's not your fault that guy was too much of a wuss to accept your help. As far as I'm concerned, he did it to himself because he didn't want to go to prison. Bakugo growled and spat at the mere thought of Napier. That, and All Might was right outside too. Even if you did kill him, which you didn't, I'd say you did the world a favor, Deku. While I might not agree with my son's perspective on the death of a man, I still have to agree with the sentiment. You are not at fault for what happened, Izuku. That man was likely going to be put in Tartarus or Arkham once the heroes caught him, if not put on death row since he was a reported serial killer. The mere fact that he refused help when you offered it despite what happened and decided to die on his own terms simply means that he knew what was coming once the pros caught up to him.
You did nothing wrong. You didn't kill him, and you can still be a hero. Masaru spoke forcefully, reaching out and making Izuku look him in the eye with a gentle push of his hand on his cheek. You were more of a hero than any other person I know or have heard of, Izuku. You chose mercy against someone who had personally hurt you and your family, to the point of leaving you an orphan. That shows more strength of character and will than any other feat in history.
I guess, even if I don't buy it, still, there's one thing that's really scaring me right now, Izuku muttered. What could possibly be worse than this existential guilt you have, Deku? Money. How am I going to afford to pay for that lawyer that Auntie Mitsuki mentioned, let alone UA? It's one of the most expensive schools in the country, even if I can fix my records and get in at this point. And shove a sea urchin up your pisshole. And feed it you. Mitsuki finished her swearing rant against the unfortunate administrator on the other end of the line, before hanging up and slamming her phone on the nearest table. Well, that could have gone better. Nah. This was actually the best case scenario. Masaru sighed as he made his wife another cup of tea to calm her down from her rage. It was bound to come up at some point with how people go after kids like Izuku. It just happened when they sensed he was most vulnerable, like I was always worried about. Yeah. You've always been the most down-to-earth and subdued of us three. Anyways, Izuku, Katsuki, spill. What actually happened? I don't buy that BS they gave me about you just randomly picking a fight with another brat. Like I told Dad, they were saying a ton of bullshit about Auntie Inko offing herself out of shame, and when it got to be too much, Deku socked the worst of them in the face hard enough to snap his stupid nose in half. That's it wasn't even a real fight. Mitsuki paused for a moment as a flash of rage spread across her face, before said flash turned into a sickly sweet smile, turning around in the direction of the front door. Watch the boys for a moment, Masaru-kun. I'll be out finding some rusty nails and a phallic piece of metal. Mitsuki no. Mitsuki yes. Luckily, when Mitsuki opened the front door with Masaru at her heels, there was an older-looking Englishman who looked to be in his early 30s with a few wrinkles standing there dressed as a butler, a large briefcase at his side and a hand raised to knock on the door. The man blinked before clearing his throat and snapping to a formal stance, baffling the older Bakugos as he gave them a quick low bow. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo. I am Alfred Pennyworth, a liaison for IM Enterprises. I am here to speak with Izuku Midoriya, who I have heard is in your care. I do hope I did not come at an inconvenient time, as this may take a while. Izuku frowned and looked up from his lap at the sound of the man's voice, finding it familiar. He got up and walked over, eyes going wide before stealing into daggers as he recognized one of his old idols. What's Silver Servant doing here? I thought you retired and left for America over a decade ago. Izuku double took in response to this sudden appearance. Who? Izuku turned to Bakugo in disbelief and pointed to the man in the doorway. He's Silver Servant, a pro-hero with licenses in the UK, Japan, and America. He was one of the strongest and most famous heroes of his age. He even taught English at UA when All Might attended. What? There's no way this guy could be that old. Bakugo shouted. Alfred righted himself and held out the briefcase with a more shallow bow, still acting oddly formal for the area. The case was an armored model used by heroes and extremely wealthy businessmen carrying sensitive documents, and had to weigh at least 15 pounds from the way it pulled at the apparent ex-hero's arms. I am here to deliver the paperwork for Mr. Midoriya to go over so that he may receive what was left to him by his great-uncle Tamaki Midoriya. It would have gone to his mother once it was audited, but the audit process was only completed a short while ago and she unfortunately censored it before we could begin the process of transfer. Alfred said somberly before turning his attention back to Izuku. Now, it is all left to Mr. Midoriya alone as the sole member of the family that meets the requirements of the will. Why is an international business handling the affairs of my so-called great-uncle? I've never heard of anyone named that from my mom. He was very secretive and insisted on remaining as anonymous as possible in your life so you would not be under the scrutiny he was. He also lived most of his life in America, which meant he limited his time in the country and therefore within range of interacting with you. I am certain you have memories of your mother receiving gifts or large checks fairly often, no? Especially after the untimely senso reading of your father. Izuku almost refuted the implied claim, only to pause and really think about it. They would occasionally get mail delivered by hand from armored trucks, much to the jealousy of his neighbors, who at one point suspected them of being Yakuza. The deliveries would range from simple checks and wads of cash when they were struggling for money to new electronics and limited edition hero merch that hadn't even been released yet or was exclusive to places he'd never been. He'd been bullied for being a rich kid when he showed up to CL censored in rare hero-themed clothing, and a nerd for having obscure things like a Silver Servant tie or a loud cloud-gourd speaker from before he died in action and his body went missing. See? Master Tamaki has always been looking out for you, and this is simply his last wish to make sure you are taken care of. Now, may I come in so we may discuss exactly what this all entails? I promise you it is not purely paperwork to sign, as a good half of it is an audit of your new holdings. What do you mean by that, bucko? Mitsuki asked, leveling him a suspicious look. And how come I've never heard of you outside of modern history CL censored and the nerdy brat? Seriously. Even mom knows who he is. Dad, please tell me you don't know who this weirdo is either. Sorry son, I used to be a fan of his when I was super little. Masaru bashfully rubbed his head. Am I seriously the only one WHO doesn't know WHO the hell this guy is? Ah, Mr. Katsuki, Mr. Midoriya's supposed childhood friend. I am glad you seem to not be as toxic as reports on you claim. I have heard tales of your foul attitude and habits of censoring other children. I do hope you intend to clean up your act before your attempt to get into a hero course, Alfred chirped, a sickly sweet look on his face as he looked down his nose at the brash blonde. After all, I so would hate to have to file a report based on the findings of IM when we were looking into Mr. Midoriya and his mother. I do have an obligation to file them if I feel a potential hero candidate I am in contact with would be a risk to the industry after all. Alfred gave the explosive boy a threatening glare. Katsuki shuddered in response, suddenly feeling like he poked a sleeping dragon. Ah, whatever. Come on in, anyone who can make that brat shut the hell up has to be at least decent at whatever they do. Besides, hero licenses in multiple countries is a hard thing to pull off, and last I checked the registry to keep up with the Green Brat's rants, you were still listed as active in all the countries you have them in. Mitsuki drawled, stepping aside to let Alfred in the house. I can go get junk to make my newest toy later, not like the beach dump won't be there tomorrow. Alfred gave her a kind smile and nodded in thanks, stepping inside and placing the Mackinsaur dive case on the coffee table with a heavy thud. Izuku nervously walked back over to the couch with the Bakugos as the butler hero put on some white gloves and unlocked the case, opening it to reveal a collection of files and cash. Bundle upon bundle of what seemed to be pure fresh 10,000 yen bills based on the bank bands still on them, that seemed to Izuku and the Bakugo family to shine brighter than the brightest star in the sky. Nani. I forgot to mention, IM Enterprises has now been censored down to Mr. Midoriya. In fact, as soon as he signs the paperwork in this particular folder, he will be the official owner of one of the largest companies in the world, aside from PepsiCo, Amazon and Disney. The room was so silent for a moment that you could hear a pin drop, with all of the Bakugos and Izuku's minds being totally blank at this revelation. After about 30 seconds of waiting, Alfred got a response to his claim when Mitsuki shot back up out of the chair and pointed to the equally shell-shocked Midoriya. How did that brat inherit censored INGIM? It's elementary, miss. Tamaki Midoriya was the owner of IM, and Izuku is his heir. This is the total amount of money Mr. Midoriya will be inheriting from his great-uncle as well. Alfred handed Izuku an invoice, causing his eyes to almost immediately pop out of his head as he stammered more than a broken radio. 3 trillion yen. Bakugo shoved Izuku aside to get a glimpse of the invoice that was supposedly so Mackinsaur dive, choking on air at the sight. Cough asterisk that has to be censored ing fake. You're a sick scammer, aren't you? Gimme that, boys. What's the big deal? You're probably Mitsuki drawled, only to do a spit take on the tea she had been sipping at. Holy shit, that's a lot of zeros. Did you miss a decimal point or something? Rest censored dured Mrs. Bakugo, that is the real amount and I am a legitimate liaison for the company. I have all the proper documents to prove as such in my case as well if you want to have them looked over. Alfred said with a serene smile on his face. I can also call up our financial department to explain how the audit was performed and how the additional liquid censor debts such as real estate that will be inherited will be affecting Mr. Midoriya in terms of taxes and censor dive income. Mitsuki looked over the documents again for a minute or so, before looking back up at the butler with a gobsmacked expression. If you're not pulling a horrible scam, this means that Mr. Midoriya will become the single most wealthy person in the country of Japan and in the top 50 in the world upon filing this paperwork, yes. Alfred said with a smirk. Why, you mentioned real estate? Izuku stammered, looking like he'd seen a ghost. Ah yes, the properties. You, Mr. Midoriya, are now the proud owner of 14 properties around the world, including 2 small private islands in both the Bahamas and the Philippines. The one I suspect will become your main one would be Wayne Manor in Shizuoka, not far from here, named after Tamaki's mentor, Bruce Wayne. The notorious playboy philanthropist from New York, Masaru questioned. Bruce Wayne had a soft spot for Master Tamaki, as he saw him as his own son. I was not present while he was still alive, but Master Tamaki always had wonderful things to say about him that contradicted his public image. Alfred sniffed, clearly not pleased with people questioning his master's tastes. I have gained much respect for him by proxy, and would implore you to not speak ill of the dead. If I sign this, does that mean I have a job set in stone? Yes, Mr. Midoriya. And you will also receive training in it from me personally per the request of the board, as opposed to some subpar local tutor. Alfred replied, pulling out a pocket watch for a moment from his pocket to check the time before continuing. Trust me. I come recommended in 7 countries as the best business tutor money can buy, and often have families bidding tens of millions of pounds just for a 6-month curriculum taught by me. I will make you the best businessman in history within the 7 years the board has allotted me to be at your side at bare minimum. They have paid for me to follow you through a master's degree in any field you wish to study. So, I have an education and a job all set aside for me, and I'll have enough money to do whatever I want for the rest of my life. Izuku asked. And in the lap of luxury at that, sir. I'll do it. I'll sign the paperwork right now. Izuku declared, more confident than he'd been in his entire life. Katsukui shot him an incredulous look, clearly not expecting such a reaction, while Mitsuki just sighed and nodded, and Masaru got up to grab some pens from the kitchen drawer. Wonderful. Let's get started then. I will go over each document in full with you, so this may take a few hours. The majority is already filled out, it just needs your signature at certain points. Let's begin with the bank transfer paperwork. This file contains everything needed to transfer the ownership of Master Tamaki's account to you, as well as his investment portfolios and stocks. This first page. Shitty Deku, what are you doing? Katsuki slammed his hands on the table, startling everyone else in the room. Pardon? Mr. Katsuki, do I need to report you to the schools? Why no. Deku, you idiot. What about being a hero? Izuku thought about this for the smallest of moments, before letting out a deep sigh and speaking in a weary tone of voice. What can I possibly do to be a hero without money, Katsuki? Go on, tell me to my face what plan you had that would miraculously give your family the funds to cover both of us going to any hero school, let alone UA. I'm waiting. Summer jobs. Scholarships. What crappy summer job would give us enough funds to go to a hero school that isn't illegal? And most of these schools don't do decent scholarships, if any. Exactly. This way, we have the money for enrollment at least. I'll cover you as a thanks to your parents for taking me in. Hell, we can all move into that fancy manor thing if you want to. Besides, I'm quirkless. I'm gonna need equipment to even stand a snowball's chance in hell against everyone else in the practical portion of hero course exams at any school. And I need training in using that equipment. That costs money, Katsuki. Money I don't exactly have right now. I don't exactly have many options. Izuku ranted, clearly desperate to save at the very least his dream. If I do this, I can be the first quirkless hero like Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru have always said I could be. Don't you see that? Money is what's going to make that possible, not just nepotism and luck. Katsuki went silent at that, looking gobsmacked as the reality of the situation really settled in his mind. He slowly reached out and grabbed a pen from where his father had placed them on the coffee table and quietly censored it to Izuku, face somber and pale. It's really shitty that it took all of your family dying for you to catch a break, huh, Deku? 3.5 hours later, Alfred had left the house with all the cash sitting on the coffee table and a promise to return once it was all notarized. Izuku stood from where he'd been sitting on the couch and started counting the bundles, muttering unintelligibly under his breath. He set aside stack after stack in one pile, only leaving 3 of them where they originally were. He put the 3 stacks in his pockets for the moment before scooping up the dozens of bundles and shoving them in Mitsuki's arms, making her blink. Kid, what's all this about? This is for you, don't give it to me. No, You deserve so much more for taking me in despite everything I've done. Use it to get yourself a nicer house and send Katsuki to hero school or something. Kid. We can afford to live well and send that brat to school without your help. Keep the money. Mitsuki tried pushing the money back into his hands. Auntie Mitsuki. I have so much money I will never spend it all even if I tried. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Just take it. Kid. No. I won't take no for an answer. You deserve this so much more than I do. Izuku pushed the money forward, pleading to the explosive woman with his large green watery eyes. I can't even begin to repay you for everything you've done for me and Mom. I can at least give you this. Masaru walked over and gently took the money from his wife, setting it back on the coffee table and doing his own count. He only took 5 bundles himself, looking Izuku straight in the eye as he waved them in his face. We're only taking this much. It's enough to send Katsuki to UA and renovate the kitchen with some extra for a solid emergency fund and any insane ideas Mitsuki comes up with for her revenge. You keep the money you just inherited, got it? No. All of it is yours, I insist. And the market can turn on a dime, kid. For all you know, that company is going to tank in the stock market tomorrow and this and those properties are all you'll have concretely. Keep it. Put it in a savings account, and let it all gain interest so once you get out of school you have enough to survive for a few years of luxury if you can't get a job. If you're smart, this much can last you a solid 30 years, and you need that backup plan more than we do. We have an easier time getting work. You have some of the worst circumstances possible going for you right now. Think ahead more than just the immediate and consider what comes after school. No buts, this is final. We'll take our cut to the bank tomorrow and keep the rest in our safe until you can access your accounts and store it properly. Now, it's getting late so the both of you go get ready to go out and we'll go grab some katsudon on the town and then maybe go get the both of you something nice to make this day a little less shitty. Mitsuki stored away the money in the safe hidden under the floorboards before an evil grin spread across her face. Now then, I think I have some lawyers to call about the way my babies have been treated by their school today. Money talks after all. The evil laughter stemming from Mitsuki caused all 3 men in the room to shudder, while Masaru bent over in between Katsuki and Izuku to whisper. And that, boys, is why I never upset Mitsuki, also a large part of the reason we fell in love. Izuku and Katsuki gaped at Masaru as he stood up and popped his back, walking after his wife with a bit of pep in his step and a grin on his face to the bedroom. After they were both out of earshot, Izuku turned to face Bakugo. Katsuki, your dad is insane. My brain needs a shower. Bakugo retched a bit before regaining his composure. You want to check and see if that new game is out yet? I bet the old hag and old man would buy it for us if we asked based on what they said. Which one? That Doom remake. The really detailed one that comes with the OG ones. Sure. Why not? Izuku and Bakugo walked back over to the couch to continue where they'd left off in their game from before. The following week was an interesting one for Izuku, after having met his board and being officially inducted as the new president of IM Enterprises. After having moved all of his old belongings into the mansion from the storage unit, he found he still had 90% of the mansion space left over that had currently been untouched in the seemingly infinite amount of space. This left him with days of having nothing to do but explore the numerous halls and rooms of his home, wandering around like a depressed zombie. He would enter a room, look around, take a seat or stand at a window for a little while, and then leave and wander the halls some more. It was extremely overwhelming, going from living in a fairly average apartment to bunking with Katsuki to having a bedroom bigger than the aforementioned apartment in its entirety. The only time he deviated from his routine was when his new butler took him to get business attire in a shop he'd never heard of and felt far too poor to enter despite the reality of his situation. Alfred saw the depressive state his young charge was in, and decided to follow him in his exploration one day after one of the many business meetings they attended. Young master, might I suggest exploring the grounds and not simply wandering the halls? Alfred called out as Izuku censored at him, a grim-looking Stan Lee beside him. The board member had come to check on how his new teenage boss was faring in his new home, and it clearly wasn't well. Izuku paused in his slow shuffle and looked up. eyes baggy from over a week of poor sleep and hair greasy from not showering in a couple days. He blinked slowly before nodding and turning towards a short hall that led into the traditional garden in the main yard of the manor, flinching at the bright sunlight that hit his face after so long in a dimly lit building. That boy needs something to give him the motivation to keep going, Alfred. Lee sighed, adjusting his aviator-style GL sensors. Anything is fine, he just needs to learn that grief can't totally consume you beyond functioning in this world. Life keeps going despite what it throws at us, after all. I believe he is still going to attempt to be a hero, sir. I have caught him doing some basic training when he isn't acting like this, and he clearly has the physique of a boy his age who hasn't been at it for a while. Still, continued exercise will help. Alfred recensured his old friend. I do wonder if he will discover the caverns this manor is built on soon. They would be great for him to practice climbing in. The butler smiled and walked over towards Izuku, watching him look around the dead-end hall he ended up in. Better not be the way Tamaki found them. Didn't he break his leg when that happened? Lee muttered before jogging briefly to catch up to his friend and boss. As if on cue, Izuku opened a door he'd never gone through that caught his eye and had to duck under several bats flying out of what looked like a path into a dungeon. It also didn't help that there was only an old, creaky, metal stairway with no railing leading directly into the cavern. What is this? Great Uncle Tamaki had some strange interior designing taste. Quite, Master Midoriya. This mansion was actually formed on the site of a prehistoric meteor crash that formed underground caverns. Tamaki intended to transform this section of the caverns into a separate room, but his plans never came to be censored. Alfred informed Izuku in a bemused tone of voice. All that crazy bastard managed to do was install this death trap and some work lights before he got caught up in other deals and forgot all about this place. Lee groused as he flicked on the lights and revealed the rest of the cavern, which was dimly lit by the work lights. Last I heard, the biggest issue was some kind of infestation in there that made construction be put on hold. Izuku slowly and methodically traveled down the stairs, not wanting to take a painful fall similar to the one his great uncle had taken years ago. Upon arriving at the bottom, Izuku found some disconnected fires and equipment left abandoned in the caverns while vermin scurried across the ground. He stood in the middle of the main section of the caverns, slowly turning around as he took in the sights around him with a furrowed brow. Right as he turned to go a bit deeper and see what else was down there, a swarm of spooked bats flew through the main cavern and down a tunnel, forcing him to duck to avoid getting hit. It was then he saw a sight on the ground a couple of yards away that hit him deep in his empathetic heart. A large and angry-looking rat menacing an unfortunate and frightened group of mice that it had managed to back into the corner and planned to eat. This is what it's like out there. People just like Mom left to starve and get killed by villains and thugs while heroes go about their merry way and ignore everyone that won't make them famous. How do we manage to change things for people if no one is willing to stop the scum that wanders in the night? As if God himself was listening in on Izuku's internal rant, a single bat that had been separated from the ground flew past one of the worn lights and cast a large shadow across the group of animals on the ground. While it was the runt of its own flock, the shadow cast was large enough to startle the rat and scare it away into the darkness. Taking the opportunity, the group of mice scurried away as quick as their little paws could carry them, all the while Izuku watched and let his mind race. Rats are like villains, and villains are a superstitious, cowardly lot. Izuku thought to himself as his somber expression morphed into one of furious determination, and he made his way back up the rickety metal staircase. Master Midoriya, is everything all right? Alfred asked. It's been almost 5 minutes since we last heard anything down there. Izuku jumped, not realizing he'd zoned out for that long. He shook his head and made his way back over to the stairs, a much more determined look on his face as an idea began to form in his head. Alfred, you're a hero, right? He called up the stairs right as he reached them. I am. Is there an issue regarding that? No. I was just wondering if you'd mind training me in exchange for some extra cash on top of what the board is paying you. I think I should start working a bit earlier than accepted. I wouldn't charge you a single yen more for such a thing, young master. It's included in what I was hired to teach you should you request it. The only thing I cannot do is officially take you on as an apprentice in the sense of public status. Alfred told him, curious as to what the young man was going towards. Of course, I do have other obligations. Do you have anyone else to help with your training in the event I'm unavailable? Izuku opened his phone up and looked at the number he'd been given about a week ago by a certain underground hero. Maybe, I need to ask first. Excelsior! Stan Lee exclaimed in excitement when he deciphered what Izuku and Alfred were discussing. That this could be the opportunity of a lifetime. A quirkless hero has never been done, and you could be the first. But wait, what about vigilante laws? I have encountered several in my lifetime that have not been arrested for such things due to not using their quirks for vigilante actions. Since young Master Midoriya doesn't have a quirk, it would be legally impossible in Japan to charge him. So even if he can't get a license the normal way, he can still do hero work? Exactly, Mr. Lee. The only issue is if he wishes to be public about this, as that would require a license to start an agency so he can be legitimate. If they won't take me seriously as a hero candidate as I am now, I guess I'll have to force them into thinking I'm not some wannabe hero. Besides, I'd rather stick to the shadows and actually do good work than be on TV for more than business stuff. Izuku declared. After all, both of my possible trainers are infamous underground heroes, and they're far better than the mainstream pros. And who might this other hero be, young master? Eraserhead. In response to this, Stan Lee turned to face the retired pro. Things are about to get way more interesting for us. Old friend? I suppose so, Mr. Lee. Alfred hummed, taking out his pocket watch and checking the time. Young master, it seems it is time for us to go to your dinner with the C-suite and the heads of our subsidiaries. Do I have to? I don't know anything about going to things like that. Izuku groaned. It's just a social gathering, not a business meeting. Just focus on being a good host and everything will be fine. Worst case scenario, I will be there to guide you and you can claim needing to get to bed to leave early. They will be understanding as you are so young and many of them are parents or grandparents. Izuku sighed and followed Alfred and Lee down the hall towards where his current personal car, a vintage Bentley, was parked in its garage. While he was excited for his new heroic plan, boring business tasks still weighed on him since none of it made any sense just yet. Meanwhile, Alfred had a deadly plan forming in his own mind, one that would get his charge up to snuff in just under 4 months if all went accordingly. A plan that would leave little time if any to sulk and become a grief-stricken zombie once more. Thursday, September 27th. It's been 6 months since that day. The day Jack Napier walked into my life and took the only person who made me feel like I was worth something. A lot has changed since then. I'm the wealthiest man in the country at only 15. I managed to become well-versed in business, to the point of being on par with an adult. I went from a scrawny wimp to a lean fighter with help from my trainers. And more importantly, I finally became something I never thought I would be, a hero. It's a different feeling than I thought it would be. I thought I would be like All Might, where people could see my smile and know that everything would be okay. But I found that that's not how the world really works. It's not what it needs, at least. No, I had to be feared, a mere myth. I've only been on the streets as a vigilante for a couple weeks, but word about me has already started to spread. Villains are in their element at night, ready to rob, murder, and rape anyone they please. But the thing is, I'm waiting too. I'm watching in secret, my plain face not bringing any attention, just a normal teenager in the crowd. But then they try hurting someone, and that's when I step in. I guess I've become a nocturnal animal. As expected, villains became more active in all places at night, and Shizuoka, Japan was no different. It was a not very well kept secret that just outside the district that Wayne Manor was located in was one of the worst parts of town, where many people avoided at night due to how many villains lurked in the alleys. It was perfect for Izuku, as it meant he could make a difference without having to worry about long commutes to his patrol area. He would leave at around 10 at night and patrol until 3 a.m., typically busting at least 2 crimes in progress over the course of his route. In particular, this night was fairly slow, with only 3 crimes occurring: a robbery of a convenience store, a small gang riot in front of government buildings, and one far more sinister by one of the world's oldest villain groups. However, as the robber left the store with the stolen goods, a bright flash rose into the air all of a sudden and briefly lit up the clouds of the night sky. All of a sudden, a bat-like shadow had been blasted onto the clouds, and he began to panic. He's real. Oh, censored, he's real. He's real. The robber began to anxiously search his surroundings for any sign of danger, before realizing he'd been left exposed to a darkened part of the street a mere feet from where he was standing. Now scared out of his mind, he threw his bag of loot back in the direction of the store as if it were a bomb, before taking off as fast as he could in the opposite direction. I made myself a signal. Disposable natural lights that decompose in the air after a short while. It sends a message to all the criminals out there. A warning of incoming punishment and capture. Musutafu is big, I can't be everywhere. But they don't know where I am. The rioters and teenaged vandals menacing the government offices had similar reactions when they saw the bat marking the clouds above them, panicking and dispersing just enough for the cops to arrest several of them before they all got away. One in particular dropped their spray paint in a panic, which rolled into the darkness of the buildings and sides before them. No, 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 no. The man hyperventilated a bit, before separating from the rest of the group and making a break for it. They think that I'm hiding in the shadows, but in reality, I am the shadows. I am the night. One cannot separate me from a crowd, from a dark corner. I blend in and only reveal myself in the last moment before I strike, if I even give a warning. My trainers made sure I never developed the bad habits of many pros, never letting me become accustomed to having the time to give improvised speeches or letting me pull odd moves designed to look impressive rather than be practical. After all, the quicker I take the scum out, the less time they have to hurt innocent people. Only one gang had no fear in their hearts at the moment, as they were deep underground in the subways of the city, far out of the warning's view. At present, they were riding along the subway in a small group, having waited for the perfect victim to enact cruel retribution upon their mere existence. This victim came in the form of a young man with a lizard-like mutant quirk, who casually sat down on the subway with earbuds tuned in. Hey, doctor. That lizard freak just had the nerve to sit down next to us regular people. I think he needs to be taught a lesson. The man he was speaking to was in his late 50s, with messy black hair, thin GL sensors, and an ugly deformed face. Was Haruto Shigeru, better known amongst his followers as Dr. Death. He was a cruel man, and a high-ranking member of the creature rejection clan that sought out to make life miserable for those of mutation-type quirks. And it happened to be that he and his men were on the hunt for victims that night. Once the train slowed to a stop, the lizard man casually walked off at his stop, before noticing the group in masks was now trailing him. Look, I just want to get home from work and go to sleep. Can you please just leave me alone? The lizard-like man sighed when he spotted them approaching, clearly used to such interactions. The creature rejection clan ignored his request, instead ganging up on him and Macansoried before pinning him to the wall. Now very frightened, the young man struggled and panicked as he tried to release himself from their grip. Look, you want money for your stupid freak tax? Take whatever's in my wallet. I just want to go home. You think we want your filthy animal money? We want you out of the city and back in the caves where you belong. Freaks like you don't belong around decent normal people like us. Dr. Death growled at the young man, as he continued trying to free himself from the mob. You act like you're a human, but you're really just a talking gecko. You're no better than an animal. Use your quirk on him, doctor. I want to see him writhe around on the ground like a dying eel. The lizard man became even more frantic in trying to escape, lashing out as best he could to try and shove the thugs holding him down off with panic in his eyes as Dr. Death laughed evilly and approached him with hands beginning to drip thick poison that sizzled on the concrete floor of the station. However, he suddenly stopped short of touching him with the toxins. I'll let you boys take the first few pieces. Leave him alive so we can make an example of this freak. Besides, I don't need more murder charges. The animal censor eaters that run the Ministry of Justice will try to stick to me. Dr. Death backed away from the unfortunate young man, while the rest of his gang closed in. This'll be fun. One thug drawled as he drew a knife and brought it closer to their victim's face. But all of a sudden, the blade was knocked out of his hand by a throwing knife that came from the darkened P-sensor gaugeways nearby. The knife was also attached to a wire, which wrapped itself tightly around his arm and jabbed into his wrists before he was harshly pulled towards the darkness by an unseen force. What the foo? Help! Help! The man shouted for help in terror for a few moments as he was dragged into the shadow, before letting out a blood-curdling scream that chilled his fellow thugs to the core. After a minute of waiting in silence, a bat-like figure wearing a black, bulletproof hero costume with pointed ears, a cape that draped around like a pair of wings, and a dark green bat insignia on its chest came out of the P-Sensor Dage way with a ghostly candor to his step, dragging the bleeding and barely conscious thug alongside him. The entire gang stood still as he approached, some stepping back in fear and some chuckling at the sudden arrival of the sole vigilante. Only Dr. Death seemed unaffected by his arrival, and made more poison from his fingertips. Who are supposed to Dr. Death didn't get the chance to speak before the figure popped him square in the face, and proceeded to beat his head in with terrifying ferocity. Half a minute into the beating, Dr. Death dropped to the ground only for the vigilante to continue punching and kicking him about the head, chest, and groin. After the villain was down on the ground, barely conscious and bleeding profusely from his nose and several scratches on his head, the Batman looked down and growled at him in an inhuman tone, "I'm vengeance." It was at this point those members of the clan who had been laughing before went dead quiet, while those who were already unnerved by the sudden appearance of Batman had slowly begun to back away from the man with the lizard quirk and drop any weapons they had. Despite this, several of the thugs still seemed determined to finish what they'd started, and were furious with the Batman for his attack on their in particular stepped forward, levitating the gravel from the station's ground to form small gauntlets on both arms before charging the vigilante. Damn bat freak. The gravel quirk user threw a punch at Batman which was easily dodged, giving the vigilante an opportunity to grab his arm, pull him in, and judo throw him into the crowd to take out several other clan members at once. One of the ones who weren't immediately knocked out by this move retaliated by firing off his own quirk, letting several dark brown bubbles with a distinct smell secrete from his skin and quickly float towards the Batman. Batman saw this coming though, and pulled in another thug with a spike quirk that had just lunged towards him as a human shield. An explosion consumed the thug and knocked him out of the fight, while the vigilante rolled away and threw another bat-shaped knife at the gas bubble user which hit him in the side and sent him to the ground. Quirk. Propane bubbles. I'm guessing from the smell you can turn bodily fluids into highly flammable bubbles of natural gas that detonate at body temperature. Powerful, but useless if you can't hit your target. You little bastard. One of the other thugs tried charging the bat from behind while he was low to the ground, only for his legs to be swept out from under him by the vigilante. Before he had time to react, Batman had already picked him up and started using him as a human shield against the quirk of another thug, who could make weak blades of wind by snapping. Once he got in close enough, Batman gave the thug a right cross from behind his human shield before cornering him against a wall and beating him with his barely conscious and bleeding comrade. Within mere minutes, both thugs were unconscious and smeared in each other's blood, as the vigilante dropped them to the floor. Oh, censored. This bastard isn't pulling punches. What kind of wannabe hero fights like a villain? A thug exclaimed in fear, voice wavering as he backed up before bolting out of the subway as fast as his legs could carry him. Unfortunately, he didn't get far, as the vigilante had thrown a set of boleadors that had tied him up by the legs. With most of the other gang members down for the count, one desperate villain with a taser quirk got back up after the previous judo throw and grabbed the distracted lizard man by the throat. Hey Bat. You're a hero, right? You wanna fight dirty? Well, I can too. You wouldn't let me harm this poor innocent freak just to bring me in, right? Batman didn't say anything, he just twisted and flung a batarang at the hand on the lizard's throat. It landed true, jamming itself deep in the villain's hand and making him instinctively let go and grasp at his injured appendage. This gave the vigilante an opening to quickly take care of him, shooting forward to punch him square in the face before savagely beating him about the head. Cowardly scum. Batman spat at the villain before looking around to see that the entire group had finally either been knocked out, dazed or restrained except for Dr. Death, who was cowering in fear by the stairs after using the chaos to get up and try sneaking away. Where do you think you're going, Doctor? I thought you wanted a beating, or are you scared of a little retribution? In response to this, Dr. Death cowered and whimpered for a minute more before speeding up the staircase and leaving his men to the mercy of the mad vigilante. Instead of pursuing the villain immediately, Batman turned to the shell-shocked, would-be victim of the creature rejection clan standing alone amongst their beaten and unconscious bodies. Are you all right? Did they hurt you before I came? And no, thanks, I think. The man muttered, a bit intimidated by his savior. It's what I do. Here's some change, there's a payphone right over there for you to call the police. Have them examine you just in case, okay? That one idiot had a quirk with G-sensors involved, and Dr. Death is known for poison for a reason. The Batman threw the lizard man about 1,000 yen worth of bills before continuing his pursuit of Dr. Death up the stairs. By this point the villain had already made his way into the dark street above, and was looking for any avenue of escape from the vigilante he was sure was still hot on his heels. Upon hearing footsteps slowly ascending the nearby staircase, he panicked and ran into the nearby parking lot, where an office worker was casually unlocking their car after working the night shift. Taking the opportunity, Dr. Death prepared his quirk and menacingly approached her. Move out of the way, lady. What? Get out of the car or I'll melt your censored ing face off. Dr. Death yelled in a panic as he showed off the dark violet poison emerging from his hand, before using his free hand to pull the woman away from her car and jumping in with the keys still inside. With the Batman approaching quickly out of the corner of his eye, the doctor floored the gas pedal and sped out of the parking lots and into the streets of Musutafu. After making it a couple miles and several turns down the road, Dr. Death looked behind to see an empty rearview mirror and desolate street. Now confident of his safety, the villain began to cathartically laugh and cheer as he'd seemed to have escaped the Batman ha. Censored on that, you psychotic mutant shithead. I'll have all the time in the world to get back at you now. No one censors with Dr. Death and gets away with it. Dr. Death's celebration was short-lived, however, as his escape vehicle started rumbling and making a hideous grinding noise as it slowed to a stop in the middle of the road. He anxiously poked his head out from the car to see what the issue was, only to find that 3 out of 4 of the tires had fallen off the rims, with the sole remaining one having the same throwing knife lodged into it. Making matters even worse for him was the light of a motorbike approaching the car from behind, being driven by the same familiar figure. Batman pulled on the driver's side window, looking Dr. Death straight in the eyes with the glare of a demon censordo, inciting gang violence, carjacking. You're trying to make me grumpy, aren't you, Doctor? Before Batman could even touch the car, Dr. Death had already leapt out the P-Censoredinger's side door and began sprinting into the nearby alleyways, not taking a second to look back. Before long, he'd made it into a better lit, more crowded area of the city where many ordinary civilians seemed to be enjoying Musutafu's nightlife. Still not feeling safe in the slightest, he looked all around him for any trace of the brutal vigilante hunting him, only to notice the distinct shadow of the bat signal still marking the clouds. What's with that weird light on the clouds? A girl in the crowd pointed it out to a friend she'd been walking with. I dunno, maybe it's an advertisement. Her friend theorized, looking just as confused. Is some new hero trying to upstage the older ones again? An older businessman scoffed, sipping a can of sake from the nearby konbini. What other flashy bullshit is going to happen if they're making censoring beacons for heroes now? Here. It's been far too long since they focused on being effective. An old man cried, shaking his cane at the light. You young folks don't even bother doing your damn job anymore. What if it's not a hero? What if it's another villain again? A woman groaned, with a mix of fear and annoyance in her face. Dr. Death tuned the bickering and chattering of the nearby crowd out, focusing only on the shadowed clouds till he noticed something approaching slowly from the alleys through his peripheral vision. Though he'd been moving slower to not attract unnecessary attention, the Batman hadn't been far behind. No. Stay away from me. Oh God, please help me, the villain screamed, drawing the attention of the crowd as he began to bolt down the street before desperately trying to blend in with the others, knowing the vigilante was still hunting him from his nearby voice. What gives you the right to attack people because of how they look? You think you're some sort of God-given messenger? No, you're just a sick censored who likes causing pain. Batman growled furiously as he slowly but surely blended into the crowd around Dr. Death, becoming totally invisible. Have you ever considered the people you hurt have lives, souls, family, friends? The terror you make them feel when you and your cronies seek them out just to torture them? The pain and heartbreak you cause their families when the police have to tell them they're dead because of you. I'll make you understand, Haruto Shigeru. You'll never know peace again as long as you walk these streets as a villain, because I am here. Dr. Death began to feel tears stream down his face from the fear he felt, swallowing his pride and doing the one thing he knew he really shouldn't be doing with the numerous warrants out for his arrest. He turned down a specific alley despite the fear of Batman at his tail, quickly crossing into a district with several hero agencies and a shopping mall he normally avoided like the plague. He ran down the slightly less crowded streets, hoping that the vigilante would have a harder time blending in, before coming across a well-lit building that seemed to have a small conference going on inside. He felt most of his fear disappear into relief when he read the words on the sign hanging in the front windows of the building. Kamui Woods Hero Agency. Always hiring sidekicks, ignoring his pride and common sense, the doctor sprinted towards the building as fast as his legs could carry him, crashing through the door where several of the daytime heroes in Shizuoka waited. They seemed to have just finished the bulk of their conference and begun a traditional office drinking party. Many high-profile heroes were here out of costume. Ingenium, Death Arms, Mount Lady, Gang Orca, Best Jeanist and more were either well on their way to drunk or simply noshing on the free food, as were the dozens of sidekicks loitering around trying to socialize. That is, till they noticed the sudden appearance of the panicked and bleeding man who'd stumbled into the office. Who the censored is this guy? A drunk sidekick slurred, pointing at Dr. Death with the hand holding a pair of chopsticks and a dumpling. Sorry sir, he's really new to hero protocol when it comes to injured civilians. Do you want us to call for an ambulance? Kamui Woods stepped up, confused as to what the man was doing there but also concerned for his health. No. Don't send me back out there. That bat freak is still out there. That freak with the bat quirk is gonna kill me. Bat quirk? Death Arms muttered, face flushed from alcohol. I'm Dr. Death. Haruto Shigeru. I'm the high priest of the creature rejection clan. Just tonight me and my men were looking for freaks to drive from the city, but the bat jumped us. He's a censored ING monster. Wait. What are you going on about? Did you get hit by a psychic quirk without your knowledge, sir? Gang Orca asked, standing from where he'd been sitting on a couch and swaying a little before leveling out his balance. Whoa, I think I need to stop with the shots now. No. I'm a criminal, a villain. I've murdered 32 people and robbed banks in every prefecture. Here, I'll prove it. The panicked villain shouted, pulling out his wallet and showing his ID to the heroes. See? It's my only legit ID that I keep on hand since I'm not as well known here. I've committed other crimes too. I've stolen goods from stores. I've carjacked people. I've committed tax fraud, pirated tentacle hentai, and I jaywalk on the regular. Even on highways. Just take me to prison. Away from him. Please. I'm begging you. The once proud Dr. Death proceeded to drop to his knees and have a screaming breakdown in front of the heroes, sobbing his eyes out and rambling about a bat in terror. Ingenium, as one of the only fully sober heroes in the room thanks to the rules regarding him and his quirk, walked over and grabbed him by the chin to look at his eyes and smell his breath. He's completely sober, just really freaked out. I'm calling the cops. If this man is telling even half the truth, he's got warrants and just had a run-in from some kind of new vigilante. Heard about a vigilante in a batsuit who dangled a serial rapist off a roof from Eraser not long ago. It's probably them. Sighed the speedster, pulling out his work phone and dialing the police hero communications line to get a squad over. His declaration about a vigilante made the whole room go dead quiet, as they all knew what that meant for their future. They had a dangerous new rival now, one that was breaking the law and that had enough funding for a suit that made them look more like a hero than usual. Said vigilante had trailed Dr. Death into the streets, but was now in civilian clothes and blended in with the crowd. Confident that Shigeru wouldn't be causing any more trouble that night, Izuku vanished into the streets of Musutafu with a satisfied smirk on his freckled face. And that's how Midnight manages her love life. The news anchor on screen said to the audience, before looking at his notes again and reading off of them. Now for a look at the economic state of the world, we'll go to. Naomasa hardly paid attention to the news, as he instead spent his time perusing through the numerous case files he'd been given over the past few weeks. While crime as a whole had still been at an all-time low worldwide since Japan's symbol of peace came onto the scene years ago, new notorious villains had continued to pop and evade capture in the long term, especially after hours. One such villain that had been giving even the most experienced underground heroes the runaround in the southern parts of Japan was a clown-like fiend known only by the codename given to him by the police, the Joker. Moving south in silence after a brief debut in Shizuoka where he terrorized an unfortunate gas station clerk into insanity, the Joker started his own gang and created a culture of fear in the underworlds of Hiroshima, Yamaguchi, and Shimane. During his travels, he tormented villains and civilians alike with no apparent rhyme or reason for his crimes aside from the occasional robbery. Making matters worse was despite his insanity, the Joker actually seemed to be very intelligent with the use of his hallucination quirk, using it not only to psychologically torture his victims but also toy with heroes who came to capture him. One of his favorite methods of this would be giving the heroes the vision that they'd easily won the battle and were getting showered by praise, while in reality he was making his escape to another hideaway. While requests had been put in for heroes that counteract his quirk like Eraserhead to travel south and deal with the insane villain, many such heroes often worked as hero educators and simply didn't have time to travel to the southern prefecture's Joker favored tormenting as long as midterms went on. It seemed for now to Naomasa that the Joker's reign of terror would unfortunately continue with no hero or villain capable of stopping him at the moment. However, there was one hero who had been gaining interest in the case since word of it started spreading and seemed determined to bring the self-titled clown prince of crime down, that being Toshinori Yagi, better known as All Might. The symbol of peace had spent the past 6 months trying to divide his 3 hours worth of hero work across all hours instead of just daytime, having taken more shift hours with his agency than ever before to keep the relatively high crime rates in central Japan's moonlit hours under control. He'd also been digging deeper through the police reports that the Hero Public Safety Commission had been giving him, determined to not let another Jack Napier slip through the cracks. At present he was wandering into his friend's detective office with a large cup of coffee in hand, before sitting down and taking a large gulp of the caffeinated beverage. "Another late night, Toshinori?" the detective asked, a bit concerned with how hard All Might had been pushing himself. The taller man responded with a large yawn, looking dead on his feet from a lack of decent sleep. "I'll take that a yes. Your injuries haven't gotten any better, old friend, and you can't be the symbol of peace if you work yourself into an early grave. I can't afford to rest as long as evil is awake and causing trouble, Naomasa. You aren't alone in this, old friend. At least rely on your sidekicks a bit more, if not hire a few new ones now that you're down to only Night Eye. He still doesn't talk to me, remember? Besides, I need to prepare myself to fight this Joker character. The last time I let someone with a power like his wander free, they did something I can't ever forgive." Toshinori growled as he sipped his coffee and remembered the incident from 6 months ago. "What happened with Jack Napier 6 months ago wasn't your fault, Toshinori. You couldn't have known about him with the information you were given. It still doesn't negate the fact that an innocent boy had to witness a death before him. Hell, from what I gathered, Napier killed his mother in front of him, so that makes it 2. Toshinori growled and slammed his fists on the table. "And that's not even counting the child he shot and all the other people he hurt. Toshinori, listen to me. It wasn't your fault. That man was a serial killer who only a few underground heroes even knew existed, and had a very hard to negate quirk. No one, except maybe Eraserhead, had the potential to face him fairly, and most villains like him really don't play fair. He was a bad matchup for your first glimpse into the world of the night and dark alleys, but it was bound to happen eventually. The only reason most heroes these days are oblivious to the existence of these kinds of issues is because the villains like Napier and Joker typically keep to the shadows and direct gangs of lesser villains so they can keep committing crimes longer without being caught." As if on cue, the news report turned back to the horned anchor from before, who now began discussing breaking news in a more serious tone. In more recent developments, the cult leader and terrorist villain Haruto Shigeru, better known amongst his followers and victims as Dr. Death, has been captured and detained by police once again. Oh great, him again. Naomasa rolled his eyes, having dealt with the exploits of Dr. Death and the Creature Rejection Clan numerous times in the past. Interestingly enough, he turned himself into the heroes after what reportedly was a retaliatory attack by a possible new vigilante. The released statements from his followers who were arrested and hospitalized around the same time claim that the man in question is a raspy-voiced individual with a small stature who seems to have some kind of mutation quirk. Reports have been made that in the past few weeks, a strange signal has appeared in the sky on the same nights that villains have been attacked by this vigilante, and that attempts to find the source of these signals have proven fruitless. All Might and Naomasa looked at one another before the detective turned up the volume on the TV, both wondering where this story was going. A vigilante like this rarely made it to the news, let alone after being revealed to have caused a notorious bigot and murderer to turn himself in instead of having to deal with said vigilante on the streets. The footage turned to the victim of last night's quirkest attack, a man with a lizard quirk named Shuichi Iguchi, who looked very excited as he talked about his savior on camera. And he was so cool. He had these knife things that he threw around like a ninja and a bunch of wires, and man did he not pull punches. At one point he grabbed this one guy and used him as a shield, and he gave me more than enough money to call the cops when he was done, and there was enough left over to get a snack while I waited for them to show up and take my statement, so I ended up not fully missing dinner again. Oh. And he had the coolest costume, like this thing that looked like a cross between a ninja suit and a SWAT uniform with a hood and cape that made him look kinda like a Batman. Did you see him use his quirk? No? I don't think so, at least. He really only did some ninja shit like most of the heroes I see at night. You see a lot of these fights then, sir? With vigilantes? No underground heroes at night? Yeah. My area is kinda shit. I was heading home from work when I got attacked, but before that Dr. Death's censored hole could kill me, he decided to let his thugs do the work for him. That Batman showed up and fought them all by himself pretty fast before they could do more than freak me out. All reports of him say he was fairly short. What's your estimate on his exact height? Can you give a good description of him? I'd say he was about, I dunno, 160, 165 centimeters. He had some kind of mesh on his cowl's eyeholes, so I didn't get a good look at his eyes, but his mouth was exposed and showed he had a normal skin tone. It was hard to really tell much, he was pretty covered up. For all I know, he's got a vampire quirk or weird eyes or some shit. I see. Thank you for your time, Iguchi-san. As the interview came to an end, All Might and Naomasa watched the screen with interest. A vigilante with a bat suit and throwing knives. That sounds like a call Eraserhead responded to a few weeks ago. Eraserhead. Yes, a small gang of villains broke into a home to rob the family inside, and one of them attempted to censoriously censor a young woman as well. The vigilante intervened and they were all found either tied up or beaten senseless. The sick pedo bastard we found dangling from the roof half mad with spinal fractures. Ironically, the way he was hanging was keeping them still enough to not render him paralyzed or worse, according to the doctors at the prison hospital he was sent to. Haruto Shigeru has reportedly been taken to Arkham Correctional Facility, and will be held there pending trial. The news footage showed the laughing mad Dr. Death being led through Arkham's gates by an exhausted-looking Ingenium, before cutting back to the anchor. He has confessed to a variety of crimes not initially included in his warrants, and an investigation into said claims is currently underway. His trial is set for 1 month from now, allowing time for him to receive a full mental evaluation per request of the police chief due to his actions that led to his arrest and his videos on HeroTube containing concerning moments. Didn't I capture him once, Naomasa? He broke out of the holding facility he was in with help from his followers. He then dropped out of sight for a good 9 months before starting to post more videos again, this time with an untraceable computer. Now that he's in Arkham, he's gonna have a much harder time getting free, in theory. What's so theoretical about that? It's one of the best mental facilities for housing villains, right? Well, it's been struggling to keep funding since it's not been used for very many notable villains, to the point of taking on some civilians over the years who had a first offense and slightly above average quirks. At this rate, it'll probably either go fully civilian or shut down entirely in the next 5 years. Naomasa sighed, gesturing to the image of Dr. Death in the facility that was on the screen next to the anchor as he discussed the history of the facility. If you look close enough, you can see what I mean. It needs serious renovations and upgrades to keep up with the patients and prisoners, things they don't have the money for even with the government grants. I heard a rumor that it's starting to get new sponsors in the form of some of the richest people in the country out of desperation. It's a public facility, though. How come it's doing something only private ones can? It's not public, it's actually privately owned by a collective of several hospitals across the nation and a few drug companies. The board is up to be replaced soon, so hopefully whoever gets those roles next will finally do something about whatever is leaving it so run down. Here we have some of the heroes who were there when Dr. Death stumbled into Kamui Woods' agency, including the man himself. Tell me, what were your thoughts on the matter? A field reporter pointed a microphone in the face of some of the witnesses to Shigeru's arrest, regaining the attention of those in the office. Not gonna lie, I thought I was hallucinating from drinking too much. We were having a drinking party after a conference concluded, and let's just say not many of us were completely sober. One hero, who was notably just out of being a sidekick, chuckled nervously, getting smacked upside the head by Kamui Woods for his honesty. Forgive him. He's still not used to interviews like this. He is right, though. Most of us were drunk at that point in time, so we thought it was a prank or joke until that man ran in rambling about some kind of attack. What are your opinions on this new vigilante, Woods? I find him to be a Mackinsor dive problem. Upon asking around if anyone else had encountered him, we learned he'd been the one supposedly responsible for several other incidents that all included injury reports that have possibly permanently disabled several people. They may be villains, but no one should have their spine broken or a brain swell simply for breaking a law. But isn't it true that you heroes also sometimes cause such injuries? Yes, but we get reprimanded and are required to pay out anyone who ends up disabled up to a certain amount due to our fights. Villains are the exception, but it is still not good practice to leave someone fighting for their life if you can help it. I personally think this man is being extremely reckless, to the point he may cause more of a rift between heteromorphs like me and standard folks in the future due to his threat level. Gang Orca explained, looking a bit pissed off. If he even is one, after all he reportedly wears some kind of cowl that makes it difficult to get a read on his face. If he's faking it, it's even worse, as it would then seem like he's appropriating the struggle of those of us with extreme physical mutation quirks just to throw off the cops so he can continue to break the law. Yeah, well, I think it's cool he managed to scare a guy that bad into just handing himself over. It means he's learning to not rely entirely on potentially lethal moves, which, given he's attacking people who slip through the cracks, means we won't have to worry about the crime rate being as high as it is at night much longer, hopefully. Present Mike interjected, looking a little irritated at the comments of the other heroes. Besides, for all we know, he is just some poor teen who can't afford going to school and getting a license. I've had to deal with tons of kids coming up to me crying their eyes out around the start of the school year begging to know if there's a scholarship available for UA students they can use since they got in on the waitlist due to not being able to pay up front. Not even just Hero CL censored, I'm talking general ed, support and business too. What makes you think he's so young? People are short too, you know. The fact that he's so short is a factor, yeah. But also the fact that according to my underground contacts he's been slightly changing his strategies each time like he's learning in the field. There's also reports from those he's taken down of him muttering in a different voice that sounds way younger than the one he puts on, hinting at him not even having his voice actually drop fully yet. Mike drawled, hands on his hips as he leaned down to look the camera dead on. Also, what kind of adult ever goes into vigilante work? No, seriously, think about it. Every vigilante that gets caught is under 25 and poor as hell, and once they reveal themselves or retire they are typically seen again as at most 30-year-old bouncers or security guards within the next 5 years. If he's anything like the others, he's gonna be pretty young and broke. What about you, sir? You seem to be a civilian. What's your opinion on this new vigilante who managed to take out a large extremist group? That's Eraserhead, he's an underground hero. One of the sidekicks snickered. He always looks homeless. Something about it helping him blend in at night. Everyone who knows him thinks it's because he's lazy, though. Oh, do you have a different stance, though? I think he's needed. Us underground heroes are the ones who interact with vigilantes the most, and usually arrest them as well. The average vigilante can only last 2 months before arrest or getting killed in action, if that. It's far more common for them to die after only 3 weeks if they are under the age of 20. They start in the most dangerous parts of the nation by virtue of what makes a vigilante go that route, and this one is working in an area with a lot of organized crime issues. That means he's against the worst of the worst who have access to things like guns, steroids, and gas weapons. The sole fact that this guy has managed to regularly defeat extremely problematic people and get them turned in, and for over that 3-week time frame. He's got potential. Eraserhead deadpanned, clearly exhausted. He also happens to have an impressive fighting style based on security camera footage I've been shown, one that seems inspired by several underground heroes right down to how dirty he plays. He isn't getting caught up in the theatrics of being a hero. He's focusing on actual issues, and he's careful to not hurt victims and bystanders. That alone would make him prime underground hero material. The fact I doubt he's using his quirk during most of it making him even more of a good candidate. So you're saying you'd want this man as a hero? I'm saying I wouldn't mind teaming up if I had to. Like I said, us underground folks interact with vigilantes a lot more, and that includes temporary team-ups in exchange for turning a blind eye for the night. Besides, as long as he's proven to not be using a quirk in fights, he can't be prosecuted as harshly. All reported weapons are staunchly within the allowances for civilians. He isn't killing anyone, and he's only attacking people who are committing actual serious crime. He might get vigilante charges since he's initiating the fights, or censordo charges from how he's hurting his victims, but nothing that would end with him in prison for longer than 5 years. Interesting. I don't think many would consider that view. Gunhead, Death Arms, you've been fairly quiet. Do you have any thoughts on this situation? Well, the security feed footage does show that this vigilante is extremely skilled for a possible teenager at hand-to-hand, which is impressive. I just wish they weren't being so reckless. Many villains carry my namesake around despite the laws, usually unreliable DIY ones, but guns nonetheless. Anyone can be killed in an instant by them. It's why a lot of us heroes wear costumes that incorporate body armor if we work in an area with high rates of organized crime, and therefore higher rates of successful gun builds. Gunhead has a point. I'd rather this kid take our word to heart and stop pulling these stunts. The help in cleaning up the streets is nice, but the law is written the way it is for a good reason. If this vigilante were to reach out to the commission, I'm certain they could figure out a way to get him into their program for underprivileged kids who want to be heroes with how powerful they seem to be. I'd agree to that recommendation, since it would also come with training in the regulations of the hero world that most non-hero industry people wouldn't be aware of. The sheer number of laws and regulations we have to abide by to keep our licenses is staggering, which is why every agency worth its salt has at least 3 lawyers on deck to help with all the red tape. How many staff do you have then, Gunhead? I have a smaller agency, which is only about 60 people. The average for anyone with more than 2 sidekicks starts at that and gets exponentially higher the more people are in the field. That includes support staff like gear production teams, on-site medics that are required by the government to be an official agency, lawyers, people to man the phones for your call center allotment, and more. It's another reason some people turn to vigilantism. The costs of being a hero usually drain whatever profit comes in, unless you're extremely lucky. Why? That's how my radio station came to be. I had a secondary skill set, and I needed some extra cash to keep the lights on. Present Mike piped up, drawing attention back to him. I barely break even, and I'm pretty up there. Most of my reliable income comes from teaching at UA, and it's not even that much. It's even worse for us underground heroes. I've had co-workers living out of cyber cafes for years before they finally got a deal with an agency or a local government. I myself was homeless for well over a year right out of high school with how little I was making, crashing on the couches of better-off CL-censored mates of mine. We know more about the struggles of civilians than they might think because of it. Eraserhead mumbled, just loud enough to be heard clearly. He had a light blush, as though he was embarrassed to admit the situation he had been in. During all of this, Midnight had been barely in frame of the camera, with Mount Lady leaning on her and looking over her shoulder at the phone she was messing with, both occasionally giggling or rubbing their noses suspiciously. How about a lady's view of all of this? Midnight, Mount Lady, what are your opinions on this new vigilante? Oh, he's hot as hell. Shame he's probably underage. He's clearly got some muscle on him from these clear shots we managed to get. Midnight quipped, shoving her phone into her utility belt. And he's quick and flexible as hell. The way he ducked some of those punches was just stupid vigilantes, always being off limits or dead. Mount Lady groaned, making the interviewer clear their throat at how raunchy the women were being. Any serious opinions, though? Oh, right. Well, like the others have said, I don't agree with it. Vigilantes break laws just like any other criminal, they just attack other criminals. This leads to more crime that needs to be prosecuted, which clogs the justice system and hospitals with those involved. We already have an overcrowded prison system. We don't need some otherwise civilian individual taking up a bunk for playing hero without a license. Midnight explained, getting an agreeing nod from her younger coworker. Right. Not to mention that it makes investigations harder, and they tend to lean towards breaking more laws in the name of permanently getting rid of villains. Murder, use of illegal weapons, illegal quirk use, aggravated censorship, vehicle theft. I could go on with the things vigilantes get charged with on top of their base charge. They're a pain for heroes and police alike, and like it's been mentioned before, they usually get killed when they first start out. Mount Lady paused for a moment and rubbed her chin before speaking back up. On the other hand, however, vigilantes help keep us from being totally overwhelmed and usually go after very specialized and specific threats to their area or demographic. I've arrested, I think it's 7 vigilantes at this point who've been charged with additional crimes in addition to their base charge for going after pedos who were attacking their siblings or CL-censored mates. Don't forget Mount Lady. He's actively violating protocol we would have to follow. His first documented appearance, he threw a villain off a roof on a wire and cracked his spine. Death Arms pointed out. So? I've dealt with kids who've done far worse. One kid I arrested was thought to be a villain until the evidence was found that the guys he murdered by putting air bubbles in their system and posting a video of it on the web were trafficking little girls, including her at one point. That's straight up murder, and multiple counts. Just injuring someone and leaving them unable to flee is way less severe than that, both legally and in terms of lasting effects. Mount Lady retorted. That's true. The guys he put into traction weren't exactly saints either. The roof guy was a serial rapist who's been evading us for months, and the latest batch were extremists who go after folks like Gang Orca and Gunhead just for existing. He's clearly more broad in his focus, or just figuring it out, but he's effective in not targeting anyone not deserving of punishment. Midnight spoke, only to sigh for a moment before she continued. I still don't approve of it, though. It's against the law for a reason, after all, and we as heroes need to uphold it to maintain credibility. Great answers from all of you. The reporter gave those he just interviewed a polite bow before turning to face the camera. I'll turn it back to you, Miyagi-san. We'll keep Shizuoka posted on this bat and any new developments to come. After this, All Might turned off the TV and turned to face his friend, who seemed more exasperated than surprised. Just when it seems like we got the crawler to clean up his act, and now we have this kid running around. Naomasa sighed and rubbed his temples. Well, it's something to keep us on our toes. Besides, from the looks of things, we'll have far less dangerous criminals out there with this Batman running around. Who knows who he'll send our way next? All Might responded, getting up with a grunt as his back popped. Anyways, I'll need to get back to work soon, and I have to make sure I take my meds, or I'll have Recovery Girl beating me with her cane again. Makes sense. I had to go soon anyways. Tsubaki is waiting for me at the station. Naomasa stood up and stretched his back a bit. I got her some new seeds. You think she'll like them? She should, given what you always tell me about her. She's a botanist and a plant geek, right? Right. I still have no idea how I managed to luck out with such a beautiful, intelligent, talented woman. Not that I'm complaining. The detective chuckled to himself while All Might slapped him on the back. Ha ha ha. You're just one lucky man. Have fun on your date, and tell her I said hello. All Might called out as he watched his best friend depart out of the office door, before turning back to face the turned-off TV. The Batman. Izuku had only managed to get a few hours of sleep last night after his escapades as Batman, as after the adrenaline high from donning the vigilante's cowl wore off, he usually entered a state of panic anxiety shortly after returning home to Wayne Manor, followed shortly by yet another depressive spell. The depressive spell promptly reawakened a feeling of rage towards the villains he held responsible for the loss of his mother, and he ventured into the crime-riddled streets of Musutafu on patrol once again, creating something of a daily cycle for the young vigilante. His anxiety and depression wasn't helped when he saw that the Batman had somehow managed to make the news after his terrorizing of Dr. Death the night before, and Alfred was tuned in on the living room TV. Good morning, Master Midoriya, or should I say good afternoon. I decided to let you sleep in considering your great achievement. Not every vigilante can manage to terrorize a man like Haruto Shigeru into willingly turning themselves over to nearly every active hero in the prefecture. Izuku made a sound he didn't even know he could make in fear, almost sounding like the bats infesting his underground cave system. Alfred glanced over with a barely hidden smirk on his face, phone in hand as the news continued to air an interview with several heroes from the night before. Don't worry too much. I won't tell anyone, and neither will Eraserhead. We all had our own little phases of teenage rebellion, after all. Alfred drawled, his uncharacteristically cheeky tone putting his charge on edge. Of course, I wasn't expecting the Batman project to be this effective, ending up on the news like this. And making Dr. Death soil himself may end up gaining you some fans in the heteromorph community. So, I'm not in any trouble? Izuku hesitantly asked, not sure where his butler and legal guardian was going with this conversation. Oh, you're going to be feeling the heat, as the young people say these days, don't you worry, Master Midoriya. Just because you can't be legally charged as a vigilante due to your quirk, or lack thereof in this case, doesn't mean other pros or the Hero Public Safety Commission know that. Not to mention that villains may seek you out as a challenge now that they know you exist, even if that may seem foolish. Alfred chirped, making Izuku shiver in discomfort and fear. Not to mention what me and my old student will be doing to make sure you can survive such scrutiny. After all, some heroes may join in the hunt for you on the streets with their views on vigilantes. Yeah. I guess I expected that when I started illegally haunting the night in a batsuit and beating up villains. Izuku bitterly spat the last word out, hating the thought of many of those he'd faced over the course of his late nights. While Izuku had every right to be angry at the senseless death of his mother and the system's apathy towards it, Alfred had become a bit concerned about the possibility of the boy being consumed by his darker feelings, which wasn't helped by the beatings he gave several of the villains he'd fighting. As such, the older butler had made plans to make sure Izuku wouldn't victim to his hatred while also still being able to continue his goals in the long run. That being said, Master Midoriya, I think you've spent enough time alone in this old mansion. Aside from myself, the Bakugo family, and your business partners, the only ones you've made conversation with are the ones you've been punching. Alfred sighed before pulling out his phone and making a few notes. I've decided that for your next business lesson, you'll be sharing a CL censored with another student of mine I've worked with for many years. They're actually planning to attend UA as well next semester. Due to his experience with those his own age being subpar at best, Izuku felt more than a bit apprehensive at the thought of meeting someone else, not helped by being a social nervous wreck in general. Pennyworth-san, I don't want to make any more friends. I just want to train, run our company, and hopefully get to the point I can somehow get into the hero course somewhere.
Master, with all due respect, the closest thing you have to a friend your own age is Katsuki, and your relationship with him is rather complicated, to say the least. This individual I have arranged to come visit for a lesson is your age, has similar interests, and is quite well-mannered. Besides, she won't be too thrown by your wealth, as she comes from a wealthy background like most of those who hire me as a tutor.
Well, I guess that wouldn't be too awkward then, but.
No buts, sir. I'm fine with vigilantism, strange as it may sound, but you need a good social life. I know there's no other way you'll get attention as a hero. But I won't disappoint Tamaki or Inko by letting you sit around and rot in this manner. Alfred lightly lectured him as he fiddled around with his phone before showing it to Izuku. This is the young woman who'll be attending CL Censored with us today. I suppose it will be less intimidating if you already know what she looks like.
The picture of the girl in the photo naturally caused Izuku to turn bright red from head to toe, as Izuku had a habit of tensing up when it came to pretty girls. And this girl was very pretty. From the picture alone she seemed very tall and mature, her large and sharp onyx eyes holding a determined and serious expression, while she had a smile on her clear-skinned face. Her long black hair was tied back into a large ponytail, with a bang hanging off the right side of her face. This young woman is named Momo Yaoyorozu. She's the daughter of Chiho and Haru Yaoyorozu, who live in Aichi Prefecture. I believe that you two will get along swimmingly. Alfred smirked, a bit bemused by Izuku's reaction to the photo of Yaoyorozu. Alfred's words managed to snap Izuku out of his enchantment, and he shook his head a bit as what his servant said started to reach her. Yaoyorozu. Where have I heard that name before? Wait, she'll be here tonight? Yes, Master Midoriya, Thursday night at 7 p.m. sharp is usually when we conduct our business tutoring. Would you like me to prepare some jasmine tea to clear your head? Alfred asked, trying to hold in his laughter while Midoriya went into a scramble of panicked movements and began to mutter rapidly to himself. It's 3 o'clock now, so that gives about 3 hours to get the manor and myself ready. I haven't showered since a few nights ago after I fought that one villain with the coyote quirk, so I should definitely take a bath before she comes here. I'll also need to lock the Batcave so no one falls in through that door again, and I should really put safety rails on this staircase already. The manor itself is usually pretty clean thanks to Pennyworth-san. I also need to find a way to compensate him for his work again later, but I should make sure our study is extra clean for Yaoyorozu-san, and... Izuku continued to mutter to himself for about another minute, before Alfred lightly tapped on his shoulder and grabbed his attention. I'll censorist you in getting ready for Miss Yaoyorozu's arrival in any way I can, Master Midoriya. And don't fret on compensation, I am merely doing my duty as manager of this household. You should shower before she comes though, we don't want her smelling Dr. Death's blood when she arrives. Izuku showed his agreement with a quick and stiff nod, before quickly running off in the direction of the nearest tub. Getting ready for the arrival of his surprise guest didn't take very long for the methodical and anxious teenager, and Izuku spent the rest of the time before Yaoyorozu's arrival pacing back and forth in the foyer of the manor. He'd put on one of his business suits instead of his usual t-shirt and jeans for lounging around, wanting to leave a good first impression. Alfred could barely hide his amusement at his clear nerves, having seen the young teen during training sessions and sparring matches completely stone-cold serious. The thought that all it took to make him act his age was a cute girl coming over left him wondering what else would make him be a teenager again. Pouring another cup of tea for Izuku to slam down, Alfred chuckled a bit. Quite ironic, isn't it? The terrifying Batman can fight the most sinister and evil gangs in the entire prefecture, but is terrified of interacting with a pretty young lady. I don't exactly have much experience talking to girls, Pennyworth-san. Izuku stammered nervously as he downed another cup of tea. I don't even have much experience interacting with guys aside from Kachan, and most of our conversations weren't exactly fun. Well, you will eventually have to go to events where you will have to interact with them thanks to your status as the owner of I Am, sir. Besides, I can attest that you have quite a lot in common with her, even if it's not being vigilantes. Pennyworth-san. How am I supposed to not screw this up when I don't know how to talk to anyone my age? It's simple. Be honest and be yourself, Master Midoriya. Well, aside from revealing you regularly break the law by accosting villains in the middle of the night dressed as a bat. Alfred smirked as he drank the remainder of the pot in a cup he poured for himself. Are you afraid she might like you as more than a simple study partner? What? How could that ever happen? I'm just plain old Deku and she's, well, you've seen her picture. Izuku turned bright red at his servant's suggestion, knowing that the old man was deliberately trying to get a rise out of him. Well, I'd hardly consider your looks plain, Master Midoriya, especially since you've developed more muscle macansert in your training. It was just a suggestion anyways, just be yourself and I'm sure you'll become great friends. Alfred recensured him. I very specifically invited this particular young lady due to how compatible I felt you could be as friends, after all. I wouldn't bring just any random person in without considering their own views. After all, I am well aware of your situation and how the upper CL censored thinks of anyone supposedly lesser for the most part. Miss Yaoyorozu is quite open-minded and kind, an outlier among the other children I tutor. It was at this point the smartwatch on Alfred's wrist went off, and he looked to see a notification of Yaoyorozu's arrival. That being said, our friend has arrived and is waiting in the vehicle outside the limo. I recommend you shake off your nerves while I welcome her to the manor. Why yes sir. Izuku stiffened up a bit while Alfred walked out the front doors to get the young woman, while Izuku became lost in his nervous thoughts. Okay Midoriya, don't panic. She's just a normal person. An extremely gorgeous person who Pennyworth-san says is nice, but is the first person you've met your age who hopefully won't hate you. What do I even say? I don't think I've talked to an actual girl in years. What will she think of me? Just don't say anything stupid it'll be fine. Oh crap. What if I say something stupid and she hates me? No, don't panic. It'll be fine, it'll be fine, it'll be. Master. I don't want to interrupt your mumbling session, but our guest is ready to meet you. Alfred peeked his head through the front door, before pushing it forward to reveal Momo Yaoyorozu standing at his side. Momo looked exactly like she did in the picture Alfred had shown Izuku before, and she wore a white blouse, blue skirt, black belt, and black leggings with black boots that reached almost up to her knees. Wanting to be polite and make a good impression on the boy Alfred was introducing her to, Momo stepped forward and extended her hand to Midoriya. Good evening Midoriya-san. I'm Yaoyorozu Momo. It's very nice to meet you. She gave him a small bow of the head. It's nice to meet you too. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Pennyworth-san has told me a lot of good things about you. Izuku stuttered as he shook her hand, while practically doing backflips inside of his mind. I just talked to a girl. Likewise, I've heard a lot of great things about you Midoriya-san. Momo gave him another bow, a bit surprised by his shy demeanor. He's so meek and stressed looking. Could he really be the richest man in Japan at such a young age? I will leave you both to get to know one another while I go fetch the study materials for today. Would you like some refreshments, Miss Yaoyorozu? I'm alright. Thank you Pennyworth-sensei. Alfred left with a bow, barely hiding his smirk as he shut the door behind him. Izuku gulped as a bead of nervous sweat ran down his neck. The two teens stood there awkwardly, just staring at one another, before Izuku finally got the nerves to gesture for Momo to take a seat at the couch in the room. I'm sorry for being so rude and staring. I'm not used to visitors my age. Please, take a seat. Izuku stammered out, defaulting to the manners Alfred had drilled into him for business meetings. Momo gave him a soft, equally nervous grin and took the offered seat, perching like she'd been trained to act like a princess from a young age. Izuku hesitantly grinned back awkwardly and took a seat in a chair across the coffee table from her, sitting ramrod straight like he was waiting to be punished by a teacher. They were quiet for another moment, neither of them really sure what to say. So, I heard from Pennyworth-sensei that you're also trying to become a hero? I am, albeit an underground one. I don't exactly care for the spotlight. Interesting. My mother, she's a retired hero, said she'd get me a slot at the recommendation exams for UA if I made the grades for it. Do you have a favorite hero? I really like Silver Servant and Eraserhead. They're kinda my idols and inspiration. Really? I only heard about Eraserhead earlier today since he was on the news. What are they like? Momo asked, luckily ignoring his initial slip-up with a different name. Well, he was there for me in a really difficult time in my life not long ago. He helped me get back up on my feet after. Izuku stopped himself, realizing this was not the time nor place to divulge all his dirty laundry to someone he just met. After a very hard time in my life. Silver Servant trained Eraserhead, at least according to him when I asked, so I looked him up and he's got a killer track record for being effective and not causing more problems. He's also a hero in 3 countries, which is a world record that only he's achieved. Right. I only learned about Pennyworth-sensei's past as a hero around the time I started middle school. You must be quite a fan of heroes Midoriya-san. Momo got a bit excited, impressed with some of Izuku's observations. Have you heard of the creation hero, Creata? Yeah. She retired about 17 years ago for personal reasons and was well known for using her quirk to make things for the homeless. She stopped doing interviews about 3 years back, though, so I don't know anything about her current life. If I remember correctly, her name was Chiho Yaoyoro. Izuku trailed off as he finally recognized the name and began to stammer in shock. Your mother is Creata? Yes, although I don't care to make a big deal about it. She's honestly more of a businesswoman these days, and she's been having me trained to take on her mantle once I graduate as a legacy hero since I inherited her quirk. Momo demonstrated this by creating a small Russian nesting doll and tossing it back and forth a bit. I still have a long way to go before I can consider myself on the same level as her though. I can only make what I know the exact composition of, and I can't make anything edible like food or medicine. That's amazing. You could already do so much to help with that. You could make generators, tools, blankets, shelter materials, the list goes on. All you're limited by is knowledge and macansard. I'm senso redooming. The sheer number of applications that has is staggering. Izuku began to ramble, only to pause at the uncomfortable look on Momo's face. This is why I usually don't show my quirk to others. They think about how useful it is, or how much money they can make off of it. It's been hard getting to a point where I wasn't underweight from people pressuring me to make stuff for them at school, and I have to eat special snacks in order to train with it so I don't run out of body fat to pull from. I told you about mine. What's your quirk like? Don't talk about it. Ever. It's not a very good one. Sorry for making you uncomfortable. Momo looked a little irritated for a moment, only to sigh and look Izuku over carefully. I'm senso redooming. It's related to your peculiar shoes? Momo asked, pointing to his oddly broad toes on his loafers. Normally they slimmed down a lot further back, but his pair only got slimmer around the midpoint of the toes. This kind of shoe was rare, and usually a sign of a mild mutation quirk regarding feet such as paws or talons, or in the rarest of cases a person being quirkless. Yeah. Oh well, the mystery of guessing and theorizing is fun sometimes. I'll wait for you to tell me. After all, Pennyworth-sensei did say he intended for this to become a weekly thing. Right. Wait. What? Alfred entered with a few binders and a rolling whiteboard at that point, still smirking like a smug cat who had just caught a particularly fat mouse. Did Miss Yaoyorozu tell you of my plan? I do hope you're getting along. We have much to cover today. What subject are we covering today, Pennyworth-sensei? Managing stocks and shares, Miss Yaoyorozu. I would have started this shared lesson earlier, but I felt that letting Master Midoriya get a little ahead would be wise. Now, shall we begin? Both of them being dutiful students they were, Izuku and Momo paid careful attention and took detailed notes, but the conversation from earlier had still hung in the back of their minds throughout the lecture. Izuku, because he felt bad making her uncomfortable with his enthusiasm and for what he perceived as oversharing. Momo, because of curiosity regarding Izuku's secret quirk and peculiar shape of his red leather shoes. At around 9, Alfred snapped the cap back on his marker with a flourish, startling the pair still rapidly jotting down notes. That will be all for tonight. Miss Yaoyorozu, will you be staying for dinner? Tonight's menu consists of a CL Sen Soritic curry tonkatsu. Alfred wiped down the board and tucked the dry erase marker away in his pocket. If it's not an issue, I wouldn't mind that. It's been a while since I've had something so simple. Momo said with an excited smile, not having had a meal like that in years. Very well then. I'll have it ready for you both shortly if you wouldn't mind waiting on the balcony. Alfred turned around in the direction of the kitchen, leaving Izuku and Momo alone again. Wanting to ease some of the awkward tension still in the air from before, Momo grabbed Izuku by the shoulder and slowly led him out towards the balcony. Would you like to take a seat with me, Midoriya-san? Of course. Izuku turned a bit red and followed her out the balcony doors leading outside, and took a seat at one of the high tables on the balcony. Sitting still for a moment, Izuku suddenly bowed his head towards Momo. I'm so sorry about earlier. I get too enthusiastic about quirk functions sometimes. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. It's fine. You didn't mean anything by it from what I can tell. You seem like the type to be analytical for the fun of it as opposed to using it to judge others. Alright. I don't like judging people's values based on their quirks. I'd be a hypocrite if I did that, honestly. Now that you mentioned it, I actually think I owe you an apology, ironically enough. I know quirks can be a sensitive matter for people, even in this day and age. I shouldn't have been so nosy about yours. Momo said with a somewhat sad sigh, which Izuku found a bit strange. My father needs the same kind of shoes as you, after all. Yeah. Izuku stopped when he realized what exactly Momo meant. His shoes were one of his most distinctive pieces of clothing, having worn the same brand all his life. This was because said brand was the only company willing to make shoes for those who were born with one extra joint in their pinky toe, and born lacking a quirk. You mean, your father is? Yes, he's quirkless. I suppose it was less of a big deal in his generation, but it still made it hard to find work or for people to respect him. He was poor for years, living paycheck to paycheck in an internet cafe as a shoe shiner. I guess that's how he ended up such a frugal man. Momo reminisced on the past of her father. Even back then, being quirkless meant you were seen as weak and worthless in the changing society. Truth be told, I don't actually know my paternal grandparents, because they placed him in the system after his diagnosis. Izuku looked down at his feet, clearly contemplating this new knowledge. He'd never heard of another person like him, at least not one that was directly related to someone he was in contact with. Even after starting to work on a policy to offer jobs with career advancement and training opportunities to people like him, he'd only ever heard of a grand total of 3 other quirkless people that weren't just news stories about their deaths. Her story made him even more grateful for the time spent with his mother, as she tried her hardest to raise him in spite of all the difficulties that clearly came with raising a child unwelcome to society. I can relate. My mom, she got disowned when it came out about my situation. I never got to meet any of my family outside of her, honestly. Izuku remembered the screaming fights Inko had with her side of the family when he received his quirkless diagnosis. I never got to know what my dad's reaction was. He died in a villain attack in America not long after and didn't get to learn about it because of how his work trip was being monitored. I see. I'm sorry for your loss, Midoriya-san. I heard about how you lost your mother recently from Pennyworth-sensei. I've been over my dad for years now, he was never really around. My mom, that's more recent, but I'm holding up, I guess. Still, it's a horrible thing to go through. On a lighter note, I enjoyed our conversation about my quirk earlier. Your rambling gave me some ideas to try when I train. Oh. It's no problem. I was just theorizing and making observations, and if your quirk works too much different from the original creaties, then some of it might not be accurate. Midoriya-san, even the best quirk specialists money can buy couldn't give such insight as quickly as you did, and trust me, my family has been using one such person for years. You have a real talent, one that could get you a solid career if you choose that route. Maybe, I'm going to be focusing on being a hero if I can, though. I figured, but it's a good option to consider. Not many people with those shoes can get into such a career, not without a lot of luck and a good handle of their quirk, if they have one. I can handle myself, Yaoyorozu-san. Izuku bit out, shooting her a sharp look that he usually saved for his Batman antics. Trust me, I'm not some total wimp who doesn't know what being a hero takes. I can see that in your eyes, at least now I can. Anyone who's as determined as you seem to be is bound to find a way to do what they want, and after our lesson I feel you will probably make that happen. Not probably, I will be a hero. Nothing will stop me, even if I end up technically a vigilante since I can't get into a school for a license. Well, how about we make a deal? If you take the entrance exams to any hero school and get in, I'll personally make you whatever you want to add to your hero costume. Yaoyorozu-san, I have all the money I'll ever want, I can just buy that. I really don't want you going through the trouble. Consider this me investing in our friendship. I like you, Midoriya-san. You're different from all the other rich kids I know. You don't act entitled and you clearly put in the work for what you have so you can make sure you can maintain it properly. That's a rare trait in the world of the ultra-rich that we live in, and I'd like to keep interacting with someone so refreshing. So you'd want to hang out more, like outside of tutoring? If you don't mind, I'd like that. Do you want to maybe go get some sushi and maybe go shopping this weekend? Where do you have in mind? I dunno, there's a location for this really good conveyor belt place Mom used to take me not far from here in Hamamatsu, and I need some more pens, so maybe Daiso, or Don Quixote. Momo promptly squealed as her face lit up like the sun. Commoner adventures. Oh, how quaint. I've never really done things like that. You simply must show me what it's like to be in such places. How come you even know of such places? Did your mother happen to be one of those people who hides her wealth? Well, she hid that we had connections to it, but we weren't exactly super wealthy. Like, maybe staunchly middle CL censored. A little below that sometimes. Great uncle used to own IM and I inherited it since both he and Mom died, which is why I have all this money now. So you know because you lived it as the norm? Yes? Momo grinned like an excited child and began to ramble herself about all the things they could do within her allowance budget, clearly overestimating how much stuff cost in the naive way wealthy people seem to do. As she became more and more animated while talking about things like konbinis and 24/7 fast food joints, Izuku couldn't help a certain thought creeping into his mind. She looks amazing when she gets excited, Izuku thought to himself, not realizing the red blush on his face beginning to spread. However, he quickly tried to steel himself. No. Aside from Pennyworth-san, you can't let anyone in. She may be pretty and seem nice, but you just met. You have to keep your guard up. An hour later, when Momo had left for the night, Izuku went back to the balcony to think over this latest development and plan his little trip he'd been convinced to take with his study partner. Right as he went to sit at the chair he'd claimed as his favorite, he noticed something very small and dark sitting between some cushions on the small wicker couch across from the balcony's view. He walked over cautiously, not sure what it was or if it was dangerous. He gingerly lifted it from the pad, blinking when he discovered what it was. In his hands was a small maybe 3-inch keychain consisting of a fairly detailed plastic chibi figure of Eraserhead, his iconic goggles on his head like cat ears and simple grumpy eyes glaring at him from above the scarf made from actual fabric. It was intricate enough to be censored as an official piece of merch, but as the man only had t-shirts sold by custom printers and nothing official, there was only one person who could have made it. Momo. Izuku went bright red and dropped the keychain like it was a hot coal, covering his face with his hands. Once the shock wore off, he scrambled to pick it up and sighed when he found it hadn't been damaged. He stared at it for a moment before sticking it in his pocket, mentally adding a note to his list to put it on his backpack when he got back to his room. Maybe I can let this one person in. Maybe. Izuku thought, staring out into the starlit new moon night. After all, bats do live in swarms, and she's aiming to be a hero too. Maybe she won't die on me like it seems everyone I ever really cared for has. It had been a week or so since Izuku and Momo had first met during their lesson, and had gotten to know each other a bit more as they attended more sessions. Despite only knowing the girl for a short period of time and still trying to keep his guard up, Izuku had begun feeling more relaxed around Momo and greatly enjoyed spending time with her. They were currently exploring the city of Hamamatsu, Shizuoka. A place not far from Musutafu known for its variety of eel dishes and the creation of Vocaloids. Despite having plenty of interesting sights and exhibits around the area, the biggest thing that caught Yaomomo's eye on her visit so far was a daiso that she had begged her new friend to show her. You said you could get good pens here for only 108 yen. Are you pulling my leg? Momo asked, gaping at Izuku. He just gave her a look out of the corner of his eye before shrugging. I mean, it's called a 108 yen store, even though the prices went up recently. You can get a pack of 3 pens for 108, and erasers and stationery and stuff for the same price. I think they also have makeup and stuff, but I never went into that section, muttered the green-haired teen, still not totally used to interacting with his tentative new friend. Nothing is that cheap, though. I mean, the cheapest thing I've ever seen was 1,000 yen and that was a 2-pack of cookies. No? What stores have you been shopping at that the cheapest thing you've gotten was a snack? Ralph Lauren, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, the grocery service. The crystal fountain pen store Papa likes, nothing too fancy. Yaoyorozu-san. That's actually extremely difficult for the average person to get regularly. Have you not even been to a normal mall before or something? Papa doesn't usually let me go to places that are this public. He's really overprotective, to be honest. Of course he is. The Daiso is just past that intersection over there, so we should be there in like 5 minutes tops. Izuku sighed, pointing ahead to a light. Right when Momo started to speed up in excitement, a loud bang followed by a cloud of rainbow smoke erupted from an alley a few hundred feet ahead. A cackling man dressed in a worn and stained red and white tracksuit with the sleeves ripped off ran out of it, white hair wild and suspicious white powder on his hands and around his nose. Ha ha ha. I, the glorious SNOWFLAME, will finally make myself known by destroying this apartment complex. No one will bother me in my operation once they see what cocaine can really do. Momo balked and started to back away, clearly nervous about what was probably her first actual villain encounter. Izuku, on the other hand. He groaned and took out a dart gun from his backpack and loaded it in a fluid motion, leveling it with the censored of the cackling man who was clearly trying to power up before firing it. A large needle embedded itself in the villain, making him jolt and the aura of power surrounding him start to fade. Right when he began to sway and fall over, muscles shrinking to an emaciated state, a door slammed open on the second floor of the apartments and a familiar man fired another needle into him. "Hi Aizawa-sensei," Izuku called, voice as irritated as the off-duty hero looked. "Hey brat. Sorry for not warning you earlier about this guy being in the area. I just got the call that his ankle monitor detected him in his usual stash zone." "It's fine, I get it. Villains are unpredictable, after all." Midoriya-kun?" Momo nervously asked, peeking around him to stare at the now unconscious villain. "Yes? You didn't just kill that man, did you?" "No, the brat didn't kill him. The darts that are given to quirkless people who live in areas with certain villains contain both Narcan and a sedative.
Normally it just knocks them out for a bit so they can get away, but that idiot over there happens to have a quirk that only fully activates when he snorts enough cocaine to kill a normal man.
Considering he's been arrested like 11 times now for drug-related offenses and robberies, this was to be expected. He seems to get Mackinsor dive crashes once his quirk turns off, which happens when he loses his high." Aizawa drawled, walking down the stairs and over to the unconscious villain on the ground. He pulled out a pair of restraints from the sleeping bag he was dragging and started to put them on Snowflame. Izuku sighed and nodded with his head towards Daiso, the silent question answered by the underground hero with a raised brow, a snort, and a thumbs up. Momo looked confused as her friend began to walk down the street, looking between him and the man dealing with the villain before running to catch up. Midoriya-kun. Who was that?" "My martial arts teacher, Aizawa-sensei. He's also an underground hero who's a friend of the family. That building is where he lives. He's usually asleep right about now because he works nights." "Is that why you had that dart gun?" "Partially. I'm quirkless, right? Well, when you walk around some places like this with high villain rates you tend to need something to even the odds. I'm allowed one 3-inch blade and one ranged weapon other than an actual gun during the day and as many blades I can carry under 5 inches at night." "Oh yeah. Papa always carries a butterfly knife. I don't know why I forgot about that. It slips people's minds when they aren't the one it affects." Izuku shrugged. "Anyways, we're here. I'm going to go grab some snacks and pens. Let me know when you're ready to go and we can check out." "Ooh. This is so exciting. Are all stores this cute on the outside?" "Wait until you see a Sanrio store, or a candy one." The vigilante chuckled, having a sinking feeling his new favorite hobby was going to be taking his rich friend to normal people's shops and restaurants if this was how she reacted to them. It was highly amusing, and cute. He fought down a blush at his own thoughts, wondering where the cute idea came from before following Momo in and grabbing a basket. She looked at it curiously before grabbing her own, following Izuku to the stationery section. The moment her eyes landed on a certain line, however, she squealed. "They have Sanrio pens? And only for 150 yen? This is amazing." Yeah? Watch your voice, Yaoyorozu-san. The staff have the right to kick us out if we cause a stir. Oops. Sorry. I got a little too excited there. Normally when I get pens like these they cost 4,500 yen for 5. 850 yen a piece. What kind of overpriced junk were you even buying? Izuku muttered, making his companion giggle nervously. Premium gel pens made by local artisans. The ink is made in small batches and the rest of it is 3D printed and then painted by hand. Well, these are made in a factory and the design is a sticker, so that's probably why it's so cheap. I'm going to go get some snacks. Come find me when you're done and I'll pay for everything. Oh, you don't have to do that. I have more money than I'll ever be able to spend, and I make more every day. Dropping what's probably going to be at most 1,500 yen on pens, snacks and a couple random extras isn't going to bankrupt me. Yaoyorozu-san. Izuku deadpanned, turning and wandering off before Momo could object anymore. Well, I'm buying lunch then, Momo excitedly declared, still on a high from all the budget shopping she'd been doing. Scene break. Momo was watching the train in the sushi bar he brought her to with shining eyes, entranced by the novel situation. He just chose it because it was close and only 2,000 yen for all you can eat for an hour and a half. It was good. His mom would bring him to another location every now and then, but it was way more reasonable than the high-end places she kept recommending. 8,000 yen for a single entree was not cheap, contrary to what she thought. By contrast, Izuku was keeping his meals in a lower price range, still not used to his new vast funds after having been filthy rich the past few months. Ooh. What's this one? It looks so fancy, Momo asked, pointing to something that Izuku knew was an American fusion thing. It's called a volcano roll. It's this thing from America this place brought over a few years back. Crab, cucumber, avocado, and spicy mayo with crispy onions. That sounds amazing. Is it American? I haven't had much American food other than burgers before, and KFC for Christmas. Yeah, it's pretty good. Here, Izuku replied, grabbing the plate as it censored it in front of him and senso reading it to Momo. Give it a shot. You did say you wanted to try something new. Thanks. I had no idea that Shizuoka Prefecture had such wonderful places. We have to come here more often when we both attend school together. Momo gave Izuku a cheerful smile, which immediately caused him to turn a bright shade of red. Yeah. That sounds really nice, Izuku stammered, before their attention was brought to a loud noise at the counter. Specifically a man in a ridiculous-looking condiment-themed outfit with a pickle head making a ruckus and spraying an unfortunate waiter with a soy sauce gun. Beware. I am the Condiment King. The greatest villain in all of Japan. Get the hell out of here, you freak. Izuku just groaned in frustration. Another of the infamous idiots of Shizuoka had shown up when he was in civilian mode. Wasabi Agami, better known to the people and heroes as the professional public nuisance, the Condiment King. In contrast to Midoriya's frustration, Yaomomo had never seen the strange so-called villain before and was more confused than anything. Is that person supposed to be a villain or? Izuku shot her an exasperated look as the weirdo began to grab as many bottles of soy sauce and hot sauce as he could. Get out. I am the Condiment King. You cannot defeat me, weakling. I am going to make you my slave. With the power of condiments, I will be the world's most infamous villain, starting with everyone in this sushi bar. The weirdo continued to rant about his goals and plans, most diners just sighing and going back to their food. Hey, weirdo. Give me one of those soy sauces back, I ran out. A rougher-looking guy called, clearly bored. Never. Censoring, stop being a censored headman, we all know you're a pushover. That's the Condiment King. He's a crazy guy with a quirk that lets him control condiments who decided he wanted to become the greatest villain in the world. He usually just prances around the prefecture bothering people though. Aizawa-sensei says he's used as a hazing for interns in most agencies around here. Izuku spoke, clearly exasperated. He caused me some issues too, mostly by being a pain at night. Isn't your manner gated though? Or, yeah. It is. Sometimes I go wandering at night because it's still weird being there mostly alone. He raids convenience stores and 24/7 restaurants once it gets dark. And no, I don't know when he sleeps either. A trio walked in lazily at that point, clearly heroes. Two were snickering while a confused teen, clearly an intern, walked up to Condiment King and hesitantly aimed a spray bottle at him. Written on it, visible from where Momo was sitting, was "Cat piss water, Condiment King be gone." Shoo? The teen mumbled, spritzing the bottle and making Condiment King drop the bottles in his hands. "Ack foolish child. You have no stop, I beware." The dark-haired teen in a white hooded hero costume just kept spraying the mix, the smell of diluted urine filling the air the more it was used while Condiment King hissed like an irate cat. "What on earth did you do this time with this? It reeks. Isn't it usually vinegar?" I suggested trying cat pee water because it would be more effective. Usually you just manipulate that, so. Condiment King went dead silent and gaped, turning a bit green as he realized what was all over his hair and face. This pause gave the intern time to knock him down and restrain him, the other heroes still laughing their butts off. He was dragged out by the flustered teen, starting to rant about heroes being scum and suing them if he got sick. Meanwhile, Deku and Momo sat at their table with the former looking exasperated, and the latter struggling to hold in her own laughter. "Oh my gosh, Izuku-kun, that was hilarious. Does Shizuoka always have villain attacks this ridiculous?" "It depends, but days are more likely to be weird. Nights can get dangerous, and are also really weird to be honest," Izuku said, now trying to keep a straight face as he found her laughter infectious. "I thought all villains were supposed to be at least somewhat threatening, but that was. Momo strained herself before bursting out into loud fits of laughter with tears streaming down her face. What was he thinking? Was he going to destroy us all by putting extra wasabi on our sushi? Last time he caused any real harm outside of making a mess, he used peanut butter as his weapon and made someone have an allergic reaction. The video went viral. Let me show you." Izuku spluttered, trying to contain his laughter so much he was shaking. "Haha, foolish citizens. You cannot defy the awesome power of the Condiment King," yelled in the video, only to be tackled and wrestled to the ground by a very annoyed-looking Manuel. "What are you doing? That's chafing my, beware." Momo started to wheeze at the baffled "oh shit" that actually worked that matched the comical expression on the villain's face in the video, Izuku cracking and joining in before pulling up another clip. "Oh man. If you thought that was good, I have a whole playlist of these things. Hey, you like cats, right? Why yes. Why? Watch this one, it's gold." Momo almost squealed in delight at the sight of a cat running across the screen, only to start wheezing again as a rat villain holding up a bang spotted it and ran away screaming. The news feed scroll comically read "Hero Cat saves the day. Villain RATTICUS. Weakness found." It cut to a news reporter in a studio clearly struggling to not break their professionalism, which only added to the hilarity. They kept making rat and cat puns, really bad ones. Right as Izuku was about to pull up another, someone slammed their hand down on the table between the pair of friends. A hand in a familiar sweatguard glove the owner was forced to wear when it was too hot out and he had begun to sweat like a stuck pig. "I gotta say, Deku, most billionaires only start dating swimsuit models when they're fat and old and going through some midlife crisis. But you're too much of an awkward geek to try something like that, so I'm guessing your girlfriend is a Macansor dive nerd too." Bakugo set a small bag of groceries down at the table next to them. Now blushing a crimson red, Izuku stood up from his chair and squeaked, "She's not my girlfriend. We're just friends as all." Bakugo just looked between the both of them and dropped into the free chair next to Izuku's, not looking very impressed. Momo was just as red as Izuku, but was matching Bakugo's stony expression with her own suspicious one. "Midoriya-kun, oh, right. Yaoyorozu-san. This is my old CL-censored mate Bakugo Katsuki. Kachan. This is my study partner Yaoyorozu Momo. Pennyworth-san introduced us." "That old fart? He didn't find her in some shady place, did he?" "No. He was already tutoring her, Kachan. He just fused our lessons." "Sewer. Anyways, I didn't know you were here, so this is a surprise, I guess. The hag sent me out on errands and gave me a coupon here for lunch. Some kind of special new spicy roll they have a promotion for." Eat like 40 without needing a drink or anything for 20 minutes and you get it all free. Izuku and Momo looked over at the sign for said promotion before staring at Bakugo, a waiter coming by with the plate of said rolls. Kachan, those have Carolina Reapers, ghost peppers and habaneros. Yeah, so? So when you need to dip out, Bakugo-san, you're going to be paying for imported peppers I've only ever heard of being used in trace amounts. Momo looked down at the plate, confused and a bit concerned by the stranger's eating habits. I'm less worried about the spice with him and more what it'll do to his colon. You're gonna regret that, Kachan. Bakugo just rolled his eyes and dumped a Makansaur dive amount of wasabi on top of his rolls, never one to bother with manners unless he had to. Momo sweated as he shoved the first roll in his mouth, only to shudder at what he said next. Ah, needs more spice. Oh waiter. Bring me some of that death sauce I know you still have from the last challenge. This is censored shit. Bakugo slammed his fist on the table and called a waiter over in his usual abrasive manner. Midoriya-san, is he always? Yes, Yaoyorozu-san. He's a lot. TCH, anyways, you hear about that new vigilante guy, Deku? No. Who are you talking about, Kachan? There's new ones every couple weeks. Batman, dumb censored. The guy who's lasting longer and actually doing shit. In response to Bakugo's words, Izuku stiffened up and turned as pale as a sheet while Momo seemed rather intrigued. Batman. I think I heard a news report on something like that not too long ago. He's a bad censored ponytail. No one knows what his quirk is, so theories are going around like mad. He always seems to rely on weapons and combat training to take out villains, and that's after the psychological warfare tactics don't work now that he's gotten a name out there. Rumor has it he's got a flare that he shoots off to make the villain thugs piss themselves before he comes in and beats them to hell. While Bakugo raved about the elusive vigilante, Izuku seemed to be frozen and trying to sputter out some sort of response. And then he took out those culty wannabe KKK quirkist censored heads, the ones that kept killing mutation quirk folks. He beat the ever-loving shit out of the grunts and then scared the boss so bad he turned himself in. What kind of hero is able to do that? I think some underground ones might. Yeah, ponytail, but think about it. Underground heroes don't get a big name, it's why they're underground. This guy. Oh, they know he's there and it scares the shit out of those bastards. Come on Deku, back me up here. You're the hero nerd after all. I saw some news report on him after the Dr. Death thing. I'm just glad he didn't end up permanently hurting anyone and they all got into the proper mental health facilities for cult deprogramming. Izuku muttered nervously, unable to completely steal his expression of guilt. He really didn't mean to give that one guy a completely broken ribcage and a punctured lung after using him to beat another villain. However, this statement seemed to visibly stick with Momo as she began to think through what her friend said. Strange, the news report didn't mention anyone of the creature rejection clan being sent to mental institutions. How could Midoriya have known that? Yaoyorozu rubbed her chin in deep thought. And he seems guilty about the whole ordeal, but why? It's not as if he could have done anything about it. Didn't they find that like half of them were addicted to some weird shit? Maybe he extrapolated from that report. I saw it, so it would make sense, but it's still too specific. Why didn't he just say rehab and mention cult deprogramming? Yeah, Kachan. I think it was some kind of opioid, fentanyl, that's what it was. It's been an issue according to Aizawa-san. People are lacing stuff like marijuana with it to get people even more hooked. Censoring all that shit is illegal. You'd think people wouldn't be that stupid and get into it. They don't want their shit kicked in, they shouldn't become villains. Kachan, you know it's more complicated than that. Some people have problems that society can't or won't help with and they feel forced to do crimes to try and fix them. Most of the people I hear Aizawa-san having to help at night are people overdosing or stealing. And those are almost always tied to poverty and untreated mental health problems. Did he just? Anyways, what do you think Batman's quirk is? I'm thinking it's something to do with bats. No one gets into that kind of aesthetic without some kind of influence. I mean, maybe. I don't think it's anything that interesting, though, if he even has a quirk. Oh come on, this theory again. He's so strong he can't possibly be some kind of censored weak quirkless censor Edward. Bakugo, Izuku warned, face suddenly becoming very not friendly, that was for sure. Momo wasn't much better. TCH, geez. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to slip up. Old habits die hard. But really, you think someone who doesn't even have a physical boost could handle huge groups of villains with guns and shit? Really? My father is quirkless as well, Bakugo-san. He's one of the strongest men I know, with all life has thrown at him. Not to say he would become a vigilante, but it's not outside the realm of possibility. Yaoyorozu said coldly as she took another bite of sushi, trying to mask the irritation in her voice. Besides, not all quirks are capable of affecting a quirkless person. Psychics have a lot of trouble with them, and emitters can sometimes run into resistance with them. Oh right. That stupid conspiracy theory Deku goes on about, the hidden quirk of the quirkless. It's bullshit. They have that toe joint and their DNA is different, so they literally can't have any quirk. Kachan, it's not don't get going Deku. I'm not gonna tolerate your stupid bullshit and I don't want to accidentally ruin what we've started to get again. You guys seem done, so why don't you get going? I kinda just entered myself into your date sorry, hang out, and you clearly had plans. Besides, it's almost 3 and if I recall correctly you started having those tutoring sessions around 3:30 these days. Izuku looked at his watch and yelped, grabbing their bags and pulling Momo along with him. They had 45 minutes to make a 40-minute trip back to his manor before Alfred would call Aizawa and have him give them a particularly intense workout for being late. Katsuki snorted and called it uncensored whooping when he heard what it was like. Bye Kachan, I'll talk later. Scene break. After arriving back at Wayne Manor in a nick of time, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu waited for Alfred to finish preparations back out on their usual spot on the balcony with some microwave popcorn. Momo hadn't talked much since they'd left Hamamatsu, and seemed to be rather deep in thought about something or other. Wanting to break the tension, Izuku spoke up. Sorry about before, Kachan can be a lot. Momo took a sip of tea and gave her friend a steely glare at the thought of Bakugo. True, I didn't exactly appreciate some of his comments towards you, or my father. He's trying, but he's dug himself into a deep hole. It'll be a while before he digs himself out. Izuku sighed and took another bite of food. Great, first crush I have in years and Katsuki manages to make it awkward all over again. And now he's got her thinking about Batman's identity. Well, if you're going to UA together, you might as well test the waters on how she sees the bat. So what do you think of the Batman, Midoriya-kun? Momo asked suddenly, catching Izuku off guard. Or she'll do it for me. Midoriya-san. Oh. I think he's someone to watch, at least. He doesn't seem to be ill-intentioned, and certainly is making waves. It looks to me like he may have some sort of strengthening or intelligence quirk, but a mutation isn't out of the ordinary either. Midoriya fell into his usual muttering habit while Yaoyorozu waited for him to reach a stopping point. Not that it matters honestly, he's doing a good job getting troubled people into places that can help in bringing the really bad folks to justice. His methods might be a bit extreme, I suppose, but the kind of people he takes down are too unpredictable and dangerous to use kitty gloves with, like most heroes tend to do. Momo set her tea down, and after another moment of thought, decided to press things further. It would be interesting if he were quirkless, wouldn't it? Resisting the urge to faint at this, Izuku remained composed if not very flustered. Quirkless. What would give you that impression? The way he fights seems rather out of the ordinary even for a vigilante. He's clearly trained, but it's a bit rougher around the edges, in a way that doesn't seem likely for an intelligence quirk. That, and his tactics in bringing down larger threats could rule out strength increase. Yeah, I guess that's true. Not to mention if he was quirkless he'd have more legal and more importantly cheap access to weapons like knives, pepper spray, and other things I heard Bakugo-san say were found left behind in places he'd fought. They were. I mean, yeah they were, Izuku exclaimed, barely able to compose himself and hide his panic. Ooh shit, I'm screwed. Aizawa-sensei and Pennyworth-san said to be careful about that. And if he was quirkless, it would explain his confidence and his more aggressive fighting style. Momo said with a smile on her pretty face. Do you know about the vigilante loophole, Midoriya? Remind me again. If you don't have a quirk or they can't prove you used one, it doesn't legally count as vigilantism. Oh yeah. Right. Not to condone any dangerous behavior, but you could use similar methods to get into UA, or get experience at the very least. Momo suggested to Izuku, while at the same time trying to watch his reactions for anything suspicious. Midoriya-kun has seemed awfully tense every time I've mentioned that vigilante, especially when I mentioned the possibility they could be quirkless. But he couldn't, could he? Good evening, Master Midoriya, Lady Yaoyorozu. I hate to interrupt your engaging conversation, but I've prepared our lesson materials for today. Alfred gestured for his charges to follow him to his study, with both trailing behind him shortly after. I'm terribly sorry for the wait. This will be a slightly different lesson than what you're both used to. Please don't tell me it's about the stock market again, Pennyworth-san. Midoriya groaned while they traversed through one of the many door-filled hallways in Wayne Manor. While Izuku and Alfred quietly talked as they walked, Momo noticed a sole door left cracked open in that particular hallway, and it piqued her curiosity to a certain extent. However, her point of attention quickly changed when they arrived in Alfred's usual study to find that their desks and chairs had been placed to the side, and had been replaced on the ground by what appeared to be dance step stickers. Pennyworth-san, what is this? Midoriya asked. Those would be steps for you two's waltzing lesson, Master Midoriya. I've been waiting for quite some time to teach Lady Yaoyorozu, and I believe you would be a suitable partner. Alfred gave him a knowing look as he walked up to the record player, which began to fill the room with CL Senso radical music. You are both the proper height to learn as a pair, after all. Dance. US. Together. Of course, Master. Knowing how to waltz is an essential part of high society. You don't want to seem uncultured, now do you? I'm sure you've heard what happens to those who can't meet standards in this part of society, no? Alfred gave his charge a knowing and sly look, while both Izuku and Momo turned a bright crimson color. He's totally doing this on purpose. Well then, I suppose it can't be helped. At least learning with someone we know will make it a titch more comfortable. Yaomomo tried to regain her composure before turning to face Midoriya with a bashful look. Aren't you going to ask me to dance, Midoriya-kun? Yeah right. Izuku took her by the hand, causing him to turn even brighter when he realized how soft and smooth her skin was. This wasn't helped when Alfred moved around them and placed Izuku's hand at Momo's back and her hand on his shoulder. Excellent. Now that you're in proper form, you should be fine if you follow the steps. I'll let you both decide which one of you should lead. Alfred used his quirk to turn up the volume a bit on the record, letting his students begin the steps slowly and carefully. Both seemed very bashful and reserved in their moves, especially Izuku, who was trying his hardest not to look his partner in the face. While nervous as well, Momo's thoughts went elsewhere as they waltzed. There's something off about him, isn't there? And it's not just the lack of quirk, either. His arm and shoulders are hard as a rock, and his grip is so strong. Has he been training for longer than I thought? They spun to hit the next set of spots, Alfred counting them along in a steady 1-2-3, 1-2-3 repetitive cycle. Izuku stumbled a bit as she stepped back, his foot landing on hers. He muttered an apology as they continued, knowing from experience that Alfred didn't want them to stop until this was second nature thanks to his etiquette lessons. Ow. Is he wearing steel-reinforced shoes? I thought he was just in normal Oxfords. Why would he wait? Does this have something to do with his strength? It would make some sense if he doesn't have a quirk. Father has odd shoes too, but he doesn't have a very obvious steel bar in them, now does he? She slipped on one of the stickers and almost fell, only for Izuku to react so fast she didn't even notice him moving. From the angle she was looking up at his face from, his concerned look appeared to have slightly hooded eyes and a bit of a pout. Oh, wow, he's no bad Momo. You've only known him for 2 weeks, and he's clearly not being completely honest about his training. For all you know, he's also hiding a subtle quirk. How else would he be this athletic? Don't think about him looking no. Don't even think about not thinking about that. She thought, face flushing a bit as she was righted by her dance partner. The trance they fell into broke when Alfred shut off the music with a sharp VVVVVT noise, clapping his hands once as he began to speak in a very amused tone. Oh my. Look at the time. Let's call this lesson done. Miss Yaoyorozu, your driver will be here in approximately 15 minutes. Young master, I believe that you were scheduled to have a lesson with Mr. Aizawa in an hour, so I would suggest you prepare for that now. Ah, right. Thanks Pennyworth-san. I guess I'll see you around, Yaoyorozu-san. Right. Pennyworth-san, Midoriya-san, would you mind if I have a snack before I go, or use the restroom? Oh. No. Go ahead Yaoyorozu-san. I don't mind, but I need to go get ready for my lesson, so I'll be busy while you're doing that, so. It's fine, I understand. If I need anything I'll let Pennyworth-san know, okay? Scene break. Momo practically sprinted down the hall after leaving the study, partially due to her embarrassment, partially due to her suspicions, and partially because she actually did need to use the ladies' room. All the while thoughts of her new friend clouded her mind. Okay. This manor is way too big and confusing. At least mine has enough staff you can ask for directions when you get lost. Things are confusing enough right now when is that a Jackson Pollock original? Nice. He's got actual art and not just a bunch of bare walls or replicas. Now where is that bathroom? Come to think of it, wouldn't Midoriya-san only need to change into workout clothes and maybe shower before training? That's weird. He rushed off really fast like he had a time crunch. Bathroom. Ooh. That's Qianlong porcelain. Mom and Dad have been eyeing those for years. How old is no? Don't pee your pants. Come on bathroom, where are you? Momo spotted what looked like a door with a worn-out sign on it and darted over, pushing on it to see if it would open and reveal the toilet she so urgently needed. Instead of a door to a bathroom, she got a utility closet full of breakers and water heaters with a Wi-Fi router on a shelf in the back corner. No. Why is the world trying to torture me right now? She whimpered, shutting the door again and kicking the grandfather clock next to it. She overextended herself and fell to the side in a spin, falling through the front of it into a dark new location. What the where am I? Does Midoriya-kun know about this? He did just move in after all. The cavern she found herself in was Makinsor Dive, a natural cave-like sinkhole with a set of stairs leading down. Figuring that at the very least no one would probably notice if she emergency peed in a giant cave, she started down the stairs in a hurry. If she didn't go now, she'd have filthy clothes for the entire ride home and her father might not let her return with his overreactions to the tiniest things in order to protect her from harm. Once she got to the bottom, she noticed that there was a bathroom already down here thanks to the very obvious WC sign on a small shed-like structure right next to the stairs. Jackpot. Once she'd done her business and came out, she finally had a clear enough mind to take in the rest of the large naturally made room. And oh boy, was it something else. For starters, she could see down here because there were bright LED lights all over the place, and one of the platforms was almost blinding with how strong the glow from it was. A tunnel led out of the cavern, a full-on road leading from it to a platform with two motorcycles and what looked like an in-progress custom muscle car tank hybrid resting on it. Across from that was the glowing platform, which was the highest and had a couple smaller ones stacked below it.
It looked like that one had a Mackinsoretive surveillance system or supercomputer on it, but the screens and floodlights there were so bright she couldn't tell.
The next platform down had a decently sized divot into the rock, several racks holding dark objects all over it along with dozens of tables. The smaller platform on the lowest of the platforms had another small structure on it, along with a long dry cleaner's style rack holding what looked like about 4 hero costumes of varying levels of armoring. And on a platform off to the opposite side of the computer one was a figure hard at work at some kind of welding project, pausing for a moment to presumably hit a button as loud music began to blast right as Momo paled in realization. She'd possibly become friends with a very, very dangerous person. Or he didn't know all this was down here and had someone's hideout on his property. She felt it far more likely that it was the former, but she'd let Midoriya-san come to her about it first.
She didn't know if he was a vigilante or a mob boss at the moment, even if vigilante seemed more likely. The possibility was still there that he was in organized crime thanks to how some of the high society people she knew got their wealth. Besides, both groups were notorious for being lethal when it came to staying under the radar and their identities hidden.
She slowly made her way back up the stairs and fixed the clock door as best as she could before sighing and going to look for the exit.
Best not to think too much on it, he'd tell me when he's ready either way. Besides, it's been long enough that my ride should be here anyways. Single quote. Momo tried making her way back up the staircase, only to notice a glimmer of light reflected on a case further into the sinkhole. A case that held a distinctive bat-shaped cowl, bulletproof suit, wing-like cape, and large black boots. No, he wasn't. His reaction to my theory on Batman being quirkless couldn't mean.
She heard footsteps coming down the hall up above, so she scrambled to hide under the staircase to avoid being caught. The person coming down them paused for a second before continuing on, something having fallen to the floor. Oi, problem child. Turn that shit off. I got you that gear you needed. You get 15 minutes to suit up and meet me in the sparring area, got it?
That was that Aizawa man, isn't he a pro hero? Why is he here to train? Wait, he's quirkless, right? That means.
Momo barely contained her gasp as the realization hit, quickly going up the stairs as quietly as she could. Batman couldn't be charged with vigilantism as long as he kept his gear within the regulations for quirkless weaponry. He could do whatever he wanted, and because he had no quirk he would not be charged if he got caught, since it would count as self-defense by default. Oi bats. You or the old man left the Batcave entrance open. Pretty sure your little girlfriend is under the stairs. Aizawa pointed to the cracked open door to Izuku's most secret space. While Alfred seemed oddly serene at this news, Izuku was focused on another part of Aizawa's statement.
She's not my weight. Shit. I suppose it was inevitable she would find out eventually. It was almost as if someone left the entrance open on purpose to relieve the tension. Alfred said with a small yawn and a noticeable smirk, getting him a glare from both Midoriya and Aizawa. There's a perfectly normal explanation for this. If I understand right, you wanted to be a hero all your life in spite of everyone telling you that you couldn't, and when your mother censored it you became disillusioned with pros. So when the resources became available you started vigilantism. I guess that sums it up. Just tell her that if she asks, brat. It's not that hard to understand, sheesh. Anyways. Training, and then I have a message to censored along from a coworker of mine who wants to invite you to lunch for some weird reason.
While Aizawa tried handing Midoriya a small letter, both he and Yaoyorozu seemed more than a little stiffened and focused only on each other at the moment. Being able to see where this was going, Alfred pulled the underground hero to the side. Let them work through this, Aizawa-san. It will be better in the long run.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, it's just. There's no need to apologize, it would be silly for me to get upset. It's only natural we have secrets, we've known each other for less than a month. I'm not going to throw a tantrum or act like you've been lying or something like that.
So what do you think? I think that you're doing what you think is right, and using your resources to make a difference. I also know that this was a big secret you probably didn't want to share unless you had to, so I won't tell anyone. Momo carefully spoke, clasping her hands in front of her. I do want to know if you're still going to try for UA, though. Oh, like hell he isn't. I warned him about the risk he's still under for vigilantism. He can't get charged with that, sure, but censordo, manslaughter, and other violence-related laws are still applicable to this idiot. If he gets a license, he gets out of being able to be sued by victims or arrested for those other crimes and stripped of every single thing he owns because he's got protection for his censored.
Aizawa interjected before Izuku could say anything. Besides, the only reason he's not either recommended or my apprentice yet is because he's unable to qualify thanks to his lack of quirk. I'm already hard at work hashing out the details of the exceptions they'll give him for the entrance exams, even though the ones he's going to take are months away.
So, that means that if you think that this kid is going to be going for the big leagues and has a couple of the old guards standing behind him, then you're right. I can only get any leverage with UA, and if they let him give it a shot then the word will spread and others might let him have a go at the entrance exams there. Yue is the one that goes first, after all.
That's true, and very clever of you, Aizawa-san. Thanks, brat. Anyways, as I was trying to say earlier, a certain number one hero wanted me to give this letter to you, problem child. He found out I knew you and said you ran into him a while back or something. I have no idea what it's about, I didn't bother opening it or anything. Not my mail, not my problem. Izuku and Momo choked and turned to eye the envelope that Aizawa was lazily wagging back and forth, flat out gaping. All Might. Yeah, problem child, All Might. He said it was time sensitive, so go read that and figure out what the hell he wants with you. All Might has run into Batman. No, I met him before so he was a jerk and I'm not a big fan of his anymore, to keep it simple. Not sure what this is about, Izuku muttered, taking the letter and sliding his finger under the sealed part of the flap. Maybe it's an apology, Momo suggested, a bit surprised by Izuku's sudden dark change in demeanor. Izuku skimmed it and growled, throwing it to the ground and skulking away with a ghost-like candor. The adults sighed as Alfred picked up the piece of paper, Aizawa stalking off like a cat towards the young vigilante. It seems that All Might wishes to invite him to dinner to discuss his prior actions and introduce him to someone he thinks might be able to mentor him. He says here he placed a good word in with a detective agency about him as an apology gift and that their best wishes to see if he would make a good apprentice.
Why would that? It says right below that line that this Naomasa person finds him interesting, and I quote, despite his lack of any significant skill outside of the standard for a human.
So he just said quirkless in an even more demeaning way. I believe he meant well. I have met that man myself and he is quite kind no matter if he's in costume or not, but, well. Is he quirkist or something? Momo deadpanned. Aizawa dragged a still clearly pissed off Izuku over by the back of his shirt, the teen looking like he was ready to murder someone and bound by the underground hero's very long scarf to the point he couldn't say anything thanks to it gagging him. We're back, but he's in a bitey mood right now. I'm going to start letting him loose, but be warned. The exhausted looking man drawled, grabbing one end and pulling hard. Welcome back, sir. As for All Might, he is, how do I put this without insulting him very much? Pennyworth-san, all you're doing is making me think I should break the decorum you taught me and kick that man in the. Blast it. He's a complete dullard when it comes to tact. He often says things that he thinks mean one thing but are actually offensive, to the point he has an entire team running all of his online accounts. He tells them what he wants to say, they clarify his meaning, and then they approve what gets sent out. Even his work emails are done in that manner. Why? I have no earthly notion as to how this managed to slip through the cracks. I have gotten letters handed to me directly from him before, and they always had a stamp of clearance on them. This one is simply a piece of old notebook paper he scribbled on.
Aizawa flat out cackled at the description, clearly finding it amusing how incompetent the number one apparently was. One last tug freed Izuku's mouth, making him smack his lips a couple times before turning back to his butler and new friend. I see. I'm sorry. I overreacted. Midoriya let out a deep sigh. I guess I might as well see whatever it is he wants. No sense in alienating more pros at this rate. He's the last one I should be doing that with anyways, even if I don't exactly like him very much, to put it mildly.
Excellent. It is always great to see you being the better man, Master Midoriya.
I mean, it's not like I really have that much of a choice in the matter. I do need backup options and he's managed to get a guy willing to take me on despite my schooling level. So, Izuku mumbled anyways. Where does he want to meet, and when? I didn't read the entire thing before I threw it on the ground.
It seems he wishes to meet around 8 p.m. 2 Thursday nights from now at. Oh my, that man is, young master, this is quite odd for such a meeting, but. Spit it out, Pennyworth. Aizawa drawled. We don't care what you think is low CL censored. Well, he wants to meet at. When Izuku heard where he was supposed to go for a supposedly serious dinner, he could only do one thing. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Scene break. Doesn't bother enough people in America, he has come here. Toshinori Yagi deflated both figuratively and literally as he crashed on his small couch, having had a long day of fighting various villains, most recently an American criminal named Joe Coin who had an odd obsession with pennies and 1 yen coins. Over the past few months he'd made more frequent attempts to reserve his limited energy to fight evil and save lives into the night, but there were days such as this he was out of gas by dusk. Making things even more frustrating was the two rising figures he'd constantly kept on his mind as of late, the Batman and the Joker. In spite of his best efforts, he couldn't get away from UA or his agency long enough to make a trip down south to deal with the clown-like villain, who'd been causing even more trouble as of late. One particularly disturbing crime in which a bank robbery resulted in nearly all the villains involved being shot dead by one another, and the Joker escaping with an armored car filled with money. And then there was the vigilante that had grown in infamy since his beating of Dr. Death went viral and became breaking news. Since the Batman had been discovered, several pros had spoken out against his methods and vigilantism as a whole with general agreement from the public. However, he had grown to be very popular amongst those with heteromorphic quirks since he'd made a fool of one of their most ardent antagonists. Despite hearing plenty of negative and positive opinions on this vigilante, all might had a more mixed opinion on the Bat, considering him a likely misguided youth lashing against the dark underbelly of society that had gone mostly ignored. While agreeing with his cause, Toshinori didn't approve of his methods, and felt that Batman would be better served letting pros grow to fit the night on their own, following the rules set by the Public Safety Commission, and getting a license eventually through the proper channels. He sighed and picked up his remote, turning on the news to see if anything was on that could distract him from his angsting. Usually his favorite channel had a more lighthearted segment around this time of day, one about upcoming heroes and young professionals that always made him excited about the future of the nation. Last time he caught it, he'd gotten to see the youngest hero in the upper 30 ranks, Hawks, giving an interview about his favorite pastimes. The program usually kept to light-hearted topics, but occasionally it would be such an important or notable new figure that the segment would be about 15 minutes long and fairly serious in comparison. Some might think that in this world dependent on power and special ability, and that isn't the case. In reality, even I am beholden to the whims of the elite. How ironic that the number one hero still needs to play dancing monkey for sponsors and politicians in order to maintain his ability to help those in need. He thought as the intro to the segment played, scratching his stomach where his shirt had ridden up. He nearly choked when he saw the person being interviewed. A very nervous-looking 15-year-old with a plain face, bushy green hair, and a rather impressive-looking business suit. Hello viewers. Welcome to the Tory News Future of Fame. Today we have a very special newcomer to the business scene. He's the new owner of IM Industries, and the heir of the late Midoriya Tamaki. Please welcome Midoriya Izuku, the 13-year-old business mogul. Thank you very much for having me. Midoriya nervously bowed before the camera, before suddenly shooting back up, clearing his throat, and speaking again. Thank you very much for having me. It's that kid from the Napier killings. Toshinori shouted, standing up and gaping at the TV in shock, before spitting up blood. What on how? How did he? So tell me, Midoriya-san, how exactly did you come into inheriting the Maconservative corporation that is I am at such a young age? It's personal, and very fresh. In short, my family is plagued by tragedy it seems, and I ended up being the sole viable option for inheritance. The boy on the screen grimaced, clearly very uncomfortable about the situation. Oh, I didn't mean to poke at any sore spots. I have to say though, you've done a fairly impressive job as company president during your tenure. You've only been president since last March, and the growth that took place under your uncle has continued its course. Toshinori started to get a little lightheaded and sat down on the floor, blood running cold as he began to process what was happening. His main sponsor for gear and merchandise was IM, and his harsh advice was incredibly poorly timed in hindsight. If that kid hated him enough, it wasn't like he wanted to have to worry about the money, but he had to have a legal fund just in case and pay other people who helped him out and for uniforms, and being a hero was really Really expensive, okay. He only ever saw maybe an eighth of what his income was reported to be on a good pay period. On a bad one, he got less than minimum wage. It was part of the reason he was glad he outright owned his home. No need to worry about rent, and he could stand to live with no gas or electricity for a month if things got really bad. So, where do you see yourself and the company in 10 or so years? I am aiming to maximize profits even more and expand into more industries. Niches that need more support, if that makes sense. Private security, mental health research and support, sensor distance programs, things that will benefit the world beyond what is already out there. That is quite the goal, and very kind of you. Is there any reason why you're so interested in things like that? They aren't very profitable. Is that why you're going to maximize profits? Partially, but I also aim to increase the money coming in so I can pay my employees better and start using more humane factories. As for why, I'm afraid that's also a sore subject and extremely personal. Toshinori had a very strong feeling as to what his reasoning was, and it made him sick to his stomach. Napier. Well, it seems like you have some strong inspirations for doing right through IM. Next question. What is your quirk? Toshinori held his breath as he watched the child he'd crushed the dreams of on the same day his mother was murdered and accidentally was involved in the death of her murderer freeze and seemingly have a rapid-fire internal debate. The young man let out a nervous noise and rubbed the back of his neck after a moment, clearly showing his hesitancy to tell the truth. After half a minute of deep breaths, Izuku shifted his stance subtly and muttered in a voice that sent chills down Toshinori's spine. I have no quirk, and I don't care anymore who learns that or how they view me because of it. All that matters is my skills in my role, and I have clearly proven that I handle that on my own. I see. People born without quirks face a lot of adversity, and judging from what you've said before, you've already. All Might tuned out the host's words as Midoriya's tone of voice during his last answer rang in his head as the words repeated themselves. Though he couldn't quite pin down where, he's definitely heard that voice before. Adding on to that, his expression seemed to darken in a way he'd only seen from the most hardened of underground heroes at that moment. And the way he was standing. It was clearly a very subtle combat stance. He'd seen ones like it when he trained with underground heroes in the past. One leg was slightly censored and placed just behind the other, primed to lash out in a powerful kick but still looking like he was simply shifting to rest his leg a bit. His arms were loose and limber, hands on his hips and shoulders squared back in just the right angle that if he needed to drop into a roll or grab a hidden blade he could do so in mere seconds at most. It looked exactly like a stance Eraserhead took during training sessions back when he still trained with mainstream pros, one that was ruthlessly efficient and adaptable. Seeing Midoriya's change in attitude and stance, plus his own knowledge of the boy's past made All Might think back to a conversation he had with Tsukauchi Naomasa when he'd asked about their investigation of the Batman. From his observations and the observations of Commissioner Gamagori, they'd been able to create a cursory psychological profile of the vigilante.
He was someone young with a very strong sense of justice and a protective streak longer than the entire country of Japan, especially towards the underprivileged and weak.
He pulled no punches, had the money to leave expensive custom equipment lying around after fights and owned a motorcycle and one heavily armored Black Ops-style costume at the bare minimum, and he knew how to intimidate like a CL Senso reticle villain. He also suggested that for someone so young to be so aggressive and know how to cause such brutal injuries in a fight, they likely had a traumatic past. Perhaps intense bullying or the death of a relative was involved, which would initially cause them to consider the heteromorph theory likely due to his sensorido on the creature rejection clan.
However, upon seeing Midoriya once again, learning of his resources, seeing the clear effect his mother's death had on him, and considering the profile created by the police, All Might had come to a completely new conclusion. With his discovery in mind, All Might walked over to his desk and began writing a letter, hoping he could set things right.
I can't believe I drove a child too. I just hope I'm not too late. Night had once again fallen over Musudafu, and the cold wind of mid-September had come with it. As per usual, many common thugs and gangs became active in the back alleys and busy streets of the city.
However, the relatively high crime rate after dark had been on a slow and steady decrease over the past month, as many feared a simple job would result in an encounter with the cloaked, aggressive vigilante stalking the city. Even for those who weren't afraid of the Batman, the increasing presence of heroes in the evening who'd been looking to catch the vigilante acted as effectively as the bat signal in deterring criminals. One such criminal who was deathly terrified of Batman was the high priest of the creature rejection clan, Haruto Shigeru. Better known to his followers and the media as Dr. Death. While he'd managed to break out of Arkham with help of his few remaining cultists not long into his stay, his humiliating defeat by a single hero had left him with deep-seated paranoia he would be hunted down and killed the second he stepped out of captivity. Not helping was how he and his men being beaten into submission by a vigilante, and his very public surrender made the creature rejection clan seem like even more of a relic than before, and their membership had dwindled to a mere 26 people across all of Japan. This enraged Dr. Death, who both hated and feared Batman for quickening the downfall of his cult. But revenge would have to wait, as Dr. Death and his remaining followers would need money in order to fund their activities and claw their way back up to the organization's former strength. In order to better their financial situation, the small group had resorted to petty burglary in hopes of finding riches and valuables. "Hey, watch the lamp, it might be worth something," a thug whispered to his partner under the cover of darkness, stuffing as many valuables as he could into a bag of loot. "Leave it," Dr. Death curtly ordered the man carrying the lamp, while staring listlessly out the window at the cloudy night sky. "But, Doctor, this looks pretty fancy. We could probably get some serious coin for this." "It's too big and too noticeable." Dr. Death snapped and pointed to the bat-shaped shadow on the clouds outside with a manic look in his eyes. "Look. The bat is out there. I'm not getting caught by that lunatic again, not now, not ever. I thought you wanted to take out that mutant freak as much as the rest of us. It's his fault we're stuck doing this instead of cleansing the city like we're supposed to. Besides, even if he is running around, he's probably more focused on not getting caught by the pros than starting shit with us."
"You don't know, idiot. You weren't there. The bat doesn't play like that. He's ruthless and nuts. Once he's got your scent, he won't stop hunting you till you're nothing but a red smear on his hands. Now that he knows I'm out of Arkham, I know he'll be coming for me." Dr. Death grabbed the thug by the shoulders and shook him violently as he ranted and raved, before shoving him to the ground. "I'll get him and teach him what a real human can do one of these days, but we can't afford for him to find us here. So put that lamp back before I find out what my poison does when it goes into mouth."
"Yes, sir. Right away, sir." The man stumbled away from Dr. Death while the other thugs set the lamp down and started looting through other areas in the room. Shigeru let out a deep sigh of frustration before noticing something out the corner of his eye in the window, and he jerked around to see a scraggly-looking hero with long black hair, yellow goggles, and glowing red from the gutters of the house with a plain gray scarf. Once he was noticed, Eraserhead swung in through the open window before any of the thieves had a chance to react and delivered a flying kick right into the face of one of the men. "Unfortunately for you, some of us pros are less interested in Batman and more interested in catching more legitimate menaces. Seems like you didn't learn your lesson, Haruto Shigeru." Eraserhead glared at the two remaining cultists while keeping the third constricted in his scarf.
Despite the underground hero's piercing gaze, Dr. Death seemed confident and actually a bit relieved. "I see you know who I am, Scruffy. That's more than I can say for you. I don't like using my quirk on a real human, but I'll do whatever it takes to bring my clan back to its rightful place." Dr. Death and his follower both extended their arms out with intent to attack Eraserhead with their quirks, only for nothing to happen.
What the thug didn't get a chance to react before Eraserhead wrapped his scarf around the man's neck and harshly pulled him in for a direct strike to the face. Shigeru had similar luck as Aizawa had the other loose part of his scarf wrapped around his ankle while he was distracted, pulling him to the ground before stomping on his back to paralyze him. "The only place your group belongs is the trash, where it can be forgotten and left to rot."
"No, I won't be humiliated by a no-name bug like you. I am Dr. Death." Shigeru raged under Eraserhead's heel, before suddenly pulling a gun out and firing at the underground hero. While Eraserhead was able to dodge in time, this gave the opening for Dr. Death to slink out from under him and position himself on the other side of the room with the pistol. You may be a pro hero, but you're still not bulletproof. Some of us are. A different voice with an all too familiar tone came from behind Dr. Death, causing him to panic, turn around, and fire the gun directly into the figure. However, the bullet bounced off his chest and into the ceiling, leaving him seemingly unharmed. It was at this point Shigeru recognized the figure and felt his heart drop into his stomach.
Remember me, Haruto Shigeru. Batman growled with a malicious scowl on his pale face, ready to fight the minute Dr. Death made a move. However, the cult leader simply went stiff and fell backwards with a dead look in his eyes and a bit of foam coming out of his mouth.
After making sure his followers were properly restrained, Aizawa turned off his quirk and walked over to check on Shigeru's vitals. He's breathing, but he seems to be in shock. You must have done quite a number on him before, problem child. Eraserhead promptly stood up and began tying up Dr. Death in his steel wire web. You should be more careful in checking your surroundings for heroes from now on. I know you're quirkless, so I don't have to arrest you, but other pros don't, and most of them don't like you. Being awfully snippy for someone I came to help. Eraserhead. How did this moron escape so easily anyways? Some of his followers snuck into Arkham and broke him out, but after getting arrested twice in 1 month, I doubt he'll be able to pull something like this off again anytime soon. Aizawa yawned before noticing a small sliver of sunlight appear out the corner of his eye from the window. Anyways, my shift will be about done by the time I book these idiots, so you should probably call it a night soon too. Got a busy day tomorrow after all. Don't remind me. I'd much rather start my usual night on time instead of having dinner with someone I met on the worst day of my life. Batman groaned at the thought of meeting up with All Might, still remembering how he and so many other heroes failed to catch Jack Napier in spite of his crimes. I know he's annoying, but getting the symbol of peace on your side could make things easier for you when you start at UA. Besides, you could use a night off where you're not censoring face with your little girlfriend. It was this comment that caused Izuku's hardened Batman persona to completely shatter. She's not my girlfriend, Eraserhead. I mean. I know. It's just way too funny to make you squirm while you're wearing that. Now get going before the sun rises. You stick out like a sore thumb in that costume during the day. I can't believe that All Might of all people thought this would be a good place to meet. Izuku thought to himself as he walked up to the incredibly flamboyant-looking Mighty Monster Cafe. I should be tracking more details on those gangs pushing wipe and trigger, not spending time in a maid's cafe for furries. Maybe I'm just working too much, is all. The fact that I'm using my Batman voice in my head should be a sign of that. I should at least try to have a good time. A few years ago you would have dreamed of this under different circumstances. He sighed and walked into the inconspicuous-looking restaurant, showing his reservation number to the hostess that had been sent with the letter. Once he got in past the waiting area, he cringed in embarrassment. It wasn't furries. It was worse. So much worse.
It practically screamed Americana, bright and loud and as big as the man whose likeness could be seen in the 10-foot bust slowly rotating on a 4-tiered display in the middle of the place. CL-censored cars, eagles, American flags and even more tacky things were crammed in every square inch of space. The floors were tiled with custom mosaics of the shapes of the states, and the walls, at least what could be seen, were painted in the iconic stripes of the American flag. The cafe, or diner as the advertisements referred to it as, was made in the late 2370s, right when All Might first blew up, and hadn't changed a bit other than to make repairs. And it was very obvious why, when Izuku was led into a private room that looked like a 1960s diner where the number one hero was sitting in his skinny form already sipping at an obnoxiously large milkshake topped with a donut. He happened to be sitting with a man with black hair in his mid-30s wearing business casual attire, and a stunningly red-headed woman around her early 30s in a subtle dark green cowl neck dress that plunged dangerously low. After finishing his latest sip of milkshake, Toshinori noticed Izuku and gestured for him to come over. Young Midoriya, I was wondering when you would arrive. Grab yourself a seat.
Oh, of course. Izuku stuttered, not sure if he was more uncomfortable at the thought of All Might or the first casual social interaction he'd had outside of his inner circle in about 7 months. So you keep company with an agent of All Might and the richest man in the country. You lead quite a fascinating life now, Kun. Tsubaki said with a loving smile, before giving Midoriya a quick bow. It's very nice to meet you, Midoriya-san. I'm Tsubaki Aoi.
It's nice to meet you as well, Tsubaki-san. Oh please, just call me Aoi. A kid like you doesn't need to be formal in this place, and if someone tied to All Might of all people likes you, I bet you're quite the treat.
I've heard from Toshinori you're quite intelligent, Midoriya Shaku, though I suppose you'd have to be in order to run such a large company at your age. Naomasa smiled at the young president. Oh wait, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Detective Tsukauchi Naomasa. I'm a detective for the Musudafu Police Department. I also happen to know Tsubaki-san very well.
If he can call me Aoi, so can you now, Kun. I see. Did Yagi-san happen to bring me up to you? Izuku gave Toshinori a look, easily being able to tell where All Might was trying to go with this.
Well, yes, actually. I know you're probably far too busy with your company to work on ground level with us like originally recommended, but IM Enterprises does have a lot of great resources. Maybe if our administration allows it, IM could form something of a partnership with law enforcement.
If they've got materials like anything I've heard, you might actually be able to catch that bat-themed vigilante I've heard you talk so much about. Man-bat, right now, Kun?
Maybe that's what he likes to call himself. Most of the villains we find strung up by him call him something like the Bat or the Batman. I certainly wouldn't mind your help in catching him, Midoriya-san. I think he's potentially a problem. Izuku hummed and tapped his menu, trying to avoid eye contact by making it look like he was considering what he said next.
He wanted to object and state what he was trying to do, but he didn't want to give away his identity just yet.
I personally find this Batman character very saddening. While he, if they even are a man as they could be throwing us off with that name, has a lot of resources. Obviously for all we know he's just a teen who's gotten in with the wrong crowd or the child of a villain. Toshinori sighed, finally speaking after censoring down half his milkshake. I think his resources would definitely be better used elsewhere. If he's as young as the police think he is, Batman could get himself badly hurt doing work only trained pros should do. Well, from what little footage I've been able to gather with my team, I'd say him being untrained is a long shot. He's got skill that puts him on par with the best of the best in the underground hero circuit, Toshinori. That just makes me even more suspicious. Naomasa retorted, before turning to Izuku. Do you know what you want to order? We were waiting for you so we could get our food all at once, well aside from Mr. Mighty Monster Truck Milkshake here. I guess. I'll definitely be cheating on my diet, but I guess it won't hurt to splurge on a burger, Izuku muttered, laying his menu down and glancing between Toshinori and the others. Do you know if the Texas Bacon Smashburger is any good? Or should I get the Wisconsin Whiplash one, the one with 3 types of cheese? I'd go with the Texas one, kid. You need to put some beef on those bones. Toshinori quipped. After all, you look like the Walking Dead. Have you been sleeping right? Having nightmares or something?
Izuku just shot the blonde a deadpan look as Naomasa paled and made a cut-it-out gesture. Toshinori seemed to realize what he said and slapped his hand over his mouth, eyes going wide as a small choke made a few drops of blood drip out between his fingers.
I don't get it. What's the big deal? Aoi drawled, gesturing broadly towards Izuku. I mean, he's probably just some kid who likes to play games late into the night like every other kid his age. He's a victim of a very high-profile case that almost went on witness protection if the suspect was not found and processed already. I can't divulge anything else, nor can Toshinori, as that breaks confidentiality laws regarding underage parties. Naomasa lightly elbowed his friend in the side. I gotcha now, Kun, but I'm still intrigued with this master man of mystery. Tell me, Midoriya-san, you have a girlfriend from your old middle school. Or maybe in your social circle. How about a boyfriend? I don't judge. Aoi asked with a playful look on her face, one that only got bigger when she saw Izuku's flustered reaction. While Midoriya began to sputter like a broken engine and turn as red as a beet, his thoughts turned to a certain beautiful kind friend of his with black hair and a creation quirk. Crap. Don't think about Yaoyorozu. Don't think about Yaoyorozu. Don't think about Yaoyorozu. I'm not really seeing anyone right now. Work is so busy right now after all. So I see. Aoi smirked with a grin before getting really close to Izuku's face. If that's the case, what's your type? Maybe I can find you a cute little girlfriend. Izuku just about died from the close contact, the drooping of Aoi's dress to reveal she wasn't wearing a bra not helping either. Luckily for him, Naomasa put his hand on Aoi's shoulder and gently sat her back down. Calm down there, Aoi-chan. Midoriya's love life is his private business. Okay, fine. Now, Kun. Tsubaki let out a disappointed sigh and seemed to give up, just in time for a notification to go off on her phone. Looking down at the alarm in shock, Aoi immediately shot up from her seat and began gathering her things. Oh no. I'm sorry to leave you like this now, Kun, but there was an accident at the nursery. I'll have to leave you to talk with your crazy friends. Don't worry about it, Aoi-chan, I'm glad I could. Tsukauchi couldn't get in a word edgewise before Tsubaki pulled him into a deep kiss which made Izuku go bright red while Toshinori immediately moved to cover his eyes. After about a minute of the makeout session, Aoi broke away from the blushing Naomasa before giving him a wink and strutting out the cafe with many men and a few women ogling her. She have a sister. Toshinori half-jokingly said with a sheepish grin. Toshinori. What? She's basically what any man would want in a girl from what I've seen and heard. Cut me some slack, as the kids say these days. The waiter came in with their food at that point, the suspicious lack of an entree for Aoi making Izuku a bit suspicious.
Kid. Don't overthink it. She ate before we came in because she's vegan. Nothing on the menu is suited for her other than fries, so she just made sure she wouldn't feel so hungry that she'd be tempted to order something against her diet choices. Naomasa drawled, a bead of sweat appearing on his temple as he grabbed a chicken finger and took a bite regardless. Aoi's one of a kind, my friend. That's why I'm asking her to marry me.
Hearing this, All Might choked a bit on his food, as did Midoriya. Married. You've only known her what, 3 months? Does your family know about this? Yep. And I already know she's the one. Naomasa spoke confidently, while also sweating and pulling at his collar. Why is it so hot all of a sudden?
Marriage is a big step, Tsukauchi. Don't you think you're moving too fast?
No way. The moment I laid eyes on Aoi-chan, I knew she was the one. It hit me right in the face. Tsukauchi slurred a bit before dramatically collapsing face first into his dessert. This actually managed to get a bit of a laugh out of Izuku, while All Might openly chuckled at his friend's demeanor. You're mad, Naomasa. Hope you'll at least help me rent a tux. Suddenly a very loud show began to occur, all the staff rushing out onto the floor around the rotating All Might bust to do a dance while dressed in their flashy All Might themed uniforms to American Kids, one of All Might's favorite songs. You have a Maconserrative ego problem. Izuku deadpanned, not even bothering to speak like a normal teenager anymore. I'm shocked I ever looked up to you. You're just as bad as someone like Endeavor or those other mainstreamers who seem to focus more on their celebrity status than actually helping, aren't you? The cutting words shocked and stung All Might a bit, but only for so long as to realize he'd just heard Midoriya speak in a completely different voice than before. I see. Is that the voice you use as the Batman, young Midoriya? You didn't answer my question. What makes you different than the rest of the fame mongers and gold diggers out there? I know how the reports work. I know Jack Napier's report was out there for weeks on end. Why didn't you stop him? Young Midoriya, you have to understand that even as the #1 hero, I can't actually interfere with a case without being directly brought in. If I'm doing public service work and stumble on men like him, then sure, I'll help. But, no buts. This is why I don't trust you pros anymore. You know about problems but push them aside to the underfunded and heavily restricted police when they need a person who can handle combat against a powerful foe in most cases. So I'll ask you again. Why didn't you go after a known prolific serial killer who didn't even bother hiding his methods or main targets? Why didn't you set up a perimeter around the areas he was spotted near thanks to the security cameras that picked on his arrival in the area? Why did you let him kill 7 people in a single day and only tell the press about the one woman whose child survived and ended up encountering the villain in his time of death?
Yun, don't call me that. I'm the youngest person in history to ever fully take the wheels of a multinational corporation without any aid and managed to pull it off fairly easily.
Your excuses are pissing me off as well. Let me make this very simple. Why do you think you can get away with letting a dangerous man get away with his bullshit for almost a decade, only to finally do something when a quirkless kid goes after him in revenge? Why did some kid without a quirk manage to do what you should have done the moment that bastard was first arrested 8 years back?
The red tape alone. Censored the red tape, people were killed.
Over 100 people in 9 years across 3 countries. He was on the no-fly list, the FBI's most wanted list, Japan's most wanted list, and Korea's most wanted list. Every single organization responsible for making sure he didn't hurt people failed. And it was such a catastrophic chain of incompetence that it took me, a kid who hadn't even hit 15 yet and doesn't have a quirk, to finally put a stop to it. Forgive me if my trust in any group I haven't personally vetted is in the bottom of the Mariana Trench right now. I understand your feelings, but what you're doing is far too dangerous for yourself and others. You can help in other ways. Toshinori tried to persuade the Batman, only to notice that it had been several minutes now, and Naomasa had neither paid mind to their argument or even taken his head out of the bowl. In fact, he seemed to be twitching and shivering. Tsukauchi. We know it's some sort of neurotoxin, but we haven't been able to identify exactly what kind, or if it's natural or synthetic. I'm afraid unless we know what type of poison is in his system, there isn't much we can do. The doctor spoke to Toshinori and Izuku in a serious tone of voice. After Tsukauchi's sudden seizure at the cafe, Toshinori summoned paramedics onto the scene within mere seconds. By the time they'd managed to take the good detective to the nearest hospital, he was in critical condition. He was having frequent violent seizures, his skin was as pale as a sheet, he was bleeding and leaking green pus from his eyes and nose, and his mouth was foaming yellow. After putting him into a medical coma for his safety, doctors took a blood sample from Naomasa to find a trace amount of poison. A poison that was slowly but surely attacking his central nervous system, and that they couldn't identify or cure.
Poisoned. But why would anyone want to poison Tsukauchi? Toshinori asked the doctor, surrounded by a small squadron of police officers who arrived after hearing the news.
Would he have any enemies? Maybe a disgruntled villain he caught. It's highly possible Midoriya-san, Tsukauchi has the highest villain arrest rate of any cop this side of Fujisama. His investigation capabilities rival some of the pros. The commissioner explained, a gruff-looking man with the head of a dappled dachshund and a deep gravelly voice. He's just about the only one of us who gets to do anything too. Damn shame. I'd love to take a crack at villains and vigilantes like he does. A more heavy-set man in a trench coat sulked, munching on a donut as he spoke. Then you should probably look over the list of arrests he's made and villains he's personally caught with his investigations, and see who would have the opportunity to slip him the poison. In response to Izuku's suggestion, the more slovenly officer of the group turned around and gave him a harsh glare. And who do you think you are, rich boy, telling us how to do our jobs? I didn't work my censored off on the force for years just to have some kid act like he knows how to investigate better than us. Actually, Shimane, that's what I was gonna suggest we do. Toshinori, what was the name of the cafe you were eating at when he was poisoned? It was the Mighty Monster Cafe Gamagori Kibu. All Might told the commissioner before texting him the directions to the cafe. Great. Shimane, Kumamoto, stand guard here and make sure no one gets anywhere near Tsukauchi. Ishikawa, I want you working on identifying the neurotoxin and finding an antidote ASAP. Gunma, Miyagi, I want the two of you digging through every arrest Tsukauchi has made since was promoted to detective. Time is limited here, people. So move, move, move. As per Commissioner Gamagori's orders, all the cops in the hallway raced to their respective duties, leaving All Might and Midoriya alone with the doctor. Give it to me straight, doctor. Do you think Naomasa is going to make it? At this rate, it looks dicey. This is the most virulent strain of neurotoxin I've ever seen, and it's attacking his body at every nerve. We're doing everything we can, but if we don't find the antidote quick, this will probably be Tsukauchi's last night outside of an urn.
All Might watched the doctor rush back down the hallway to a different room and felt a pit grow in his stomach, terrified by the thought of losing his closest friend. This feeling of dread was only exacerbated when he saw Aoi Tsubaki arguing with some of the hospital staff and Detective Shimane, clearly in distress. You have to let me see him.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but the commissioner said no one was allowed in. Shimane tried reasoning Tsubaki to no avail. He's my boyfriend. I should be allowed to at least see that he is still alive. Aoi screamed, repeatedly punching down in the air to emphasize her point. Are you too much of a coward to not let a scared woman verify that her lover isn't already dead? Kid, I think I need to go try to calm her down before she gets herself in trouble. All Might sighed, already walking over to Aoi and Shimane. Izuku followed, mostly because he knew he wouldn't be allowed to stay either, and noticed something off about Aoi's thrashing fist. One of her fingers is more yellow than the others, and the others are green. It was at this point Izuku noticed that the blood sample they'd taken and the computer system analyzing it was left unattended in the nearby office, and promptly backed into the room with a small notebook while the others were distracted. In the meantime, Toshinori continued his attempt to calm down Tsubaki while Shimane grew increasingly more irritated with them. Look, we gotta keep him clear till a suspect is caught, and for all we know the killer's got a shapeshifting quirk and is impersonating you too. So scram. You foo. Fow. Tsubaki-san. Let's calm down a bit and try to work through this without profanity and violence, okay? I understand you're upset. I am too, but we're adults and young Midoriya over there needs to have a good example for how to handle difficult situations. All Might nervously interjected, stepping between the irate woman and Shimane. Besides, if you take things too far you can get in serious legal trouble. Censorito of an officer or medical professional is a charge that can land you in prison, after all. Tsubaki scoffed and took a couple steps back, glaring at both the detective and the off-duty hero. All Might glanced back down the hall, seeing Izuku muttering to himself and writing something down in a small notebook as he watched Naomasa from the hall. I wonder if he's going to try and compare his symptoms to what he can find online. He's smart enough to know how to filter out the bullshit, at least. Maybe he can actually help with this. Single quote.
Toshinori was distracted from his observations when he felt Aoi put her hand on his arm and heard her speak in a concerned tone of voice. Do you really think Nao-kun will pull through, Toshinori?
I've seen him come back from an anthrax attack and 7 gunshot wounds at the same time. He's made of some seriously tough stuff. If anyone can pull through this and be fine, it's him. Toshinori gave the woman a thumbs up and the closest thing he could give to an All Might smile he could do in his skinny form. I have contacts that can keep me updated thanks to my clearance with the precinct, thanks to my ties to All Might. Just give me your number and I'll keep you posted on what I can share. Bless you, Toshinori. Nao-kun is lucky to have a friend like you. You've got an early day tomorrow, right? You should get home. I'll walk you to the bus station.
Toshinori followed up on his word and left the hospital shortly after with Tsubaki by his side, with the bus stop to the station being not far from the exit.
He gave Aoi a quick nod as a small farewell, only for her to suddenly pull the much taller man into a hug. Tsubaki then looked at All Might with a seductive gaze and pouty lips, which seemed to have a very light green tint that could only be seen at this distance. Being smart enough to know where this was going, Toshinori redirected the situation by giving her a quick side hug before stepping away. Luckily the bus arrived before the situation could get any more awkward for All Might, and Aoi stepped inside giving a very pointed spark to the disguised number 1 hero. What the hell was that? Did she just try to? Seems suspicious, doesn't she? Toshinori jumped into the air and briefly turned to his muscle form on instinct when Izuku appeared right next to him, now fully in his batsuit and speaking with the appropriate tone. After recomposing himself, Toshinori checked their surroundings and whispered, "What are you doing? And how do you change it to that so fast?" "That's not important. We have a possible suspect and the genetic code for the poison I got from the computer. I know it's natural occurring from a plant, but that computer model won't finish identifying for the next 7 hours and that's not time we have, so we need to go." Batman pulled out a journal showing his rough sketch of the neurotoxin's DNA sequence he'd gotten from the hospital computer. He then pulled out a small black remote and pressed a bat-shaped button, causing a sleek black muscle car to roll up on the side of the road. While all might look at the vehicle in shock, Batman simply slid into the driver's side and gave the pro-hero an expectant look. "Don't worry. It's self-driving. I'm a vigilante, not a drag racer. Now get in so I can plug this sequence into my database before Sukauchi croaks." While still seeming apprehensive at the situation, All Might got into the Pisensordenger's side of the car, which promptly sped off into the night. The vehicle, or the Batmobile as All Might had taken to calling it, had arrived at Wayne Manor within about 5 minutes of leaving the hospital, being programmed to find the quickest route possible to its destination through all possible roads and paths. Amazed by the time they'd made, All Might turned to face Batman, who was currently writing down notes in the next page of his journal and muttering key points as he did so. "That was incredible, young Midoriya. Does IM Enterprises really have such advanced technology at its disposal just waiting to be released? This is just a prototype based on old concepts of self-driving technology in the era before quirks. There's still a few kinks in the system that need to be worked out before it's ready to be released to the public." Batman closed his notebook after finishing his notes, before turning off the Batmobile and placing a call. "Pennyworth-san, I need you pull up whatever records you can on Tsubaki Aoi. Personal history, education, occupation, quirk, etc. Also, we have a guest, so make sure they're well taken care of."
"Certainly, Master Midoriya," Alfred said from the other side of the phone.
"Tsubaki. I see. After what happened earlier I had my suspicions too, but how do you mean to?" Toshinori axed, only to find Batman had vanished from the parked vehicle without a trace, leaving the number 1 hero alone in the empty parking garage. "Why do I have a bad feeling that's going to become a regular thing?"
Before Toshinori could step out of the car, he found that the door was already opened for him by a very familiar face from back when he was in high school. "Good evening, Yagi-san. Shall I have you inside for a spell? Master Midoriya has insisted you be invited in."
"Silver Sensei. But you haven't aged a single day. Aren't you in your 70s? All Might gaped at the much older man, nearly hitting his head on the roof as he practically leapt out of the Batmobile.
"If I didn't know any better, I'd ask the same of you, Yagi-san. The years haven't been kind to the symbol of peace, have they, my student?" Alfred quietly observed Toshinori's state, to which both men seemed very somber. "I took it you encountered him again, didn't you? The scoundrel who took Nanashimura from us?"
"Yes, 5 years ago, but she's avenged now, and my current state is a small price to pay for freeing Japan of his presence. The power of All for One is gone now, as is the Society of Shadows that he controlled. Once I've found a successor, everything will have been worth it." Toshinori sighed before heading towards the lit staircase leading them above ground to Wayne Manor.
"And what did it cost you, Yagi-san? Anyone who knows you realizes you've changed from back then in more ways than one," Alfred called out as he followed All Might up the staircase and through the gardens of the estate.
"What do you mean? Don't make me say it. Toshinori Yagi is missing the spark that once made him Wonder Woman's ideal successor. You've become more hollow, more susceptible to the negative influences of the hero industry. Just a few months ago, you were willing to take whatever the Public Safety Commission handed you without digging any deeper to stop criminals and save lives elsewhere. There was always Jack Napier's even before, that's why heroes were made in the first place." Toshinori was silent for another moment before turning to face Alfred. "I know my failures, Silver Sensei. And I know what I said to young Midoriya came at the worst possible time. But it doesn't make what I had to tell him back then any less realistic. Heroism is a dangerous profession, and there are some challenges you just can't overcome without a quirk. What I don't understand is why you of all people would allow him to act as a vigilante when you know what's at stake for him, both legally and physically. So you wish to know why I encouraged his goal of becoming a hero, quirk or not? It's because I was once inspired by a young, quirkless man, named Yagi Toshinori. You seem to forget you saved just as many lives back when you were quirkless as you did when you trained in America with One for All. That's why Wonder Woman, the original symbol of peace, saw fit to give you her power. Because she believed you were worthy of a hero's responsibility, quirk or no quirk. I believe the same of Master Midoriya, even if his methods are unorthodox. I know that Nana-sensei believed that me being quirkless didn't matter, and I'm still grateful for everything she did. But times are different now, Alfred. Being quirkless in today's hero society just means you're limited. And that's why the Batman is so important, not just for Master Midoriya but for Japan as a whole.
Toshinori, you grew up in a time where quirkless people still had a place in society. You don't know how bad it's gotten.
That plus your lack of tact is why what you said and did affected the young man so much.
You left a bullied, clinically depressed middle school on the roof of a skyscraper for God's sake. I know for a fact that sort of situation was covered in protocol, and I also know that what happened to Master Midoriya is not an isolated incident. The whole world has built a caste system based on quirks. The symbol of peace is not what people trapped in darkness need. They need someone to empower them, someone not bound to the whims of the media or the Public Safety Commission. More than anything, what these people need is a hero of their own. Silver Sensei. Yes, Yagi-san. Tell the kid I really didn't know about Napier. I had to learn about him from Eraserhead. But it's not an excuse, not anymore. I need to be a better hero in the time I have left, and I need to make sure others are better too. I believe you can tell him yourself, Yagi-san. He's waiting for you in his Batcave. Alfred walked over to an empty spot of the garden, reached over on the ground, and pressed in an inconspicuous-looking stone that caused a staircase to open up in between himself and Toshinori.
Okay, good. So I'm not the only one who comes up with corny bat-themed names for young Midoriya's toys. All Might chuckled with a smirk, being both surprised and impressed with the layout of Midoriya's secret P-sensor dages. The skinny man then went down the spiral staircase into the Batcave, while Alfred decided to stay above and close the entrance of the secret lair behind him. This left Toshinori all on his own as he ventured through the dark sinkhole that was the Batcave, finding it to be rather empty and quiet as was expected of a vigilante that had just started out. The only things of note aside from the numerous points of entry and exit strewn about was a computer that seemed to be in the middle of processing something, the Batmobile which had just parked itself outside a more direct exit to the manor, a dimly lit display case which Toshinori presumed was for the Batsuit, and a disorganized desk covered in pages and notebooks. The desk in particular drew his attention, as he saw two notebooks left wide open. The most recent one with the sketch of the neurotoxin's DNA sequence, and a burnt, wrinkled one left open to an autograph for the number 1 hero. He picked up the latter notebook and gave it a long regretful gaze, knowing exactly what it meant for both All Might and Batman. It's rude to snoop through others' belongings, All Might. Toshinori went stiff and threw the notebook in the air in a panic, realizing the Batman was right behind him once again. He turned around to see Batman with a slightly amused expression, having caught the notebook as it fell. How often do you intend to do that? Anyways, have you found the source of the poison? Yeah, the computer just found a matching organism for the DNA sequence. It's a plant-derived neurotoxin from the wild thorny rose, an incredibly toxic plant that mimics the common rose found in nature. The rose is incredibly poisonous and just sniffing too much of it is enough to put you into a coma. But the catch is it went extinct in the wild back when I was in elementary school. Having access to it is all but impossible. It seems that narrows down our list of suspects quite a bit. But it also means the antidote will be harder to get a hold of too, and the closest one with the capability of making the antidote is probably the one responsible. Batman glowered at the screen before moving to a different database and typing in the kanji for Aoi Tsubaki, and I think I've got an idea of who that someone is. Aoi. Right, You think she would try to kill her boyfriend? Possibly, but I'll need to look at the information Pennyworth-san dug up before I jump to conclusions. Batman opened the page on Tsubaki Aoi that Alfred had made for them beforehand. Tsubaki Aoi. She graduated from the University of Tokyo with a degree in botany 9 years ago, and works as a chemist for Tsukiyama Fragrances in an older botanical garden that was nearly abandoned for a while. Apparently she's the only worker there. Her quirk is greenhouse. She can manipulate plant life, has a natural immunity to all plant-based poisons, can take on the attributes of any plant she's come into direct contact with, and can even grow those plants out of her body. And that includes the wild thorny rose as well. Looks like Naomasa will have to return that ring he got for her. Toshinori growled, his voice brimming with anger at the truth of the murder attempt on his best friend. I'll notify Gamagori Kibu and have a warrant for her arrest by tomorrow morning. You get this evidence on a flash drive and I'll get it over to the precinct as quickly as possible. I'm afraid that's no good. Even though it all fits together nicely, our evidence is purely circumstantial, so I doubt we'll be able to get a warrant before Tsukauchi runs out of time. The only way we can save him in time and bring Tsubaki in on charges is to get the rose and get the antidote straight from the source.
But we can't do that without a warrant. The commission would have our necks, even if I am All Might.
You can't act. I'm a vigilante, remember. I'll be in and out of those botanical gardens with the evidence, and the antidote right away. I see, but, Naomasa is my best friend. Aside from you, he's the only one I've let know about my secret. I can't just sit by and do nothing. All Might insisted, only for Batman to shove what looked kind of like an old, moldy crab roll into his hands. You have 30 minutes left of your muscle form, right? If you want to help, then light this off on the west end of town and let the other pros be drawn to it. If I get caught, it won't matter if I'm quirkless. Tsukauchi will be dead by the time I'm released. But the bat signal has been drawing in pros like flies lately, so if you light it off and cover my shift on the west end, I'll be able to get to the botanical gardens on the east end of town without drawing too much attention. I can't believe I'm doing this. Toshinori groaned as he took the bat signal flare from the boy's hands, before shifting into his muscle form with a large grin. Very well, Batman. As thanks for your noble efforts to save my friend, I'll light this bat signal and protect the streets of Musudafu from the scum of the night like I should have done years ago. I'll still be submitting our evidence to Gamagori Kibu though, just so there's no loose ends in the investigation. Batman gave All Might a small smile and bow of gratitude in response before making his way to the Batmobile, only to be grabbed by the cape suddenly by the much larger hero, who now spoke in a much more serious tone of voice. For what it's worth, I still think Izuku Midoriya would have made a great police officer. But I think that Batman makes a much greater hero. A hero that the world will need. I'm still not sure if it's possible or particularly safe to do hero work without a quirk, but I would love to be proven wrong. However, if I promise that I'll do my part to solve the issues plaguing the pro-hero scene and the Public Safety Commission, I'll need you to promise to work hard to get your official license when that time comes.
I'll consider it, Batman growled before stepping into the Batmobile and shooting off eastward.
With the Batmobile's speed and adaptability to traffic, it only took about 20 minutes for Batman to arrive at the botanical gardens on the east side of town where Tsubaki Aoi was thought to be hiding. After parking the Batmobile in the woods nearby to avoid suspicion, he skulked towards the building in almost complete darkness, feeling a bit safer as he moved when he saw the bat signal lighting up the cloudy skies to the west.
Upon getting closer to the gardens, he saw one of the greenhouses dimly lit by lamps inside, giving him a solid clue as to where Tsubaki could be waiting.
He heard from All Might's observations that their suspect had a habit of working, so if she censored him they wouldn't be able to get a warrant this quick. It was highly likely Tsubaki was still there. This proved to be correct when Batman saw her casually pruning a plant at her desk, which wouldn't be too out of the ordinary if not for the fact it was the wild thorny rose that had been used to poison Naomasa. Oh, you've done so well today, sweetie. Now get some rest. Aoi coddled the plant like any other person would a baby or a pet, before picking up one of the petals she just clipped and absorbing it into her skin using her quirk. And don't worry, I won't clip off any more of your beautiful petals, unless that Yagi fellow is getting wise. With an evil smirk on her beautiful green face, Tsubaki turned off her desk lamp and waltzed into the back rooms of the building, not noticing a dark figure on the catwalk directly above her. Once he was sure that Aoi was out of the room, Batman descended the ground below and made a beeline towards the flower pot holding the evidence they needed. However, he didn't notice that he'd been stepping on the vines of a curling carnivorous plant most of the way, which began to snake around his legs and hold his feet to the ground. The rest of the vines then shot up from the ground and wrapped around Batman's arms, legs, and body, completely restricting his movements. While the vigilante struggled to free himself from the vines, a very smug-looking Tsubaki Aoi emerged from the back room of the greenhouse, now wearing a green leotard that was a forest green shade. Making matters even worse for Batman was that a large, aggressive-looking Venus flytrap had emerged from behind him, and was ready to consume him in a single gulp. Now what did my cute little flytrap catch this time? It looks a bit big for a fly. Why, it looks like the notorious Batman. Tsubaki mocked her prey in a sadistic tone of voice, approaching slowly as she grew several thorny-looking vines out of her skin. Now what could I have possibly done to earn a visit from such a brute?
Tsukauchi, Naomasa, you poisoned him, didn't you? Batman growled as he continued to struggle with the vines.
Oh yes, my poor detective boy toy. I fear he may not make it. Tsubaki wept as she spoke, only for her crying to very quickly turn into loud maniacal laughter. At least, that's the plan. But I don't understand how it possibly involves a vigilante like you. Don't your types usually stick to beating up muggers or something?
Why do you do it, Tsubaki? Oh please Batman, if we're going with the whole hero, villain name thing, you should really call me
Poison Ivy. The newly deemed Poison Ivy chirped as she encircled her prey like a hungry cat. You see, now Kun committed a grave sin against all plant life. I'm sure you heard how he started that silly petition to expand Arkham Asylum's budget and facilities. An expansion that murdered a field of beautiful wildflowers, including the last of the wild thorny roses. Why, they might be extinct in Japan today if I hadn't saved my baby from those horrible bulldozers. The blood of those flowers is on his hands. And the hands of everyone who signed that damned petition. Batman watched in disturbed fascination as Ivy raged and the thorny vines on her body flared up and grew sharper as she got even angrier.
Even more disturbing, however, was when she calmed down and casually opened a crate full of bizarre glowing pumpkins. It seems to me that the people of Japan have lost their respect for the nature that cradled them for so long, which is why they've committed so many unforgivable sins.
But I've got a plan to bring everything back to zero with my newly bred babies. Right now they can only wipe out a small building, but in a few more breeding cycles I'm certain they'll have the destructive capability of a nuclear warhead. Once I've completed my work, this country will finally be given back to nature. You'll never get away with this, Ivy. Even if you manage to kill me here, Toshinori Yagi has already turned over the evidence of your guilt to All Might and the Commissioner. They know exactly what you did. Smart boy. Then you must know that the Public Safety Commission has to approve all warrants, and there's not nearly enough evidence to declare me a villain as long as I've got my baby. Poison Ivy said as she got closer and closer to the trapped Batman, with her lips slowly but surely gaining a greenish tint. All I have to do is kill you here, and feed what's left to my cute little flytrap. Then I can resume my plans in peace. So I'll seal your fate, with a kiss. What? Wait. I'm too young for you. Batman turned red from a mixture of embersensoredment and terror, as despite being a terrifying vigilante, he was still the same Shizuku who was terrified of women and was trying desperately to free himself from the vines.
Luckily for him, Poison Ivy didn't seem to recognize his voice after the drastic shift in tone, and instead moved further in for her deadly kiss with the Batman. However, at the last possible second before lip contact, a blast of mace suddenly came from the Dark Knight's mouth and sprayed Ivy right in the eyes.
Iee, you little mother-censored ing bat. As Ivy rubbed her burning eyes and went into a painful coughing fit from the mace, Batman freed himself from the vines with the sharp edges on his gloves and disoriented the flytrap with several batarangs, before giving the villainess a hard roundhouse kick that sent her flying to the ground. Not being too terribly comfortable fighting a woman, Izuku attempted to end the fight quickly with a hard punch to the head, only for a bush of thistle thorns to emerge from Ivy's body. Batman leapt away before he could be impaled, only to find himself stuck between the flytrap trying to take bites out of him, and Ivy, who was now shooting venomous thorns. Murderer! Murderer! Realizing he was caught in between a rock and a hard place, Batman used a grappling hook to escape the onslaught and reach safe ground on the catwalk. However, the flytrap quickly followed him up there, using its vines to pull itself up, while Ivy took to the ceiling using her own vines and began shooting at him from the rafters. Needing to act quickly in order to avoid being poisoned or beheaded, Batman saw something that gave him an idea. Having to duck the maw of the flytrap swiftly, the vigilante grabbed the monstrous plant by its sides and threw it over his head towards the ground, before throwing a batarang directly into the crate of pumpkin bombs. This naturally caused a maconservative explosion that wrecked most of the greenhouse in less than a second, leaving the whole compound in ruins. Being right in between the catwalk and the blast wave, the flytrap was incinerated almost instantly, while Batman was left missing an ear to his batsuit, and hanging over a drop left behind by the explosion. It was then he noticed Poison Ivy looming over him with a murderous glare, a burnt hardwood exoskeleton, and a gauntlet of thistle spines emerging from her arm. "You damned vigilantes, you act like you're better than us when you use your quirk outside the law. I may be a villain, but I'm the one walking from this clean. Enjoy extinction, Batman. I'm not going alone," Batman said weakly, before revealing he was holding her wild thorny rose in his free hand, the antidote, or the weed.
Seeing her flowers dangling over the gorge with Batman, Poison Ivy looked in horror before giving in and throwing a small bottle before him. Izuku then set the flower pot down, allowing him to use his free hand to pull himself from the gorge and grab the antidote, while Tsubaki broke down and began anxiously coddling the plant as she kneeled in the ruins. Batman then took the opportunity to chain her leg to a piece of the wreckage to prevent her escape.
Holy crap, I think I just beat my first serious villain. I can't feel my legs.
Before Izuku had any more time to catch his breath, however, he sensed more incoming danger and leapt away from where he was standing just before some of Kamui Wood's branches erupted from the ground. They wrapped around Tsubaki to make sure she was contained and pursued Batman into the air, forcing him to use his grappling hook to reach safer ground in the destroyed building. Once he had a better view of his surroundings, he saw Inspector Gamagori standing not far from the gardens with Kamui Woods and a group of police. "We know you're in there with the suspect, Batman. Make this easy and come out with your hands up. You're under arrest for acts of vigilantism," Kamui Woods yelled at the vigilante through a bullhorn, glaring at him as he stood on a piece of the wrecked metal frame. "I think that would be my cue to leave." Batman promptly leapt off the wreckage and sprinted towards the tree line where he hid the Batmobile, with Kamui Woods now following in hot pursuit after extending his arms and swinging past the gardens. With the vigilante in his sights, Kamui Woods reached for him with his arm turned into a set of branches meant to entangle Batman and prevent any further escape attempts. However, he leapt out of the way at the last possible second, but not before throwing the antidote bottle for Kamui Woods to catch. "There's the antidote. Get it back to the commissioner and give it to Tsukauchi." "Really? Thanks. I mean, I won't let you escape, villain." "That's what they all say, bub." Batman taunted Kamui Woods as he used his grappling hook to pull himself towards the woods, where the Batmobile shot out of the tree line, allowing him to go through the open sunroof and land in the driver's seat. Now safe for the moment, Izuku dropped his Dark Knight demeanor and frantically yelled to the virtual sensor distant to his car, "Robin. Top speed to Wayne Manor. Wayne Manor. Take the secret route." Starting secret route to Wayne Manor. The Batmobile then did a hard U-turn and sped into the woods with Izuku in tow, but not without Kamui Woods continuing to chase him through the forest. "You're not getting away from that easily, Batman. Have a taste of my super move." Kamui Woods proceeded to grow his arm into even larger, thicker branches than before, throwing his weight behind the blow with full intent to stop the vehicle in its tracks. Lacquered chain prison. Seeing the incoming forest worth of branches enclosing in on him, Izuku yelled to his system Robin, "Turn on the boosters. Full burn." Right before Kamui Woods could surround and snare the Batmobile in his grip, rocket boosters went off at the back and allowed it to blast away from the scene of the battle. This managed to knock Kamui Woods off his feet, meaning he and the rest of the police force could only watch as Batman escaped into the shadows. However, Commissioner Gamagori only seemed mildly upset at this, as he was more focused on the villain they had in their custody and the antidote that came with it. "Lieutenant Shimane, take Tsubaki Aoi into custody and book her. We'll credit Kamui Woods with her capture. Officer Miyagi, get the antidote from him and take it to Tsukauchi ASAP. And get an APB out on the Batman before he gets much farther. I want every hero in the city on his tail." "Yes, sir." Officer Miyagi, a younger woman with light brown skin and bright purple eyes, ran up to Kamui Woods, who seemed a lot more disappointed with his failure to capture Batman than the others. "Are you alright, Woods-san? I can't believe I let that bat get away. He wasn't like any vigilante I've dealt with before, that's for sure." Kamui Woods continued, panting from the exhaustion of his adrenaline rush wearing off, only to notice something left behind from when Batman had jumped away from him before. Specifically, a footprint from a rather peculiarly shaped shoe. "Interesting. Ugh, my head." Naomasa groaned as he woke up, feeling incredibly worn out after having the antidote administered into his bloodstream. Miyagi had managed to successfully get the antidote to the hospital within 30 minutes of retrieving it from Poison Ivy, and Naomasa's condition began to drastically improve as a result, and he finally awoke from his coma that next morning. "What happened?" "UP censored it out onto your chocolate mousse at that monster cafe. Doctor says you'll be alright as long as you take it easy for a couple days. Some of the muscles in your face are a bit tense, so you'll need to apply some cream for a while," Miyagi informed him, before stepping aside for Toshinori to talk. "How are you feeling, Tsukauchi? It looked like we were going to lose you there for a moment." "I've definitely seen better days, but I would kill for the rest of that mousse." "Ha. Now Naomasa, about proposing to Tsubaki Aoi, can I be honest with you as a friend? I just don't think she's right for you." Toshinori put a sympathetic hand on his friend's shoulder, who now seemed more than a little confused. "What do you mean by that? She's the best thing that's ever happened to me."
"Well, I think this might be easier to just show you," Toshinori hesitantly replied, pulling out his phone and tapping around for a second. When he turned it to Naomasa so he could see, his eyes bulged in shock. While the Batman has yet to be found after police and heroes lost sight of him during a high-speed chase through the wilderness surrounding the city, eco-terrorist villain Poison Ivy, better known to peers as Tsubaki Aoi, has been taken in on charges of planning a domestic terror attack and the attempted murder of her lover, who will go unnamed for anonymity purposes. The one-horned news anchor spoke.
"I can't believe it," Naomasa moaned and looked down into his lap. "I can't believe my luck sometimes. It's like a coin flip. It's either amazing or the worst, and it can flip again so quickly it makes my head spin."
"Well, old friend, there's no need to flip your head as long as I'm around. I'll find a nice girl to set you up with who won't be a villain when I get the chance." Toshinori gave the downed detective his usual grin and a big thumbs up. "Hey, thanks, Toshinori." Meanwhile, a few pros and cops were milling about the crowded waiting room and watching the news as well, mostly just killing time before Naomasa was set to be transported to a more secure location until Ivy could be sentenced and moved to the prison or facility she would be incarcerated in.
Kamui Woods in particular had waited all night for news on the detective's condition and seemed fairly exhausted, even when talking with his colleague Mount Lady. "But seriously, did you learn anything about that bat guy? You almost caught him, right?" "I wouldn't say almost, but I did have a fairly close encounter with him. He's extremely fast and moves like an underground pro who's been on the force for decades, and apparently has a custom car with at least one illegal modification in rocket boosters."
"Sweet. Old enough to drive, old enough to Mount Lady. There are children here. Prude. Still, you learn anything about his quirk?" "I did, but it's not exactly anything I can truly confirm just yet. For all I know, what I saw was just a fluke," Kamui Woods said with a sweat, trying not to arouse suspicion regarding what he saw that night. On the subject of the Batman, however, new evidence brings some credibility to a lesser-known theory about his abilities and origins. While investigating the scene, footprints revealed that he was wearing shoes from a company well known for making specialized footwear for quirkless people. This indicates that it is highly probable that our most infamous vigilante does not, in fact, have a quirk of any kind. It was at this point everyone in earshot of the television froze up in pure shock, whether it be from the surprise of the news like Mt. Lady, Naomasa and the civilians, or confusion of how exactly this got leaked to the public like Kamui Woods or All Might. It is unknown what law enforcement or the Public Safety Commission response to this news will be, but it is the first known instance of a quirkless vigilante in the time that the hero system has been in place. After examining the law regarding vigilantism, it is possibly completely legal to act as a vigilante without a quirk. The specific wording is the usage of a quirk to enact any form of retribution, enforcement, or rescue of a civilian without a license is illegal, and obviously if you don't have a quirk you can't be charged under that set of terms. God damn it, Morgans. WHO let him get wind of this. Toshinori broke the dead silence of the hospital with a frustrated scream, while Mt. Lady followed suit with the question that was on everyone's minds. Are you telling me the bat is quirkless? Naomasa just started to laugh in a slightly unhinged manner, clearly not in the best state mentally from the mix of trauma, betrayal and drugs he was on for the pain. Now being very worried and a little unnerved, Toshinori asked censoring, "You okay, man?"
Oh Toshinori. This is just great. I wonder where that guy's lucky coin will land. Will they modify the law in reaction to this, or will he get away with it for a long time to come? At least you're optimistic about this. Most would jump right into him getting himself killed.
He's had the luck of being able to handle characters like Dr. Death with ease. I'm not too worried about him dying. He's had a long streak of good flips. Now we just need to see what happens when he gets a bad one. Hearing his friend's slightly concerning laughter, All Might turned his attention back to the phone screen as he was lost in his thoughts. If only he knew, the so-called bad flip marathon that started this all was probably the worst any kid his age could go through. Things had not gotten any easier for Batman upon the public revelation he was quirkless. While it did leave a legal gray area that left the Hero Public Safety Commission stumbling to figure out what to do with him, and other heroes hesitant to chase him, the perception of quirkless people meant that many of the villains who he once struck fear into now saw him as a joke. This made it harder for Batman to gather information on the gangs and drug cartels he'd been fighting in the streets the past few nights, at least until his targets found themselves dangling from a high place. From what the Dark Knight could gather, much of the drugs being traded around trickled down through the gangs and villains through a single kingpin, the leader of what could be the largest drug trafficking ring in all of Japan. Despite the drug trade having fallen from grace along with most of organized crime's old guard since the discovery of quirks and rise of Ra's al Ghul, this particular racket was now regaining relevance to the Batman as he traced them back to the managing of two popular and highly problematic drugs. Trigger, a stimulant that increases the effects and powers of one's quirk, and Wipe, an injection that could wipe it out entirely for a short period of time. And it just so happened Batman was currently in the midst of an intense encounter with the most vicious drug dealer in the prefecture, who was closely connected to several gangs and low-level crime organizations. One of the villain's most pro-censoredoomed was merely a joke. Snowflame. Batman slid under a gap in the shelving of the cramped warehouse, trying to avoid hurting the trapped animals all over the place. This one was identified as an illegal animal testing facility for new drugs, as well as a stopover for the illegal trade of exotic pets. However, Snowflame followed him around the shelves and jumped him on the other side, attempting to jab him with a cattle prod only to have it swept from his hand in a single move. Before the villain had time to react, Batman began beating his face in and smacking him around, clearly controlling the fight and giving Snowflame little room to retaliate. Due to where they were fighting, Snowflame had a pretty large stash to play with of more than just the most well-known drug he could use to activate his quirk. And on top of that, He also had access to guns and the aforementioned cattle prods, and was being much more aggressive. After Batman managed to give him a hard shot straight to the nose, Snowflame was thrown back into one of the empty large animal cages that still had manure in it. Needless to say, the shit-covered drug addict was now extremely pissed off, and he wasn't nearly as scared of Batman as he usually was. But he didn't have much time to comprehend it all before Batman attacked from above, forcing him to roll away to the safety of the ground. You little shit. You dare try and interfere with someone better than you. Did you think once I learned your little secret that I'd still cower against some useless waste of human DNA? I know toddlers more terrifying than you quirkless censor Edward. Snowflame jumped away from his crouching position on the ground, before snorting more of his very illicit substance up his nose.
From the color alone, it was probably his favorite, cocaine, laced with quirk-enhancing drugs at the very least. It was at this point, with muscles flared up, his pupils shrank, and his already wild white hair got even messier before he charged Batman like an angry gorilla. The vigilante barely had time to react before a wave of psychedelic-looking energy shot after him, blasting the rack he was in front of across the open area of the warehouse.
He didn't bother wasting time, ducking into the shadows of some knocked-over shelves and pulling out his Narcan bolts. He knew who he was going to be facing today, or at least rumors of him hanging around, so he made sure he was heavily armed and ready for fighting the drug-powered energy warrior. The Bat waited in silence, not moving even a millimeter as he watched for a good shot at his opponent from his hiding spot. Come on out, you quirkless little shitstain. You can't outrun the white-hot power of SNOWFLAME. Today is the day I become the man WHO killed the Batman. His mind began to wander a bit towards what had led to his enemies thinking he wasn't a threat anymore, something he discovered that morning. Deku. Wake up, you little rich censored ER. Bakugo yelled from the answering machine sitting on Izuku's nightstand. Izuku had made a habit of oversleeping for hours after becoming Batman, and at this point had missed most of the morning news. You're gonna love this shit. Turn on the news as soon as you get this. Izuku rolled out of bed with a groan, glancing at his alarm clock and seeing that he slept in until about noon. Peeling himself out of his fairly humble bed for a billionaire, Izuku went through his morning routine before coming across Alfred. Good morning, Master Midoriya. I trust Bakugo-san's message woke you up before your alarm. Lady Yaoyorozu has also left a message as well. That's nice, Pennyworth-san. Izuku mumbled, still being half asleep and incredibly exhausted from his encounters with Poison Ivy and Kamui Woods the night before. What did they want again? Something on the news pertaining to Batman. I have it on the telly in the living room if you wish to watch it. Paused right at the start of the segment in question. Alfred led the exhausted Izuku over to the couch in their living room, placing him on it and setting a cup of tea and some scones in front of him before casually unpausing the television. What the quirkless teen saw almost immediately woke him up and practically made his eyes pop out from his head. Not even getting into the things being said by the anchors, there was a very eye-catching tagline at the bottom of the screen. Batman. The Quirkless Vigilante. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you to our sponsors. Back to the latest breaking story. We ask for opinions of local heroes and heroes across the nation, after a footprint left behind at the site of villain Tsubaki Poison Ivy Aoi's hideout revealed that the infamous vigilante Batman may, in fact, be quirkless. Asterisk. Comma. What? That's pretty much how I reacted, Master Midoriya.
Asterisk. All of Shizuoka and the country as a whole is in an uproar as we learn the villain who preyed on other villains may not actually be breaking the law at all. But ironically enough, this only seems to be making Batman more divisive as there is a new debate forming over the ethics and consequences of a quirkless person performing hero duties.
But I thought that wait, how did this even get leaked? Isn't all evidence tied to a case, even if it's a hero-led one, kept under wraps away from the public until it gets close to trial or something? That is typically how it goes, but occasionally something is so shocking or interesting that lower-ranked members of the force or sidekicks will leak it. Or it could be that sneaky Morgan's fellow again. Asterisk. In terms of support, It seems Batman has rallied quite a bit of fans amongst the heteromorph community in the wake of his viral rescue of a man with a gecko quirk being saved from Dr. Death, leader of the anti-mutant villain group Creature Rejection Clan. However, some find the idea of a quirkless vigilante highly controversial, likely due to the stigma associated with lacking a quirk. Asterisk. Now to the field with your favorite reporter to see what some people on the street think of this new revelation. Asterisk. Izuku let out a choked whine as the screen cut to show a certain large bird-like man in a news reporter uniform standing next to a bashful Kamui Woods with a maconservative grin on his face. The bird had clearly caught the hero right as he was leaving his agency, given where they were standing and the fact that Kamui Woods had on a hoodie over his hero clothes like he just got off his shift. Ah, so the Morgan's theory seems to be the most accurate. Wonderful. Just wonderful. Pennyworth-san, the sarcasm is really not needed right now.
Now, Kamui Woods, you were the first hero to get a good glimpse of Batman up close. And you discovered the clue that helped us make this big news.
Now hold on. I didn't know that it would be leaked or anything. Asterisk.
Yeah, whatever. What are your thoughts on our big news? How do you think the Hero Public Safety Commission will respond? It's out now, but if you don't stop this right now, I have full authority to arrest you for releasing CL censor edified unverified information tied to an active case.
Again. Kamui groaned in annoyance with the infamous reporter, before sighing and reluctantly discussing his thoughts. But if you must know, I am mostly concerned about the safety of Batman and the potential ramifications of what adjustments to the law this may create. For all we know, even more forms of self-defense against criminals may be rendered illegal and the hero side of things may become even more complex than it already is. Asterisk. The news footage then cut to Aizawa drinking coffee as he left a certain coffee chain next to where Kamui Woods' agency, only for him to be approached by Morgan and some other reporters. He seemed to not even be fully awake, and from what he knew about the man Izuku suspected the maconservative Starbucks cup was, in fact, just 15 shots of straight espresso and a single pump of vanilla, so it would theoretically be less awful. What about you, Eraserhead? What do you think about this revelation of Batman being quirkless? Aizawa completely stopped in his tracks when he heard this, completely frozen in shock. He stood still for a minute before spitting a mouthful of coffee out onto one of the less fortunate reporters. Maybe we should move on. Asterisk. I'm sorry, but are you really claiming that the theory of him being quirkless is founded? I might have given it a P-senso reading thought and figured it would be interesting, but from the reported size of that kid, he's just that, a kid. He'd need some serious luck or training to pull off what he's doing, not to mention connections for his gear. I thought the villain's kid thing was more reasonable. Aizawa fired off, grabbing the breakfast wrap from his bag and taking a very unprofessional looking bite. Based on the height we got an estimate for, I'd say he's no more than 15 at best. Asterisk. Well, he was seen driving away from the scene of the battle last night, so it seems unlikely that he's a teenager at this point. It's more likely he's just short. Asterisk. That is. Aizawa tried to come up with a response before giving up and sprinting away with his breakfast in hand. Morgans looked around awkwardly for a moment, before turning to the camera with a strained grin. Back to you, Miyagi-san. Asterisk. Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? It's time for a commercial break, but stick around for our lovely interns interviewing some more folks when we come back. Asterisk. While the news bumper quickly cut to a commercial being sponsored by Hawks, Izuku stood there frozen in shock at the revelation that the biggest clue to his identity had just been revealed. Not helping, of course, was Alfred's nonchalant attitude when it came to the situation. It seems this scenario is a double-edged sword for you, young master. The commission may not be willing to act against you anymore, but knowing how they operate, it's possible they could act behind the scenes. That plus criminal views on those without quirks may affect your ability to inspire terror. At this point, the only thing I truly care about is making sure no more innocents are left to suffer. Izuku stated in his more gravely tone of voice, barely hiding his nerves. However, he could manage to do this for about a minute more, but how am I supposed to do like this? It was at this point Batman was snapped back to reality by a roided-up kick from Snowflame, knocking a set of rusted crates onto him as the villain continued his rampage through the facility. You can't hide from me forever, Bat. You may act like hot shit, but you're just a mistake of nature that evolution was meant to leave behind. Snowflame continued to rant and rave while he charged his opponent, forcing Batman to dodge and retreat back as the number of viable hiding spots slowly shrank. However, despite being superior in raw strength than before, Snowflame's attacks were fairly sloppy and easily dealt with if you had been sufficiently trained. This allowed Batman to dodge and block any serious blows, slowly but surely wearing down Snowflame's defenses as he continued to stampede himself into exhaustion. Sensing that his quirk high was just about up, Snowflame decided to end things quickly with two of the pistols at his side. Eat lead, Bat. Snowflame then fired upon the vigilante with both barrels, managing to stop and disorient him despite his bulletproof armor. Thank God I upgraded to the experimental Flexi Kevlar the R&D department came up with for Underground Heroes last week. Batman thought as he dodged another shot, quickly coming back to reality as Snowflame came closer. You better hold still, you quirkless waste of sperm. You don't want to know just how fun I can make this if you make me drag it out. Seeing that Batman had lost his bearings and seemed open, Snowflame decided to finish his opponent off with another psychedelic wave of color at point-blank range. PCP Pulse. Snowflame managed to blast the vigilante back through a wall while he dazed, winding him and giving time for Snowflame to rearm one of his pistols. Realizing he needed to act fast, Batman pushed his upper body off the ground and looked back into the room, noticing several large and feral-looking animals growling at Snowflame from their cages. The drug lord smirked in response, and prepared to pull the trigger to blow Batman's cowled head open.
Hey, goes to show you nothing can beat a good high. Not even you.
He then fired the bullet directly at the exposed part of Batman's face, only for the Dark Knight to easily read the move and raise his Kevlar-covered arm in defense before Snowflame ever pulled the trigger, causing it to ricochet around the room. And unfortunately for Snowflame, it happened to go right into his leg. Arg. You piece of shit, mother censored ER.
While the villain was distracted by the pain of a bullet to the leg, Batman threw a set of batarangs to the closest cages he could get to, which easily cut through the cheap metal locks.
Two large wild animals emerged from the cages upon being set free, one resembling a large white hairy-winged gargoyle and the other being a large black cat monster about the size of an adult lion. They also immediately caught sight of Snowflame flailing about and decided to take revenge for their abysmal treatment, the gargoyle swooping down and clawing at his face, and the cat monster attempting to rip him apart by biting at his face and chest. Being attacked at all sides, Snowflame was barely able to generate another PCP pulse to knock the furious chimeras back, losing the rest of his extra muscle Mackinsword high in the process. I won't let myself be beaten by a quirkless wannabe. Snowflame growled as he glared at the now standing Batman and tried charging him with his single remaining cattle prod. However, Batman saw this coming and beat Snowflame to the punch. He rushed him, grabbing the wrist armed with the cattle prod and kicking him hard in the chest with his spiked boots. This knocked the drug lord onto the ground, dazed by the blow, heavily injured, and surrounded by the furious experiments that had been set free over the course of the fight. But in spite of all of that, the one thing that scared Snowflame more than anything else was the bat-shaped shadow of death looming over with a cold inhuman leer. No, but the bat is just. The panic set in even worse when Batman reached towards him and picked him up by the neck. Snowflame now remembered the rumors of Batman being less averse to killing than the media knew him to be, and promptly began begging for his life. Wait, no. I'm sorry I called you a waste of sperm. I'll stay out of your turf from now on, I swear.
Who's the one pushing narcotics and supplying you with these drugs? Cocaine, meth, heroin, trigger, wipe. I want to know who's responsible.
Okay, I'll tell you everything. The Shi Sensori Daikai. They've got guys in labs and shit making bread all over the underworld. They started making wipe all on their own not long ago and started dipping into other markets.
Shi H Sensor Daikai. Batman whispered in a surprised tone, having heard of this organization in his studies of criminal history.
While the century-old Yakuza family had a sense of honor and loyalty that allowed them to coexist with Ra's al Ghul and his legacy as a villain organization for many an era, they'd slowly but surely fallen from power to the point of practically being an unknown. However, if this information was true, it seemed to Batman that they'd managed to secretly claw their way back to power, dealing in illicit substances the organization would have once sneered at, if not even more unpleasant dealings. With this in mind, Batman tightened his grip on Snowflame and continued the interrogation. What else do you know? Who's running things? I don't know, I swear. All I know is that the last boss went missing a while ago, and the new guy is some hypochondriac kid. Calls himself the Penguin. Only high-ranking members have ever seen him. Snowflame stammered, hopeful that his information would allow him to be spared, while also nervous about what the Shisensori would do to him when they discovered that he sang. Is the Penguin the one responsible for the Trigger attacks in Naruhata?
No. Trigger ain't ours. The ones who made it went cold, so they had me steal the last of their cargo. That's all I know. You gotta believe me. Batman merely glared at Snowflame for a moment, before chaining his wrist to a nearby pipe and walking towards the lab's exit. Ladies and gentlemen, the police will arrive in about 10 minutes. Till then, he's all yours.
The vigilante left the building with Snowflame still inside, leaving the screaming drug lord at the mercy of his savage, vengeful experiments. All the while, thoughts of the mysterious Penguin running this show raced through his head. This Penguin clearly isn't a normal Yakuza Don. If he's got the connections to get a hold of Trigger, not to mention something that could temporarily erase a quirk, he's gotta be planning something big. I just need to find him before that happens. Single quote. Batman knew the night was still young, and that he had plenty of time to hunt for more information from the rest of the small-time gangs dotting the prefecture that could lead him to the Penguin's location. He summoned the Batmobile to a more discreet location so he wouldn't be noticed, before hopping in and listening to the police scanner inside. However, he found himself distracted by a strange feeling inside his cowl, and something with claws scratching his leg. Izuku looked down to find a small black kitten hanging onto his batsuit and looking at him with green and blue eyes. Nani? Izuku then removed his cowl from his head, causing a fluffy white bat the size of a walnut to pop out and fly around the vehicle. After it decided to rest next to the cat, the both of them looked at him with wide expectant eyes.
Where did you come from? He muttered, before smacking himself in the forehead at the obvious. Right, the lab. You don't look like you have quirks or anything, so you're probably from the pet side of things. I guess it wouldn't hurt to see if I can find you homes or something. Welcome back to our continuing series on Batman, hero or villain.
Today we continue asking civilians and heroes alike about the mysterious Quirkless Vigilante, well known for his brutality towards targets, and his infamous bat-shaped flare. We've interviewed almost every major hero from Ingenium to Present Mike, but there's still a few heroes we've received radio silence from. While Gang Orca and Mirko are expected to give their thoughts later this week, the top three heroes, Hawks, Endeavor, and All Might, have declined to comment. Asterisk. Deep in the darkness of his underground lair, a young grim-looking man in a mask similar to a plague doctor with an evil look in his exposed eyes watched the news on his biggest problem. This man happened to be Kai Chisaki, better known to the underworld at large as up-and-coming crime boss, the Penguin. He'd recently developed a plan to bring his organization back to the forefront of society by any means necessary, but the vigilante attacking his markets and getting away clean proved to be a maconsurative thorn in his side. We'll continue our segment by getting the general public opinion through the streets. Tell me, young man, what do you think of Batman? Morgan's acts a young black-haired boy with sharp pointy teeth and a hot-blooded aura. I think he's super manly. To take out villains and save people despite not having a quirk takes a ton of guts and strength. Asterisk. Yeah, did you see the way he took out those anti-mutant jerks? It's about time someone taught those creeps a lesson. Plus, Batman's super hot too. A girl around the same age with pink hair and skin, with horns and yellow eyes, popped in with a big grin on her face. Both of the teens were clearly out on a run and taking a break, sweaty and panting a little from the exertion as they pulled water bottles out of their bags.
The camera then cut to a woman manning a food stand in a different location who seemed to be far less enthusiastic. If you ask me, the whole thing is just ridiculous. I mean, he's way too aggressive, and a quirkless hero. Come on. All he'll do is get someone killed playing hero.
The Batman is the greatest hero since All Might, damn it. Villains think they can censored around in the night like they own the country, but now they're all runnin' scared. If anyone tries badmouthing him, I'll blow their censored up. An ash blonde teenager cut into the shot and loudly yelled. Another woman with a resemblance to him then popped up between them and smacked him on the back of the head, making the teen growl in irritation.
Watch your mouth, brat. You're on TV. Hey, aren't you the kid from the sludge villain incident? That was big news.
Shut up. Asterisk. The screen then cut to an older-looking man walking with a limp, with an ice pack in between his legs and a foul expression on his ugly face. He clearly had seen better days, and given he was outside a bar, the mysterious man recognized he was likely at the bare minimum drunk, if not high. More importantly, however, was the bit of napkin trash on the ground, the 3 cigarettes in the outside ashtray, and the faint shiny smudge on the floor visible from the open door. I need to check on the sanitary conditions at that one. It looks like it's slacking off on protocol. Wouldn't hurt to do a full inspection on all the businesses again actually. It has been a couple weeks. That stupid bat. I'll tell you what he is, a damned villain jippin' work off the real heroes. He's no better than those freaks who try to be censored as human. He needs to go die in a hole. He's wasting the resources of decent people who are actually worth the air they breathe. Asterisk. The reporter smartly cut away to someone else, this time to another teenager, a rosy-cheeked girl with short brown hair. I mean, he seems pretty cool, but who knows where he's getting all this stuff. Might be from the Yakuza or something. Asterisk. I must say, I find it utterly mad we're even entertaining this. He is a vigilante, and therefore breaking the law even if he is utilizing a loophole to avoid prosecution. He needs to be brought to justice as he is clearly a threat, even if it is only to villains. After all, he may change his targets at any time for all we know. A serious-looking young man in GL Senswords ranted and raved to the camera. The footage then went to a high school-aged girl with blonde hair in buns, with an expression that greatly unnerved Chisaki. I think Bat-chan is super-duper cool. The way he beats up people and makes them piss themselves with no mercy is just intoxicating. It's a shame he's probably too old for me, because I wanna plunge in my knife and let him asterisk bleep and then asterisk bleep asterisk jelly sandwiches asterisk bleep. Chisaki was relieved when the camera cut to another person, not a fan of even thinking about what that girl was likely raving about. Too unsanitary, and horribly prone to spreading some of the worst diseases. Who is Batman? He's a criminal. That's who he is. How can we trust a man who doesn't show his face? If we let the Bat Menace run around without him having a day in hero school, who's to say the youth of this country won't turn to vigilantism too? A cantankerous older man with a gray flat-top and a cigar in his teeth groused. He needs to go to college and get a real job, not terrorize the streets all willy-nilly. Asterisk. I know what everyone's been saying about him. How he's a villain, how he's too rough. Would you say he was too rough on the man who tried to rape me when he and his gang attacked my family? I know there's a legal gray area when it comes to him, but quirk or no quirk, I think Batman is a hero. A young teenager with a somewhat haunted look on her face spoke, only for Chisaki's attention to be drawn elsewhere as 2 of his subordinates walked into the room. He switched off the TV, and turned his attention to the masked men, one being much taller than the other. The shorter one wore a white hooded overcoat and covered his face with a black, gold-trimmed plague doctor mask, while the other wore a more revealing mask with what appeared to be a white alligator scale pattern, and a black overcoat that almost hid the green scaly skin underneath. I presume you have a report for me. If you're bothering me, it better be important. Is something wrong with Eri? The penguin growled, leveling an irritated glare at his underlings.
It's the Batman again, Penguin Oyabun. He managed to corner Snowflame in Shizuoka and has all but wiped out our operations in the area. The smaller of the two Yakuza spoke in a respectful tone. Knowing Snowflame's weak resolve, it's liable that the Batman now knows far more about the organization than he should. This could include your street name.
I see. I thought you said you would handle him by now. He's untainted by humanity's plague but corrupted by the pestilence that is the heroic ideal, someone who should not be difficult to eliminate with our disease. Yeah, but no one is willing to stand against him, he's absolutely insane. You heard the rumors about what he does to people who he ain't merciful towards. Judging from that police report of what he did to Snowflame, it ain't far from the truth. The crocodile man grimaced a bit under his mask as he remembered the details of Snowflame's arrest. And just how exactly did a man fully supplied with enough fuel for his corruption manage to get caught by those useless mice? Chrono. Apparently, he'd been found by police chained up and mauled by his own chimera experiments with internal bleeding and a bullet wound in his leg. They think the bullet was from a ricochet, but everything else was done by the bat. Chronostasis revealed to Chisaki, being far less empathetic to Snowflame's plight than his partner. It seems part of the Batman's fright factor revolves around his ability to inflict pain. He could be another Yakuza member trying to hunt down info on wipe production and muscle in on our territory. Tisk, you think it's that big? Most Yakuza don't allow quirkless folks into their ranks, and besides he's got way too much cash to be part of a family in today's era. We're the strongest there is, and the family is still flat broke. He's just a punk kid playing hero, so why should we worry about? Croc, I thought I taught you better than that. Do you want to go back for retraining again? The penguin stood up from his chair, making both Chronostasis and Killer Croc tense up in fear as he approached them with sickening killing intent. The Batman represents so much more than that. People are already starting to talk after all. Not only has he been running circles around our Shizuoka rackets, but his debut at large was making one of the oldest gangs in Japan look like a clown show. If he goes around much longer fighting us off and other criminals, his heroism disease will spread to others, and people will come to believe this ill society of false idols can be maintained without quirks. If that happens, everything we've done to restore the Yakuza to power will mean nothing. And what do you think we should do about it, boss? Killer Croc stammered, as Chisaki looked down on him. It should be obvious by now that the Bat doesn't play by a hero's rules. He fights dirty, knows how to cause pain and fear, hides in the shadows and stays out of the spotlight. What we need to do is drag him out of the shadows by his cowl, prop him up, and eradicate him for all to see. That way, the people know the truth, that this society is reliant on their disease. A disease we'll cure. I understand, Penguin Oyabun. How should we proceed? Simple. Croc, meet up with Nendo and gather some expendable snitches we were rubbing out anyway. I'll leave dealing with Batman up to the both of you. Treat him as nothing less than a traitor to our organization. Hearing this, Killer Croc grew a wide sadistic grin filled with rows of sharp teeth. Can we get creative? The more the better, Croc. After all, we need to make it clear this kind of pestilence will not be tolerated. And if that means he's disposed of in a very public manner, well, his disease is a new plague that needs to be eradicated before it can corrupt the world. As the members of Shisensoratekai plotted the downfall of the Batman, Izuku was currently facing a much more challenging, terrifying, and awkward task that scared him more than any villain. That being, introducing Yaoyorozu to the Bakugos. Since Bakugo happened to be a Makansaretive loudmouth, his parents learned of Momo from him rather easily. Mitsuki naturally insisted on meeting her as soon as possible upon hearing of Izuku's potential girlfriend. He was currently standing outside the front of their house as a stiff, red statue, with Momo not doing much better, and Bakugo seeming nonchalant about the whole thing. Yeah, Deku got a girlfriend. He's not my boyfriend. She's not my girlfriend. Yaomomo and Izuku both screamed in embersensoredment at the explosive teen. Remember, Mitsuki, you need to keep calm about this. They've only known each other a few weeks, so they're probably just friends. Masaru whispered to his excited wife, meaning to perform a preemptive strike on a potentially ember-censoring situation.
Oi, brats. Get in here so I can see this new squeeze of Izu's. The ash-blonde woman shouted, storming up to said green-haired teen and the sole girl of the trio on her doorstep. Holy, looks like we got ourselves a little model magnet, huh? Masaru sighed, figuring he failed, again. Izuku and Momo were bright red and glaring at Katsuki, who looked bored at first glance.
Anyone who knew him even slightly well could tell he was trying to hide his smug amusement behind a stony face.
Hey old hag, this is Ponytail. She's some rich girl the old fart butler set Deku up with. They flirt so much it makes me physically sick. Like, with cholera tapeworm diabetes. Bakugo rolled his eyes at said duo, while Mitsuki could barely contain her excitement.
Well, don't be a stranger, Momo-chan. Come on in, take off your shoes and have a GL censored of wheat tea. Mitsuki said as she practically dragged Momo inside and picked the best seat in the dining room. Seeing the inside of a commoner's house for the first time, Yaomomo naturally began looking around and excitedly picking up everything she could. Oh my gosh, these plates and chopsticks are so cute. And you only need to use a single kind of fork. You have a lovely home, Bakugo-san. Katsuki snorted as he saw a certain look form in his mother's eye, Izuku feeling the hairs on the back of his neck stand up in dread.
Oh, we just pulled them out because we were going to have salad and pasta for dinner. Italian takeout dressed up a little, ya know. Nothing too fancy.
Mitsuki, Masaru warned with a look, clearly knowing what his wife was trying to lead into. The same thing she'd done with every single rich person she'd run into since Izuku became wealthy and started bringing her around as moral support on occasion if he could spin it. Oh, so you're having your porter helicopter in some from Shenchi?
Nope. There's no way we could afford such a thing even after our dear Izuku became a tycoon. Masaru just has some old friends who give us a discount at this foreign-owned restaurant around the corner. The blonde woman chirped, turning on her heel and leaning in to look the shorter of the sole girls in the house right in the eye. Guess how much it normally costs for the four of us?
Oh, it has to be at least 70,000 yen. Nope. Try again, but lower. Here she goes again, Katsuki grumbled, shouldering past them to head deeper into the house. Oi, hag, I'm going to go shower. It's hot as shit in this censored ING uniform.
Yeah, you better get that stank off your censored, you little shit. Mitsuki shouted back over her shoulder before turning back to Momo. Anyways, what's your next guess?
Anyo, 50,000. Kid, that's our entire utility bill. Water, electric and gas. No, even with you added on and getting dessert we're only looking at 11,700 even.
But that's not even $100 when you convert it. How can you get imported food that cheap? Miss, it's not that big of a shock. Most people can get a full meal of takeout for as little as 300 yen if they know what they're doing these days. That cost is with the import fees factored in. Masaru explained. Mitsuki, please try to not destroy the brain of Izuku's not girlfriend before we can force her to adapt to the chaos that is this family. Okay, I'll stop. Mitsuki relented him an amused smirk, noticing some smoke coming out of Momo's ears. She then turned to the already incredibly embarrassed Midoriya, discreetly giving him a wink and thumbs up. Great job, Izuku. You snagged a keeper and damn is she a 10. Looks like we'll have grandkids after all.
Izuku couldn't come up with any more words to describe his embersensoredment and just garbled gibberish, inwardly thanking the heavens that Momo didn't seem to hear what Mitsuki just said. Mitsuki was satisfied with the reception, and turned around to see her son watching the latest report on Hero News. More specifically, on the Batman. Damn it, Katsuki, can't you do anything else but sit in front of the damn TV lately? All they're even talking about lately is the same guy. Censored off hag. Batman is a total bad censored. I don't want to miss anything. Bakugo yelled at his mom before focusing back on the television where Gang Orca was being interviewed about the apparently quirkless vigilante. I remember in our last talk with you after Batman's first major appearance, you criticized his attack on Dr. Death for potentially straining quirk relations. What are your thoughts now that we know he most likely has no quirk at all? Asterisk. It's complicated. The fact that he doesn't have a quirk means that there's less of a chance of him reflecting badly on those with unsavory or physically obvious quirks, but now there's the potential for him to make people find the most vulnerable members of society potentially dangerous. It's shocking that he is able to do what he can, especially without a quirk, but the fact still stands that this could have any number of ripple effects that could cause serious problems. Asterisk. Screw you, whale head. The only problem is that lame censored S like you spend too much time sitting around with your thumbs up your censored ES instead of doing shit. Katsuki, what have I told you about screaming at people on the news? That it's not effective in any way. And what is effective? Bitching them out online. Old man, I don't want to get banned from Twitter again, why the hell would I do that? Ah, still an amateur I see. Masaru chuckled with a slightly smug expression on his face as he leaned back into the couch, which managed to piss his son off all over again. What's that supposed to mean, old fart? Katsuki, shut the hell up and go play with your little friends. I am not censored ing5, hag. Then stop acting like it, you little shit. I am not acting like a censored ing. You are. Now, do you want me to give you the rundown on how to troll again, or are you going to shut the hell up and act your age? Goddamn it, Masaru. No1 thinks hiding behind a computer is impressive. Both wanting to change the subject from the yelling argument, and being legitimately uncomfortable with watching an entire family argument that seemingly came out of nowhere, Momo decided to interject. Anyo, what makes you like Batman so much, Bakugo-san? The argument came to a screeching halt, the explosive teen in question leveling an intense blank stare at Momo before storming over and grabbing both her and Izuku by the hands. Don't do anything, I would, brat. Censored ing no. I'm not doing any of that weird shit, old hag. I'm just showing them my stash. Oh, you finally started smoking the good shit. I didn't know you had it in you, you little censored. Censored you, hag. I have a censored ing reputation. Yeah, a shit one with that dogshit attitude of yours. Before Izuku or Momo could so much as ask what stash actually meant, they were dragged into what was clearly Katsuki's room and faced with a very interesting sight. Oh my god, is this what my room was like when I was obsessed with All Might? It's a really good thing my All Might room is hidden back in the halls. Izuku shuddered, a very awkward feeling in his gut at. Well, the entire room was Batman themed, and Izuku had no idea where he got all the stuff. Posters, artwork, grainy photos that were released by the media, Bat-themed stuff all over the place. A theory board. Anyo, Bakugo-san, you seem to really like Batman. Momo said, trying to avoid eye contact with Izuku, who had turned as pale as a sheet. Like, no, this mother censor-ator is like my idol, Ponytail. He's SOOOO bad censored. Villains run at the mere mention of him being in the area. He can kick censored without a quirk if those news censor eaters aren't lying out their censors again. He's got sick gear. What isn't there to love about this guy? All Might looks lame next to him. Well, I wouldn't say that. Izuku tried staying modest and composed about the situation, while he was completely losing it on the inside. Holy crap. What kind of reality am I living in that my biggest bully from my childhood is my number one fan? Am I censored ing Spider-Man all of a sudden? Where did you even get all of this merchandise? I don't think selling anything based on a vigilante is legal for official agencies. The Censoring Public Safety Commission is sitting on approving him like a bunch of pussies, so a lot of fan sites made their own shit. There's been this forum I've been on since. Aw man, it was like the second or third time he was mentioned on the news, I think.
Pretty early on. The censor eaters on that thing are awesome, and we've been throwing around theories and shit for ages. Anyways, there's this subthread on it where we talk merch. Most of it is just where to commission or if we found, like, an Etsy listing or someone made one. Now, Ever since it came out he's quirkless, we've been in this shitty good debate on what shoes he wears because there's like 3 brands that make them, and if we can figure it out we can get the non-quirkless versions and match that bad censored. Katsuki gushed, an almost childishly excited look on his face as he opened his closet to reveal
even more Batman stuff falling out of it. Kachan, how? Deku, don't ask how. My old hag and old fart weren't exactly scrambling for spare change before you started forcing us to take stupid money from you. Most of it went into emergency funds, sure, but I still got a conservative allowance upgrade if I keep my nose clean.
I wasn't asking about the money aspect, Kachan. I was asking how the hell you managed to hide this when we both know I'm at least once a week. Katsuki just shot Izuku a look and pointed to his bed, a large plastic bin poking from under it. Kachan, are you saying you've been hiding this?
Deku, I didn't want to freak you out by supporting some random guy who's not exactly a normal hero, at least until more was known about him. The fact that he's also quirkless just meant I didn't really need to be worried about you being as put out about censoring hero worship as the old hag calls it. Katsuki deadpanned, censoring his hip with a blank look on his face. Plus, you were hiding your girlfriend from me, so I'd say we're even.
He's not my boyfriend, she's not my girlfriend. Izuku and Yaomomo screeched simultaneously, both dark red from his teasing. Yeah, super convincing. Katsuki drawled, rolling his eyes. Anyways, you have no excuses now, do you? What do you mean by that, Bakugo-san? Excuses. He can't keep using those lame censored excuses people have been using for decades that quirkless people can't be heroes. Deku, if you don't show up to those entrance exams in a few months, I will personally explode your sorry censored to a fine paste. Kachan, there's rules to even apply that bull censored ing shit. Censored the bastards who came up with that shitty censored rule. I can't believe I'm saying this, I did some shitty research, Deku. Like, it took 3 clicks after the first Google to find this out, and it's on the literal website of the goddamn Department of Quirk Accommodations and Regulation. There is no legal way for them to stop you from applying. The only legal thing that could possibly stop you getting in is the practical exams for the hero course, and you want to know something crazy? That being, you can use support gear on any practical exam for just about any hero school in the country. Sure, the censored heads covered it the best they could, but it ain't that hard to figure out. They got loopholes in their own loopholes. After all, they can't stop a quirkless guy from carrying his legally approved self-defense gear, can they? It would be against literally every single goddamn anti-discrimination law in place. Plus there's another caveat that in combat-focused tests and careers they have to let you use some kind of body armor and additional gear due to, and I hate saying this but it's how they said it on the site, the disability affecting the individual. Kachan, what the censored? Nice. Finally got you to swear again. Is this what you've been doing behind my back? Looking up weird laws that? Deku, you are a total dumb censored if you didn't think to look this shit up yourself. It was at this point Yaomomo cleared her throat, getting the attention of both boys. If I may be so bold as to interrupt, I might be able to clear something up. Oh? What's that? Ponytail. My father, he's quirkless too, and unfortunately there's a Mackinsor dive issue of people installing content filters and malware that affects the devices of quirkless people if they know it's going to them. Not many people know about it unless they're doing it themselves, unfortunately. And how does that affect any of this bullshit? The content filters. They make it so that any website regarding accommodations or legal rights for a quirkless person are heavily altered at best. Some things that are widely known, like the knife carry laws, are left be, but things like job listings, schooling accommodations, scholarships, clinics specifically for quirkless people, they all vanish without a trace, and the malware makes it even harder to find the button to shut them off. It's not uncommon for people related to those targeted by them to get the altered devices as well. Yaoyorozu-san. What on those censored censored heads? Deku, is that why you had to go to that censored hole of a son of a bitch when you broke your foot when we were little? Maybe? From what I heard he was the only doctor that would see quirkless people, Not that his reviews were anything even slightly good once I looked him up out of boredom a couple years ago. That makes sense. There are some things that have to be allowed through due to the laws around not blocking access to medical care and the like. The loophole they usually use is to not show anyone with good reviews and to add in warnings on some sites that they only take in quirkless people for an exorbitant fee that I'm guessing the average person can't afford just to walk in the door. Ignoring this bullshit before I get any more pissed, Katsuki grumbled before his expression changed to a more dreadful one. Now we've got a project to work on. Is this project tied to that conversation we had about my board saying they're going to try and oust me if I don't at the very least get a high school diploma under the guise of incompetence? No shit, Deku. And, as much as I hate to say it, we've got to do one of the worst pieces of shit ever invented by man. What's so no? Yes, my stupid annoying friend. We have to do paperwork. A censored ton of paperwork at that, too. So much shitty censored bullshit paperwork. Better get it done soon, Midoriya-kun. You still have your late night meetings. Momo couldn't help but laugh at the comical cries of the boys she was hanging out with, not surprised that there would be a bunch of red tape involved in this project. She did have to wonder, though, if Izuku actually would get into UA. Even for a normal student, you had a 1 in 300 chance of getting into any program, and that was on a light enrollment year. For Hero course, it was 1 in 1,200, at best. Later that night, a small group of sinister-looking men skulked through the streets of Musutafu in a broken-down man, trying not to arouse suspicion by the local underground heroes. Or worse, the vigilante they planned to kill in a surprise attack later that night, the Batman. While many of them looked either like hardened Yakuza or typical D-list villains, one man looked very out of place, being a handsome young man in his mid-20s whose attractive face was marred by an ugly scar. This man was named Nendo Takara, a once famous drama actor who was now referred to by his colleagues in the Sh Sensordaikai as Clayface. Everyone who heard it without the context of the whole Yakuza thing knew it was an insult. Honestly, it wasn't exactly hidden that it started as an insult and still technically was. So Croc, you really sure this is gonna work? I ain't exactly thrilled about the thought of taking the Batman on by myself. A gruff-looking man with 10 different eyes turned from his position in the driver's seat to face the leader of the operation in the back, who was currently munching on a raw fish. Of course, 10 eyes. If Batman is a good little boy and surrenders himself to me with no fuss, you won't even have to face him. And if he tries any funny games on us, Clayface is more than strong enough to take him out. Wani gestured to Nendo, who seemed more than a little reluctant to follow through with the plan. What's with you, Nendo? You're not backing out, are you? I just don't know if I can take people hostage like this. What if I attack some of my old fans? Please, with your quirk, they'd never know it was you as long as you took enough trigger. A man in a green outfit with a kite growing out of his back spoke. Besides, if we pull this off, you'll be more famous than ever as the man who helped take down the Bat. That's more than worth the lives of some little nobodies. In response to Kite Man's words, another man in a skin-tight polka-dot-covered outfit sadistically chuckled. We're supposed to kill all the hostages either way, right, Croc? Yeah. The boss says we can't leave any witnesses to implicate our family, especially since Snowflame probably squealed to the Bat. Killer Croc growled with contempt, knowing how easily their captured dealer gave up the information, including the boss's street name. Now listen up. The Penguin will be close by observing us on this job the entire time. Insiders like me and Clayface will be fine, but if this job goes under, you'll sleep with the fishes, understand? Hey. Why should the washed-up pretty boy get off clean if this mission fails? He's no insider, just some chump the boss drug on to do infiltration. Not to mention his molding quirk is useless without trigger. The thug with rainbow-colored skin referred to as Rainbow Raider spar in Nendo's direction. Because some of us didn't choose this villain life raider. Some of us just want to be given their wipe dosage so they can keep their quirk under control and live a somewhat normal life. What's normal about you, Clayface? Even when you take your wipe you still got that uncensorable face. Polka Dot sneered at Nendo, pointing directly at the jagged scar across his face. Seeing that Clayface was now getting visibly angry, and knowing that an internal fight breaking out could ruin the entire fight, Wani intervened with a deep roar. Stop the car, Ten Eyes. Hearing Killer Croc's rage, Ten Eyes floored his foot on the brake and brought the vehicle to a screeching halt. The sudden stop threw the thugs off balance, their lack of seatbelts resulting in them falling into a dog pile in the middle of the back of the van. What the hell, Croc? You nearly gave me a heart attack. I'm keeping you fools from wrecking everything for our family. We all need to keep our heads on straight if we're gonna rub out the bat. Croc growled, waiting for the men to right themselves before Senso reading out small files to each of his fellow Yakuza. Now then, you all have your Senso redinements. Take as many hostages as possible and kill anyone who resists and any hero who interferes. Once I've got Batman crushed under my feet, you have my permission to kill whoever poses a threat to the security of the Shi-H Sensor Daikai. Any questions? What if they're, I dunno, like a little kid? Or a pregnant lady, or... What, are you going to censor it out again, Clayface? And no. I don't even know why I'm here. All I do is take my shit and dish out wipe on the streets to others who need it for you guys. I'm not even that good at fighting or... Shut the censored up, you pathetic loser. We've all seen those historical dramas you were in. You can't say you can't at the very least handle a katana. Kite Man drawled, reaching over and shoving Nendo roughly. Square up and be a man, pretty boy. Unless you're just as gay as those rumors say you are, then I think we better drop him off at one of the club's penguin runs for cover. Sneered Raider, and before you say I look gayer than you, need I remind you that at the very least I never pranced around on national television in a purple kimono trying to sell skin cream, or did the same with a bunny costume and girly little fruity drinks. I did that because I was paid to do it, not that I wanted to. And we're paying you to kill any problems that may arise for the family. So censored your balls back into your sack, shut your simpering censoring mouth, take the damn trigger and do your censored ing job, bitch. Shut up, Polka Dot. Wani roared at the thug and caused him to sink back into his seat, before the crocodile villain smiled with all of his deadly sharp teeth. We can't afford to censor it around any longer. Those toads we sent out as bait for the bat will be caught any minute now. Let's roll. The group of thugs got out of the car and made their way to their respective locations in the downtown area, moving silently because of the bat flare lighting up the night sky. By far the one who seemed the most focused on his mission was Nendo. It's nothing personal, Bat. You just shouldn't have censored it with us. It's the Bat. The Bat is here. It was supposed to be a simple operation. Push some crack and sell trigger to local villains to renew the funds they'd been losing due to the night shift becoming tighter with pros. Instead, they came across the Dark Knight, who was now chasing them through the alleyways. Considering how rumor quickly spread about what happened to Snowflame a few nights prior, none of them wanted to risk getting caught by Batman regardless of the fact he was apparently quirkless. As a result, the entire group of dealers fled on sight with the Bat in hot pursuit. I don't get it. Word on the street is that the Bat is just a quirkless kid in a Halloween costume. Do you want to be the next chump he feeds to a bunch of circus animals? Censored this shit, man. I'm moving to Hokkaido. That shithole. Where would you get the good shit there, you dumb censored? Yeah. Well, going cold turkey seems like a better idea than dealing with that psycho. Yeah. But dude, being sober Sue. It was at this point one of the thugs found their legs tied up with wire and batarangs, and were now being dragged into the shadows. The Bat got me. I'm censored ED. Tell my MA to delete my internet history. Ignoring the terrified cries of his fellow dealer as he was presumably beaten senseless by the vigilante, the thug sprinted through the alleyway and saw a glimpse of light as he was this close to making it back to a more populated area. He knew that even if it wouldn't stop Batman from pursuing him further, it would at least make the chase considerably more difficult due to his hatred of the spotlight. However, just before he could make it, two crimson-red feathers shot out from behind and lifted him up into the air before pinning him to the side of a nearby building. What the? Who the? The feathers then gave him a hard and sudden smack against the building, immediately knocking him out. Had he stayed conscious a second longer, the thug would have noticed a blond stubbly man with large red wings looming over him on the roof of the adjacent building. Well. Looks like that tip about the drug trade wasn't bullshit this time. The blonde drawled, hopping off the roof to walk over to his trapped target. It's a little suspicious that you were all on your lonesome, though. The report said you censor eaters work in trios or pairs, so you have a lookout based on my guess. This hero was Keigo Takami, better known as third highest ranking pro wing hero. Hawks, who coldly investigated the unconscious thug and played around a bit with his face. I don't really know what you were doing out, and I don't really care. You're just lucky that you're not the one I need to take care of tonight. Hawks continued looking around on the dealer's person, and quickly found what looked like a bat-shaped throwing knife jammed into the satchel at his side. He removed the knife and examined it closely, easily being able to tell where it came from. Looks like he's close by. This'll be easier than I thought. Hawks thought aloud with a smirk before leaving the thug behind and taking to the air to search for his target. He didn't have to look very far to see a bat-like figure on the roof of one of the nearby buildings, currently in the process of interrogating another dealer he'd tied to one of the external vents. He didn't bother to be subtle or anything, swooping down to tackle the infamous vigilante off the criminal. The force of his decent size combined with his attack threw the shockingly small man into a more public part of the alley, only a couple feet from a fairly busy main street. Why did you interrupt me, hero? Hawks just smirked and sent a roundhouse kick directly towards Batman's head, which the vigilante was a bit dazed by but relatively protected his cowl. He managed to roll out of the way of the next kick from a crouching position just before it hit, only to be set upon by dozens of Hawk's feathers swarming him from all sides. Hawks, however, noticed something odd about the smaller man. Poking out of his somewhat ripped shoes, which he could tell from a glance were from a brand that made them for those without quirks, was a hint of a very, very distinct sock that only came in one size range. Kids, the highest size for very young teens. Even more damning, the socks were present Mike themed, specifically from his recent Sanrio collaboration. Someone who was very popular among the younger demographic. However, before he could think of the implications any further, Batman had pulled out a sonic charge while the pro was distracted and set it off, releasing a loud high-pitched noise which disoriented Hawks and upset his control of the feathers. With his opponent distracted, Batman threw a set of boleadoras around Hawks, tying his arms and wings against his body and cutting off his movement. Now that he has downed, the vigilante had room to approach Hawks with extreme caution. I figured one of the bigger names would come for me soon. I just thought it was common courtesy for a pro to not interfere in vigilantes apprehending villains as long as we didn't put their lives at risk. And how many times have you done that so far, Bats? Of course, you're not exactly a normal vigilante, are you? True. I'm actually effective, aren't I? Unlike you mainstream pros. I don't have to worry about appeasing the commission and sponsors, now do I? You don't have to get cute with me, Bats, you know exactly what I mean. No one older than 15 wears those kinds of clothes, and I know the other thing that sets you apart from other wannabe, unlicensed heroes. You think the fact that you were born without a quirk makes you untouchable, don't you? You say that like it's not technically true. The commission can't do anything about me. The people on the street won't even bother interacting with me unless it will benefit them, and I now have to fight to get my hard-earned reputation back in place thanks to you blabbermouths letting CL censor edified information get to that idiotic albatross. Batman deadpanned, voice low and steady despite his clear irritation creeping into his tone. If anything, you are more of a problem on these streets than I am, given you just let several drug dealers tied to a ring I've been trying to bust for 2 months now get away when I needed to get information out of them regarding any active operations they knew about. So I see. I already knew I couldn't arrest you, considering that loophole you've become so famous for. And needless to say I'll be dealing with those men myself once we've finished here. Hawks said with a cold demeanor before snapping free of his bindings and plucking a small feather from his wings, which suddenly grew to the size of an odashi and hardened like a blade. However, the commission has grown concerned about the impact you may have. They want to make sure those without quirks know their place at the bottom of society, and that can't happen with you around. We can't deal with you publicly without having Cadmus at our throats, so they asked me to make it look like an accident. Tonight will be the typical story of an in-over-his-head vigilante being stabbed to death by a common street thug after being overwhelmed by a superior quirk. Ah, so you are no better than a common Yakuza grunt, I see. I am nothing like those scumbags. Consider that nerve touched. But really, why are you carrying out a hit for your boss like one? I have had a theory that those tied to the commission are mere chess pieces, but to think you are so under their thumb you'd commit a crime only the worst scum would think of? And then falsify evidence. Why? That sounds a lot like the Yakuza to me. What about you, Bird? Hawks didn't bother answering his question, instead shooting for a lethal blow to the neck for a quick and clean end to his censored sensor detonation attempt. The vigilante managed to dodge the attack with the feather only nicking the neck of his costume, and countered by throwing a bomb filled with tear gas to the ground before running to the edge of the rooftop. Batman sprinted away across the tops of the buildings to escape, using his grappling gun to pull himself to higher ground as the architecture quickly became taller. I was expecting the Public Safety Commission to try something like this rather than admit defeat cleanly, but they must be serious if they're sending Hawks after me. The way his fierce wings quirk works, I could destroy his wings to force him to regrow, but I don't want to give the commission ammo against me by beating up one of their golden boys like this. The best move I can make right now is to escape to a safer area before it gets ugly and hunt another night. Batman tensed up a bit when he felt dozens of tiny presences surrounding him like a swarm of mosquitoes and Hawks killing intent in the air not far behind him. Not waiting around to find out what would happen the hard way, he turned on his heel and launched himself off the skyscraper's rooftop. His actions seemed to give him a moment of a head start again, only for Hawks to pull himself out of his shock and dart towards where he was gliding down using his new specialized cape. He landed with a roll and began to run, only for Hawks and his feathers to shoot down towards him from all sides, with the man himself attempting to corner the vigilante with the feather sword still in his hand. However, Batman used the fraction of a second he had while the hero was hurtling towards him to knock the sword from his hands with a batarang, before leaping into the air despite the numerous blades feathers piercing his armor and knocking Hawks upside the head with a double axe handle. Despite being disoriented by the sudden blow to the head, Hawk's feathers gave Batman no room to escape as several of them pierced him from behind and forced him into closer quarters. Once he'd sufficiently dragged into a corner, Hawks tried slitting the vigilante's throat with a plucked feather, but Batman grabbed him by both wrists and forced a grappling match between the two of them. You know this was supposed to be quick bats, but you just had to resist. Now we'll have to say you got ganged up on, and that wouldn't fit the Commission's vision of a quirkless vigilante out of his league getting killed by chance for trying to be something he's not. All you are doing is chipping away at the frankly minuscule respect I still have towards the Commission, hero. Batman growled as he flipped Hawks, trying to disorient the hero long enough to make his getaway.
Hawks shifted his arms and feathers in response before pinning the vigilante up against the wall of the building, continuing to wrestle while not noticing the blazing truck speeding down the streets below them.
The truck was driven by a man in a dark overcoat with a white plague doctor mask made with an alligator skin pattern headed towards the town square. Batman, however, did notice and realized what was about to happen, so he attempted to wrest himself from Hawk's grip even harder than before. Let go of me, you idiot. That truck is headed towards the Tatooine ward. The last desperate ploy from a doomed man. It's a shame I have to take your censored out, it would be interesting to see where things go with. A large explosion in the distance distracted Hawks from his thoughts, as the Tatooine ward broke out into the flames when the hijacked truck finally reached its destination. Looking into his opponent's horrified and furious face, Hawks realized with disgust that Batman had been telling the truth and that a deadly villain attack he could have stopped was in his midst. Forgetting about his mission for a moment, Hawks radioed into superiors and growled into the microphone. What the hell was that? It's not important to you, Takami. We'll dispatch other heroes to the scene of the explosion. Finish your mission and dispose of Batman. Like hell, it's not important. Hawks yelled into his headpiece before changing the channel to contact the highest-ranking hero nearby, Gang Orca. This is Hawks. What's going on in the Tatooine ward? You should be asking what's going on throughout the city. The villain with the crocodile quirk has taken hostages, and there's been reports of 5 other ongoing hostage situations around the city.
As Hawks dropped Batman and became more focused on the attack occurring a few blocks away, Izuku finally answered an incoming call from Alfred and picked up through his headset. I'm guessing you're calling about the hostage situation. What's your status?
That's correct, Master Midoriya. But if you must know, I was taking care of some shopping, and I somehow found myself in the hostage situation. Alfred informed him in his normal casual tone, despite his precarious position. Shut the censored up, old man. One more word and I'll wait. What are you? I believe the very colorful man I just impaled was a small-time crook named Orochi Niji, or the Rainbow Raider. However, the ringleader of this operation seems to be a much bigger fish. Thanks for watching.